flop for Camill. He has an open-ended straight draw.
Check.
Normally the big blind prefers this sort of flop, but in this case the hijack actually hit it much harder.
That's 55.
And Camill is going to bet here. And that's going to do the trick. I believe 47 players remain here on day 3 of the WPT Cyprus. They're playing for a little over 400,000 USD. Everyone still in is in the money at this point.
One. One. One.
Anatoly on the cutoff with a pair of 4s.
You? Where are you from?
I was born in France.
Morocco.
Raise.
If you're a
60.
Brazilian and you're a
Fold.
man and you don't play soccer at all, it's okay, but it's kind of weird. Kind. Everybody plays soccer.
Andur in the small blind with King Jack offsuit, facing a slightly larger than normal open from Anatoly here. 2.5x.
Bro, Brazil.
Actually 3x.
That's the thing.
Not necessarily.
I'm from the Amazon, so the teams from there is like Hamo.
And that's going to be enough to take it down.
Is in love with Hamo, but bro, Hamo doesn't deserve my father, bro. Like
They've not
like
given him much.
I know it's easy to see the game and say, oh, these guys are bad, but they're really bad, you know. Like I don't want to waste my time looking at bad soccer. So I have favorite players, like Dani Alves was a player that I really like, Neymar, Vini Jr., Rodrigo.
Have you played poker with Neymar?
Not yet.
Me, yes.
There's like a
WPT Barcelona.
Nice. He loves it.
Nice guy.
One.
He loves it.
yeah. He does very well for poker, bro.
One.
Day one, I won it.
One.
Yeah.
Anatoly on the hijack now with the King Queen suited.
Yeah.
And I'm sponsored by WPT.
Went for a
Global.
smaller raise this time.
When I started with WPT Global,
I think he was sizing a little bigger on that last hand to try and force the big blind into a decision. And now G is coming alive here. I don't think he's played a hand yet, but this time he's all in with 6s. And he is going to be flipping against the King Queen suited
so it made
of
it
Anatoly.
even harder, but
245.
like I played with him online actually.
Yeah.
Online I did. Live,
On a site not to be mentioned.
exactly.
One.
Unfortunately for Anatoly, one of his kings was folded behind.
But he knows what he does. He just has too much
Anatoly
money,
will
you know?
quickly make the
He
call.
knows what he does.
And we are flipping going into the flop. G is a slightly bigger favorite than the stats say because one of the kings was folded.
Давай, куколка, крути, верти, запутать хоти.
That's no help for Anatoly. He has 5 outs.
Not sexy at all.
Makes it even worse. Now he has 4 outs. And the river's a 7. G is going to get the double up.
Neymar is like the king.
I believe that's the first hand he's voluntarily played since he came to the table.
Bro, he is.
Been pretty
just
card dead.
famous, rich. Everybody wants to be his friends. If you're friends with him, it's just like being friends with a king. To be honest, I tell you, I don't know what's the American version or Moroccan version of Neymar, but he's like the king of Brazil.
Talking about Neymar there, the famous football player who is also a poker player.
I'm gonna.
I don't think I've played with him yet either,
He's not
but
loved
he
by
is
all
spotted at some of the
There are
other
many
tours in
people
Europe.
that don't like him, but everybody knows him and he makes a lot of money. Ronaldo, for example, Ronaldo, you know R9?
No, no,
Ronaldo from, I know you're talking about
Yeah,
CR7, but you know Ronaldo, phenomenal, from Brazil? He is loved by everybody. Neymar is not loved by everybody, but Neymar is wealthier, for sure.
Fold.
because it's not the same career. No?
What?
It's not the same career.
Caribbean?
Fold.
Ronaldo, everybody loves him. Ronaldinho, Neymar, there's a lot of people who dislike him.
Fold.
Yeah.
And we're on the cutoff of King 10 offsuit. That's going to be good enough to play.
50.
Comes in for a raise to 50.
For me, the best.
The witch.
Fold.
And James in the big blind with the best hand, ace-7 offsuit. He is facing a slightly larger raise this time, though. And we'll see how he decides to navigate this one.
Fold.
James does make the fold, which I think is reasonable when you're facing the 2.5x, ace-7 offsuit. Obviously a reasonable hand to defend in the big blind, but as the sizing gets bigger, it becomes worse and worse. He did have the best of it there, but it's not an easy hand to navigate post-flop when you're deeper stacked either. So I think it's a defensible fold from him. And we have a couple more minutes in this level, and then we're going to go on a 15-minute break, and we will come back to a 25k big blind, I believe. And Ramulo under the gun with 9-8 suited will make the fold.
Fold.
This might be the last hand. Looks like the players are taking their break here. G's going to come in for his first non-all-in raise of the table with ace-9 suited.
40. Fold. Fold.
Ignosio has him slightly beat with ace-10 offsuit.
Raise-in.
He is moving all in.
155. Fold.
Now G is going to have a close decision here, facing a 12 big blind all in. His hand is right on the borderline.
Fold.
And he will make the fold, wisely so. I think that's a good fold anyway. And I'm not sure if we're going on break. Let's go. We're not going on break yet.
Play?
Yes.
It would be lovely not to. No, it's okay. Oh my god.
And I'm totally glad he rushed back to the table because he has been dealt aces.
Raise 40. Fold. Fold.
I believe this is the hand before break. Okay.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
And Ramulo with ace-7 offsuit in the big blind. Going to make the call, but he is way behind.
Check.
Check.
He does have the ace of clubs, which could potentially be relevant in some situations, but probably not this one.
Sorry.
Bet Call.
And we're on break, folks. We'll see you in 15 minutes. We're going to be back to a 25K big blind. 47 players remain, I believe. And we are playing for the trophy and 400,000 USD. You can take a look at our updated chip stacks as we go on break here. I'm your host, Brian Paris, for today. I will see you in about 15 minutes.
Welcome to WPT Global. Let's turn up the fun. Pick your game. MTT, No Limit Hold'em, Flash, PLO, Short Deck, or Global Spins. Every hand's a new adventure. Every game, a shot at glory. With top-notch design and non-stop thrills, you're always in for a great time. Join the party. Play your way at WPT Global. Now is the perfect time to discover WPT Global and take advantage of our best ever welcome offer. We're giving you back 100% of your first deposit as cash, from $10 all the way up to $3,000. The bigger your deposit, the bigger your reward. You could earn up to $480 in tournament and global spins tickets, plus $100 in other bonuses. Discover now and make WPT Global your new online poker home. This summer, the heat is on at WPT Global. The Super Giveaway is your shot at free tournament entries every single day. Deposit now and score WPT Global Tournament tickets. We're rewarding players with random entries, from the $530 Grand Slam PKO to the $100,000 Sunday Slam Mystery Bounty. Big buy-in or small, it's all free money in your account. So check in daily, claim your tickets, and hit the table. Plus, get a 100% deposit match bonus if you're new. Only at WPTglobal.com.
Call.
What'd you say? I didn't hear you. But I believe you.
Call.
Count inventory, 80.
Looks like he passed on the ace-8 suited. Over to Timothy with 7-6 suited.
Call.
We have a new player coming in on the hijack now.
Raise. 35. Call.
Andur raises ace-3 offsuit on the cutoff, and James in the big blind with jack-9 suited. I expect he will be seeing a flop with this one.
I'm really lucky though, so FYI, very, very lucky.
Call.
Yeah.
It's,
Win flips. I
English,
win more than 50% of my flips.
English,
Way more.
English is funny because when you learn English in Brazil, for example, just by be speaking
James
English,
has flopped a flush.
it's really rare for a Brazilian to be speaking in English because we don't have so much opportunities.
Right.
But for example, your English, FYI. I know what is FYI.
Yeah.
But man, they don't teach that in school.
I know,
And
right?
like you guys talk, and it's fine, but you guys talk like people are supposed to know, and they don't know, you know.
It's habit because, well, it's unfortunate because we're so used to everybody always speaking English and then adapting to us. That we don't think, like, it's hard. And I'm embarrassed that we don't.
it's
Most of it.
fine.
No, it just is what it is.
You guys are, in my opinion, definitely one of the best
Fun.
countries in the world. In my opinion, like, one thing interesting from US is very good economically, but I swear, bro, I don't feel like people from US are so happy as I think they should, or
You're
so
in the wrong
grateful,
part of the country.
or so grateful.
Hang
as
out
I
in the
think they
middle of the country. You don't. No one hangs out in the Midwest. If you hang out in the Midwest, any of the Midwest, you will see what the country is really
Okay,
about.
makes sense.
Vegas,
That is a
no.
money turn for James, as Andur has made a straight here.
No, Midwest.
I lived in Chicago for 4 years,
Yeah.
And like the school I came, I didn't choose the school. The school chose me.
Okay, where'd
so
you
like,
go?
Prairie State College. It was a scholarship,
Okay.
soccer scholarship.
Yeah.
So
Where's that at? In the
This is
city.
a disastrous
Chicago
turn
Heights.
for
Okay,
Andur.
30 minutes from
Yeah, I
Chicago.
lived in the city for 5 years.
Goes all in, and James will quickly make the call with the flush. James is going to get another double up here. Very good, very hot start for James. And that was one of the 3 turns in the deck that would have made the disaster situation for Andur with a straight drawing dead against a flop
it was
flush.
the school who chose me, not me who chose them. So
James makes a pair for good measure.
short shock I had.
He is all the way up to 515,000 after coming in with only 125.
It wasn't a great school. It was the school that
Yeah.
chose me.
Yeah.
They were not the smartest people or
Yeah.
the hard workers
Yeah,
people, or
yeah,
like
yeah,
they were more like chilling, smoking.
One.
59.
One.
Ramulo now with ace-jack offsuit on the low jack.
Raise 3. One.
Gonna come in for a min raise this time.
One. One.
Over to Mustafa in the big blind, who we saw make that check raise bluff with the 4-5 offsuit earlier. He's got a suited ace-6. Certainly a hand worth seeing a flop with.
One.
We go heads up to the flop.
Heads up.
Both players have flopped an ace. Mustafa is drawing dead to win the hand. He does have quite a few chops, though. I guess not quite dead. He could hit running 6s.
Bet 25.
Ramulo going to make a very small c-bet here. On these high card pair boards, there's not much reason to bet big. Especially with no flush draw.
One.
We see a bet and a call. As expected, we go to the turn. Turn is a king. The hand is now chopping, although Ramulo does have a 10 to hit a straight.
Check.
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 And it looks like this one's going to be a chop.
Check.
Ramulo could try to bet big and maybe force his opponent off the chop here, or he could check and opt to take half the pot.
Bet 55.
Looks like he's going to go for a small bet, which I suspect will be quickly called, and we are going to have a chop here. Ramulo slowing down on the turn a bit there, perhaps fearing a potential queen from his opponent.
Too low. Yeah, they played to
Yeah,
the
it's
final
a
today,
6.
but I think
Yeah.
they'll swap this every 2 levels. But every
Ollie with ace-9 suited under the gun,
Just
13 big
providing
blinds.
so much great entertainment that I don't know.
I'm trying my best to bring traffic from
you know.
Instagram
Sunglasses go on.
to here. Hopefully we stay. Brazilian audience will like.
Raise, it's going to be 40,000. Yeah. Raise 40k.
And he is going to come in for a min raise.
So do you have, what days of the week do you stream on?
Andur in the big blind with king queen.
When I ever, like I don't have a schedule. I just, for example, now I'm here. When I get to Brazil, I'm gonna stream.
Yeah.
Like it's not like a rigid way, you know.
Yeah.
And sometimes I stream playing live, sometimes playing online. I just keep doing and testing, and improving, and
As long as you're enjoying it.
Very nice flop for Andur here. He's flopped top 2 pair.
Great. It's a gift to be able to do something.
Probably at least going to get a C-bet out of Ollie, but probably not too much more.
That's why
Not a very good flopper, ace-9 of spades.
Bro, just by him
Ollie
being
will
on
make the
Cyprus
C-bet.
in a TV table of World Poker Tour, just by me breathing, bro, we should be happier. To be honest, but imagine doing what we're doing right now.
And we're going to just call. He has all of this board, no need to scare his opponent away by raising.
Is it okay, bro? Thanks.
Turn is an ace. It is the third heart, though. It's kind of an ugly turn for Andur. He's still well in the lead, but there's a lot of ways his turn could go sour for him. Ollie pretty unlikely to have a flush here from under the gun, but he will have a lot of ace-x. He could have jack-10. He could have higher two-pair. Of course, in this case, he only has the ace. Ollie checks back. He is actually live to win this hand with a 3, ace, or 9. River's a 5. Ollie has roughly pot behind. Very tough spot for him. The big one's going to have a variety of flushes here. Of course, it's possible he has a worse ace, but there's not too many of them. He's not really going to call the flop with very many ace-x's other than ace-10, which is still beating ace-9. But Ollie's still getting a pretty good price. Looks like he makes the call, and he's going to get the bad news. He's up against two pair. Very rough spot for Ollie there. He loses over half his stack.
More than anyone can ever understand.
James with the king-queen suited under the gun. 23 big blinds. He's going to come in for a raise. And we'll see if Mustafa wants to play the 9-4 offsuit. Using a time bank extension. I guess you have quite a few of them. Looks like he's going for a 3-bet.
Welcome to WPT Global. Let's turn up the fun. Pick your game. MTT, No Limit Hold'em, Flash, PLO, Short Deck, or Global Spins. Every hand's a new adventure. Every game, a shot at glory. With top-notch design and non-stop thrills, you're always in for a great time. Join the party. Play your way at WPT Global.
Что вы делаете с моим стеком? Уничтожаете, увеличиваете? You fold 6.
What?
You fold 6.
Yeah.
I have 10.
Yeah? Thanks, man. Thanks for saying. Oh, you're looking at...
No, my mom said just.
yeah, that...
She saw this hand right now.
Uh-huh.
Where from?
Brazil, you?
Brazil. Oh,
You?
Russia.
Russia, nice. Sorry.
I would just like to say that if you use, let's say, 5 time banks, you put 5 time banks and you use only 2, I am still taking all of 5. So better for you to put only...
We are getting
1
back
amount.
underway here, folks.
You don't even need to put them, mate. You just take
On
them.
day 3 of
So,
the
yeah,
main event in
better-
Cyprus.
That's the ruling.
Okay.
These players are contending for over 400,000
You
USD.
don't need to. They just take automatic, so it's
Yeah.
better not to.
Blinds are up to 25,000 now. 15 and 25. So we once again have a small blind that's a bit larger. Folds over to Camill on the button with the king 8 of clubs.
Sweet walk.
Did he fold that one?
No?
All in.
Perhaps not wanting to tangle with the short stack of Anatoly here. But that seems like a pretty snug fold there with king 8 of clubs on the button. Kind of surprising, but Ramulo will take it down with the king 6-2 suited. Folding out the queen 2 of Anatoly in the big blind. Anatoly was actually dominating there, but pretty much impossible to call with queen 2 offsuit. And Ramulo continues his hot streak in the blind versus blind spots. And a nice distribution of big stacks and short stacks here at the table. One of our short stacks, Ali, with ace jack. We're going to see him move all in here.
120. Pass, pass. 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 Pass.
And Ali's going to get this one through. Nice pickup for him. He continues his comeback.
You're welcome.
I believe he came into the day with a little bit over 300,000. And he is slowly but surely making his way back there. Ignosio with Queen Jack under the gun 1. Looks like he is going to come in for a raise with this one. Probably towards the bottom of the range you want to play here, but it is a defensible raise. Now Camill behind with ace 7 suited on the hijack.
Pass. Pass.
Anatoly Queen Jack suited on the button. See if he wants to go with this. It's going to be close. This is the type of hand you want to go all in with against raises, but Ignosio is raising off a pretty short stack from an early position, so he passes. Ooh, Andur in the big blind with kings. This one is not passing, I suspect. He is reaching for 3-betting chips, and he does make the 3-bet. I think Ignosio is going to have to get out of the way here.
I wish my mother understood poker, so she could be watching the live and letting me know stuff.
How old are you?
30.
30? Yeah. 37. Old school. I haven't played it already.
And Andur continues his hot streak today. He is running up his stack very nicely.
Value bet.
Nice value bet when you pays.
You can join us at some upcoming stops at WPT Prime Lodge and WPT Shooting Star in October. And then in November, we got some Florida stops, Best Bet Scramble and Seminole Hard Rock. That's exciting for me. Lots of World Poker Tour stops all around the world these days. Make sure you check out the World Poker Tour website to get the full schedule. This is the second year in a row we've had this Cyprus event. After not having it since 2012, it's back and better than ever. G on the button with a pair of fives. He's going to come in for a raise. And Ollie with King Jack in the big blind. This is a coin flip situation. And Ollie can decide to either just go all in here or he can take a flop first and see how he likes it. And he just folds. That is surprising. A couple of surprising folds already. A couple minutes into this level. James under the gun here with Queen 10 suited. A very playable hand, and he is indeed going to play it. James on a nice spin. He came into the day with 125,000. He's up to 1.2 million after catching a massive punt with kings against 9-10 offsuit. And it looks like James is going to win this one uncontested unless Ignosio wants to take a flop with the 9-4. He does not. We saw another player 3-bet that hand against James in this exact situation. The same guy who punted with the 9-10, but he is no longer here. And we're back to folding the 9-4 offsuit against under the gun opens. I believe we are playing down to a final table today, or at least close to it. We might not make it all the way there. We shall see. Playing hour levels, the current big blind is 25,000. I think the starting stack was 50, if I'm not mistaken. And Ramulo here with a king-queen offsuit under the gun +1. You're going to see him raise this one. And Ollie going on with the ace-8 here. It's surprising to see him pass on King Jack against a button open and then go with ace-8 here against an under the gun 1 open, but he is ahead. Now Ignosio thinking about taking sixes behind. He will be flipping if he does.
Call.
70 more? How much is it?
120.
Let's go. Hopefully I'm alive.
Call.
Flip, flip. Alive. King or queen? Let's go. King on the window.
Good luck.
Check is not the worst one in the window.
Ten, king or queen. 10, king or queen.
I also have aces.
Ollie's going to double again. Ollie being patient, picking the right spots here. He's back to 300,000.
Hard when it's the first time you've seen them.
Yo, what are they doing? Dealer?
Sorry.
Left. 45 left.
This is for the high roller.
Ollie almost back to the stack he started the day with. We're down to 45 players. We started with 70.
Pass. Pass.
Well, we started the tournament with 775. We started day 3 with 70. Andur on the hijack, ace-8 suited. He is going to come in for a raise with this one,
Great.
and rightfully so.
Pass. All in.
Ignosio moves all in with ace-10 suited on the button for about 9 big blinds.
30.
Andur's going to have a close situation here.
Pass.
He's getting about 2 to 1, but he doesn't quite have the right price with his hand. He does make the call, gets the bad news. This is not what he was hoping to see.
15, 25.
Natural 9.
Good luck.
The flop is a flush draw for Ignosio. He is way in the lead now. Andur's going to need an 8 or a 2 pair of the board. That's a 7. That gives Andur a few extra outs. He can now make a straight with a 10 or a 5. His 8 is no longer good, though. And a king gives him no help. Ignosio has doubled. A tough spot there for Andur. It's not easy to fold that for 9 big blinds. I think it's probably pretty close. Can't really blame him for making the call, but unfortunately for him, he was up against a slightly better hand. And Ignosio is back in business with a little bit over 20 big blinds now. You can see our WPT Global Ambassador there, Ramulo. There were actually a lot of seats to this tournament given away on WPT Global.
Sorry.
Welcome
You can
back.
see our updated chip stacks here. Anatoly Bringing up the rear with 10 big blinds. James still in the lead with 47. We got a nice spread of stacks here. Playing hour levels.
Blind level, where are we? 10, 15, 25. 5k more, please. 15,000, please.
Folds over to James on the button with King 5 offsuit. Might be good enough for a button raise. We'll see. Go either way on that one. And we have another blind versus blind confrontation. Camill with the 10-7. He has to call 10 to see a pot of 65 here, so he's getting 6.5 to 1 on his limp. Hard to be more than a 6.5 to 1 dog, so he is going to try to see a flop. Ramulo, we saw him raise earlier with 3-4 offsuit, a hand similar to this. We'll see if he tries to do it again. Didn't work out for him last time, but it might have worked this time. We go to the flop. Both players with raggedy number hands. Not a letter in sight. That's a good flop for Ramulo. He has an open-ended straight draw. Camill with nothing but 10 high. And Ramulo is going to bet this one. Camill with no equity will make the fold. Turned out it was about a coin flip, but pretty hard to play that hand out of position with 10 high and no pair, no draw, no anything. So Ramulo is going to take that one down. Our WPT Global Ambassador continues to have a good day. From Brazil. Got an exposed card there. Looks like a 5 or a 6. Maybe a 7. Ollie's got ace-king offsuit under the gun +2. He's got about 12 big blinds here. See if he decides to go for the min-raise or the all-in. Or perhaps something in between. You never know. Looks like he is indeed just moving all in. Ace-king offsuit, a very good hand, but not necessarily a hand you want to entice the big blind into defending for the minimum.
Oh shit, sorry.
And Anatoli's not going to be able to make the call with this one.
This is your cards, yeah? Okay. Pass in the small blind.
And pass in the big blind.
Our players contending for a little bit over 400,000 USD here.
I suppose it's good timing for S-Jack. Suited.
That's what you're asking for?
Yeah. Not so much.
Yeah, fair enough. Not too greedy.
Yeah, I'm not ready at all.
If you guys want to watch all the classic WPT moments, you can download the Watch WPT app. We got over 2 decades of epic moments to relive. We might even make some more today. Camill with ace queen offsuit here, going to come in for a raise.
Raise 50,000.
And that is going to take it down.
But it was some use.
If you guys want some fresh WPT gear, you can also check out shopwpt.com. And for our upcoming schedule, you can check out the World Poker Tour website.
Pardon?
We got the Prime Lodge and the Shooting Star in October, and then in November we have a couple of Florida events, Best Bet Scramble and the Seminole Rock and Roll Poker Open.
What are you expecting?
100 man. 100
Yeah,
man
man.
versus gorilla.
Maybe dolphin.
Maybe.
I'm gonna bet an eagle.
Yeah, maybe.
Some dolphins are much more clever than men.
Be a bad way to use a time bank. No. I'm just.
Over to Ramulo on the cutoff with the King 10 offsuit. I suspect he will be coming in for a raise here.
Raise 50,000.
Anatoly right behind with sixes. This might be his spot. Looks like we're gonna have a coin flip here. Unfortunately for Ramulo, one of his kings is dead.
225 plus 65, 30, 290, 125 for 290, bro. Hopefully we're flipping. Stop doing faces to me. You're making my decision get harder, bro. Okay, if I'm not dominated, it's good. How many seconds I got? 290 for 125.
Ramulo
Yes.
does make the call, and they are indeed flipping.
Flip.
Постоим.
About as good as you can hope for with King 10 offsuit.
With 6.
Nah.
It would be fair.
King or 10. Actually, whatever, man. Just make me win, please, dealer.
There's a 10. Anatoly is drawing to 2 sixes, or he's going to be out of the tournament here in 44th place. A 9 on the turn. Anatoly can now hit a 7 to chop this hand.
Everybody loves. What?
Be a pretty good outcome for him at this point. A queen would give Ramulo a higher straight.
6 or 7.
That is a 9. Ramulo's going to take that one down. Continues his hot run. And he's now up to 1.3 million. About double what he started the day with, if I recall correctly.
Seat open feature, seat 9. Or seat 8. Yeah, I was asking you, where are you guys sitting? Are you sitting in the card room or are you in the back room? Because... Okay, that's fine. If you're in the card room, you have to see items. It's just because I can't look behind me much and I don't know if they... So I just want to make sure that's safe in case we need to go behind you, etc.
Folds over to G on the button. He's going to fold ace-5 suited. That is surprising. And Andur is going to open with Jack-7 offsuit from the small blind. Ali's got Queen-10 in the big blind. And Ali's going to fold that one too. Wow. Andur was pretty lucky to win that hand. I don't know how he won that one. The button should have opened, the big blind should have defended, but instead Jack-7 is going to take it down. We still got a long way to go till the final table. But we're seeing some surprisingly tight play here. I was told that Cyprus was a very aggressive environment. And other than the earlier plays with the 9-10 offsuit and the 9-4 offsuit from Mustafa, we haven't really seen that so far today. Very good raise there from Andur, though. If his opponent's folding Queen-10 offsuit, then raising there with Jack-7 has to be fantastic. They're on the button now with ace-5. A playable button hand, contrary to what we saw the previous hand. He will come in for a raise. And Ignosio with a trasher in the big blind. He is getting a great price versus a wide button range, though, so we might see him see a flop. He wisely chooses to pass. And Andur continues to chip up here. $5,000 buy-in tournament here, playing for a little over $400,000 for first. 41 players remain. So needless to say, these players are all already making some amount of money for being here. Ollie on the button with the Queen-8 suited. This one's kind of marginal. He's got about 12 big blinds. He is going to come in for the raise, though. Unfortunately for him, Ignosio has woken up right behind with ace-king offsuit. A truly monstrous hand. And unsurprisingly, he's going to make the all-in. And Ollie now with 38%, but a very difficult spot to call off with Queen-8 suited. And he will make the pass. A nice pickup for Ignosio here, who's more than doubled his stack since moving to this table. A nice venue here at the Merit in Cyprus. Haven't made it out there myself yet, but I was hoping to one of these days. Maybe next year. And G here under the gun +1 with the Queen 10 suited is going to play this one. I think this is a good raise, but after seeing him pass Ace 5 suited on the button, I'm kind of surprised to see him make it. And Camill in the big blind with a very bad hand. G's going to pick this one up uncontested. Ollie now with Ace Queen on the hijack. 10 big blinds. I think there's only one play here. And he makes it.
Is the order.
We're going to have a coin flip here, folks. James has woken up with jacks on the button. This is going to be a classic coin flip situation.
Calls 255. Pass.
Nope.
And pass. Showdown, please.
Oh, the other two jacks are dead, so if Ali can hit a pair here, he's good to go. He does need to hit an ace or a queen, though.
Yeah.
He has not hit one yet. He's got two more cards to hit an ace or a queen, or else Ali is going to be out of this tournament in 40th place. Now he needs a jack. Oh, he can't even hit a jack, actually. The jacks are dead. He has to hit exactly an ace. Even though an ace is no good either, I guess Ali's drawing dead. And that's the game. James locks it up on the turn. And Ali is going to be out of this tournament in 40th place. James continues his hot streak. He's up to 1.4 million after entering the day with only 125,000. And that's tournaments for you. As long as you stay alive, you can always hit a heater and spin it up really big. James is now in fantastic shape.
Your friends got here, bringing you luck.
Yeah. To be honest, I've had luck all day. So.
They're your friends, right?
New player in seat
Those guys
9.
that were.
Yeah.
I just paid the big money. What's that? I just paid the big money.
The guy that just shout out to you, let's go. This is for you.
Any content is okay. No, we need for the graphics from which channel. No UK. Any content. What is that answer?
No UK?
No UK.
Incognito.
I live in UK, but right China is fine. It's better.
James ran from the UK. He's got 1.4 million in earnings. Looking to add to that here. Could add another 400K if he continues to run good in this tournament. Looks like he's got a lot of results in the UK. He had a 3rd place in 2019 for 168,000, and he won a tournament in 2022 for 113,000. So he could best both of those performances here today.
Welcome to the table.
We have a new player here. Ji Chang raises with Ace-4 suited and takes it down.
You got the page on.
Continuing our international table.
Seat 3.
We got a few locals. We got Brazil, UK, I believe Spain, France. We got players from everywhere here at the World Poker Tour.
Seat open, feature table, seat 3.
We do indeed have a seat open. Been churning through players pretty quickly here. We've already lost about half of our field in the first 2.5 hours of play. James on the hijack with the King-9 offsuit is going to expand his range a bit and open this one. Table's been playing fairly tight. I think the decision to go a bit wider is entirely reasonable.
In this stream? Yeah.
And G is going to fold that one in the big blind, the 10-7. James takes it down.
WPT Cyprus. I did commentating this Turkish, I can't understand. Oh, I didn't.
Very nice performance from James so far here today.
You understand the game? Maybe.
Spinning up his short stack and putting himself in an excellent position.
Hi, mates update you on breaks.
You've been here last week? Last week? Yeah, since the start. Is it Barcelona? No, Barcelona. Luton. That should be Barcelona. Going Luton? No, that's still going. Including 8 practice.
Pulls over to Ramulo, our WPT Global Ambassador, on the cutoff with the King-10. That's going to be a raise. Ji Chang right behind with King-7 offsuit. Now G in the small blind with a pair of 4s. This should be good enough to go all in, but we have seen G playing pretty tight so far today. And Andur in the big blind with Jack-8. Not a great hand, but probably good enough to see a flop, and we do indeed see a flop. We go heads up to the flop. Ramulo, not quite a 2-to-1 favorite. Flop is no help to either player. That should benefit Ramulo here. And a small c-bet is going to take that one down. Ramulo's had a nice performance today as well. He's more than doubled his initial stack. He and James are both gradually cementing their large stacks here today. Ramulo came in with about 600,000. James only came in with 125. Camill under the gun +1 with Queen Jack of clubs here.
Price 50,000.
Ramulo right behind with 6-7 of clubs. Might consider flatting this one on the button, but I think the hijack is a little bit too many players behind to play this one. We shall see, though. Looks like he agrees with me.
One time done.
Was it more than 20 seconds?
Yeah, you're about 35 seconds.
And Ramulo losing another time bank on that one.
It's okay, but it didn't look like more than 20 seconds, to be honest.
Having a bit of a rough time with the time banks today.
What time is it, bro? I know I have a watch, but it's not. It's the Brazilian time. Thanks.
Fortunately, the players seem to have plenty of time banks, but those may come in handy later. We are going to be approaching the final table later today, so that could result in some truly tough decisions.
Yeah, it was at least.
Don't want to be bleeding time banks on pre-flop spots at this stage, if you can avoid it. A few quick folds around to the small blind. Ignosio with Jack 5 offsuit. Not a very pretty hand, but might be playable in this spot. And we're going to go heads up to the flop. Ignosio slightly in the lead, but this could go either way. James does have position. That's a fantastic flop for Ignosio, though. He has bottom 2 pair Unfortunately for him, James has basically nothing, so it's going to be hard for him to actually make money here. We're down to 39 players now. We are inching closer to the final table. Andur is going to fold the ace-4 offsuit on the cutoff. I think a lot of aces will open from the cutoff, but maybe the very worst ones can fold. I think that's a totally reasonable fold. Over to the James in the small blind with the 10-9 offsuit. He's going to be continuing here one way or another. Looks like he's opting to raise. And that's going to get the job done against the 5-2.
Can I get a cappuccino, please? I'm so sorry, bro. No, stop. No, bro. I'm so sorry. No, bro.
Hello, guys. Cappuccino for everyone.
Just keep taking his time chips.
I feel like I'm gonna bust now. Yeah, I kind of deserve it.
You
Can I get a
can use 3
cappuccino,
time
please?
chips, he will go make you a cappuccino.
Oh my God, bro.
Let's see our updated chip stacks here. GZ is in the back with 17 big blinds, but we actually have a little bit more play here. We've been seeing some very short stacks at the table all day, but everyone has some chips to play with at this point. James and Ramulo continue to be in the lead, and you can see we have a very international table, 6 different countries represented out of 7 players.
Last dealer was pitching.
I will pinch. It's very hard. Full.
G with the Queen Jack suited here, going to come in for a raise.
Full.
And Ramulo in the big blind facing a slightly larger raise size. He's going to decide to pass this one.
Full. Full.
Folds over to Camill on the button with the 8-7 suited. Ramulo in the small blind with ace-10 offsuit. Gonna decide how to proceed with this one. Either 3-bet or call.
Raise. 170.
Looks like he's going for the 3-bet here. 3-bets to about 3.5x the open. And Camill does have a hand that can play in position, but it's not going to be easy for him with the stacks and the stage of the tournament he's in. We will see if he decides to go to a flop or not. If he does, he's got pretty decent equity. Taking his time to make the decision here. If he's up against a hand like the hand he is up against, he has a little over 40%, but if he's up against a pocket pair, he could be in pretty bad shape, making this a somewhat tough decision. Looks like he might even be 4-betting. Wow. Camill with the 4-bet, over half his stack, basically all in. And now Ramulo is going to have a tough time continuing with this one, I think. It's a little bit too much. Yeah, a nice play from Camill there. Takes it down. I wasn't expecting the 4-bet. I like the 3-bet from Ramulo as well, but sometimes you just get 4-bet. And Camill's made a couple of nice plays against Ramulo today. He also check-raised him in that earlier limp call pot where he had Jack-5 on the King-Queen-2 board, I believe it was.
I left here. I forgot. Good news. Good news. So no, sorry. It was him. I didn't see it. Bad news.
No problem.
Yes. Sorry, guys.
You're okay.
Fold.
Holds over to Camill on the cutoff with the ace-7 offsuit. He's going to come in for a raise.
Raise. 50,000. Fold. Fold.
And G in the big blind with a pair of 3s is going to make the call.
And fold. I'll drop.
It's a spot I think I'd like to see an all-in with a pocket pair. Even 3s I think are good enough to go all-in against a cutoff open. It can be very difficult to navigate post-flop, although when you flop a set, it gets a lot easier. It looks like G's going to lead with his set and cost himself any chance he had at making money on it. I can't imagine Camill's going to continue here. I may be wrong, though. Looks like he's doing something. I have a couple of corrections, guys. Apparently the buy-in on this is only 3,500. I thought it was a 5K. They also have the venue wrong. This is not merit. This is the Chamada, as it says all over the table. You'll have to excuse me. I'm on relatively little sleep. I had to get up pretty early to do this from the East Coast. And Camill has got himself in some trouble here. G's been very tight all day.
400,000, 425,000.
Now he has to put in only 125,000 to call. And he is going to wisely make the fold. He's drawing to 3%. G will show the set. Nice pickup for him. Camill's made a few good plays that were kind of light today, but he made a misstep there. The drink service here at the, is it Chamada? Chamada. Ignosio with aces under the gun. That's a nice hand.
Raise 50,000.
Camill's going to make the call with Queen 10 suited on the hijack. Ramulo right behind with the King 9 suited. He gets out of the way. And Andur in the big blind has a pair of eights. He's going to see a flop. We go three ways to the flop. Ignosio well in the lead with aces. But as so often in Hold'em, the more players you're up against, the worse your aces get. He only has about not even a 2/3 chance of holding up by the river. That's a good flop for him, though. Camill does flop a flush draw, so we may see some fireworks on this hand. Andur is going to be able to get out of the way here. Checks around. And that's going to lock up the hand for Ignosio. He has a full house. If Camill makes his flush, he's going to be in a lot of trouble here. Ignasio's going to bet small. Give his opponents a chance to draw to the various things on the board here. Camill is going to try to see the river. He'd better hope he doesn't hit that flush, because if he does, he's in a lot of trouble. It looks like Andur is also going to overcall. No help, and it looks like Ignosio is just going to win the pot on the river here unless somebody wants to get out of line. It's always a nice spot to be in with the super nuts full house, trying to decide how to make the most money. Not a care in the world other than additional upside.
Bet.
And he is going to bet again. That should be enough to win the hand. And a nice pickup there for Ignosio. The price of poker is going up. We're going to play 15,000, 30,000. We are up to double what we started the day at. And we've lost about half the field already. Camill with 6s under the gun, going to come in for a raise. Ji-Cheng with ace-2 suited. We haven't seen much out of him so far, but he's been pretty card dead. Marginal spot against under the gun. He will wisely choose to pass on it. G on the button with the Queen-Jack. He is actually in decent shape here against 6s, but this is not an easy spot to play against under the gun. He will also pass, or under the gun 1, excuse me. And Ignosio has got a real junker in the big blind. Good hand in blackjack, not so good in hold'em. Camill's going to win that one uncontested. Moving back in the right direction after a couple of costly pots for him. Folds over to G on the cutoff with 5 high. He passes on that one. Andur on the button, Queen 10 suited. That's a nice hand. He's going to move all in for 19 big blinds. And James with ace-4 in the big blind. He has the best of it, but not an easy hand to call that much with. He is going to pass.
I heard call.
Ramulo under the gun, ace-9 of spades.
You're a very nice dealer, bro. You're a very nice dealer. I'm not being... I'm not being sarcastic. I'm saying you're a very nice dealer.
Coffee. Because you understood just...
You were nice to... Like, I think a quality from dealers is being nice to players, being kind to players. You were kind to him right now.
Thanks.
I'm not being sarcastic. I don't like being sarcastic. Don't worry.
Ramulo going to come in for a raise with the ace-9 suited under the gun. Over to James in the small blind, Queen-Jack offsuit. pretty marginal. He's going to pass on that one, and Camill will also
I
pass
know
with the
it
7-4
might sound a
offsuit.
little sarcastic right after you're being nice to him, but it wasn't.
Me too, I like your style.
Thanks,
I
man.
already told you about you.
Thanks, man. I feel really bad about what happened past. I was just my mind was in a whole different place.
I don't care about that. I'm just joking.
My mind was really far.
If I could, I can make a good cappuccino for you. Seriously. Not sarcastic.
I'm sure you can, bro. You're good at what you do.
The viewers are all getting their coffee orders in
Nah,
the chat.
they won't. I don't like. Actually, those live streams are made just for the guy to see it's happening and go to World Poker Tour YouTube channel. It's not about them watching that.
Yeah.
It's about them knowing that's happening and they come to.
Camill's going to limp here with the 10-9 suited in the small blind. Ramulo just checking, passing on some of these lighter raise opportunities after getting burned earlier.
Check.
Check.
Both players have turned a pair here. Ramulo's going to start betting at it. Camill content to just check call the turn. 3 is no help for Ramulo. I'd imagine he's just going to check here now. Possible he goes for some more thin value, but the flush completing is not great for him. He also has the worst possible kicker with his 9. He wisely does choose to check, and he's going to get the bad news here. Camill making a nice hand with his middle pair there. I wonder if you can lose a time bank if it takes you longer than 15 seconds to muck your hand on the river. It only took him about 5 seconds there, but... Ramulo has been bleeding time banks all day. If you guys are interested in checking out some old classic spots from the WPT, you can download the Watch WPT app. We also have some upcoming tournaments. We have the Prime Lodge and Shooting Star in October, and then in November we have the Best Bet Scramble and the Seminole Rock and Roll Poker Open. Ramulo is going to raise from the small blind with 9-7, take it down against the 9-2 from Ji Cheng. And he gets a few chips back there. He's sitting at 1.2 million. Our WPT Global Ambassador. A lot of seats for this tournament were handed out on the WPT Global site. Something you may be interested in if you have access to that site.
I wanted something to drink, but they don't have drinks from US or whatever. I didn't think about gin, vodka, and Red Bull. That would be so easy and good, you know, like they don't have like Fitzgerald or whatever. Sorry. Is that gin or vodka? Oh yeah, it looked like there was vodka. It looked like there was vodka in the like a dose.
Ramulo raising the button with the 6-5 suited. G just calls the big blind with ace-jack. Looks like it's going to work out for him because he's flopped top 2 pair. And as the big blind, it's not going to look like he has this sort of board. Unfortunately for him, he's leading again. And I don't think Ramulo is going to take the bait after seeing what happened to his table mate last time. Not really a board you want to lead on out of the big blind. It's basically an automatic bet for the button. So you just want to check. You might want to check raise, but you certainly want to start with a check here. Problem with leading on those types of boards is you're sort of splitting your range. It makes your checking range a little bit weaker. Makes it obvious that you have a hand when you do lead. There are some boards you want to lead out of the big blind, like the low connected boards are good candidates, or any lower board, really. But a high board like that, you should automatically check, let the button make his c-bet, and then proceed from there. So Ramulo was able to get off easy there. I'd imagine he would have bet some amount if it had been checked to him. But instead, he's able to get away with no loss on the hand, other than the pre-flop raise. Folds over to Camill on the hijack. He's got the king-queen suited. He's got about 24 big blinds here. He's going to come in for an open. And Andur in the big blind has a playable hand, the queen-10 offsuit. Unfortunately for him, he's in bad shape against king-queen suited, but he's still going to see a flop. Hard for him to know that. Andur looking for a 10 here. If he hits a queen, he will be in a lot of trouble. And there's his 10, but Camill also has overcards with a flush draw and a gut shot, so this is going to be an action flop for both players. Camill's going to lead out for a small c-bet. And Andur in the big blind has a decision to make. Does he want to raise and get it in, or does he want to just call on the flop and see how things proceed from there? Looks like he's choosing the raise option. And I'd imagine the money's going to be getting in here. I guess it depends on what the turn is. Pretty close to a coin flip. Camill actually slightly in the lead with all of his various draws. Queen is no good for him, but he can hit a jack, a king, or a spade. And it looks like Camill's just going all in. And Andur will quickly make the call. And we have ourselves a coin flip, folks.
Good shot. Flush draw. 2 overs. Top pair. Woo. Flip.
Spicy.
Flip.
Okay.
That's Ramulo's doing the commentary for me. Should just let him do it. No help for Camill on the turn there. He's going to need
Really?
one of his many outs. He still has quite a few. That is not one of them. Andur is going to get the double here, and Camill is knocked all the way down to 3.5 big blinds. Unfortunate outcome for him. But that's the nature of a coin flip. It can go either way. Very big double for Andur there. I think he's going to be the chip leader at the table after that one.
500.
600 now.
5, 6. 506.
I thought Camill might just call the flop there with position, but it doesn't really matter. He's probably going to get in on the turn either way. He has so many outs. It's not like he's folding anywhere. Can't really go wrong with either option on that hand.
Ballsy call. Ballsy
And
call.
we see our trophy there and our updated chip stacks. James still in the lead, actually, with 1.4. And they're right behind him, though, with 1.3.
Thank you.
Ramulo also has over 1 million. Camill all the way down to 4 big blinds, 3.5 to be exact. So we might be losing another player at this table soon, but it's also possible he makes a comeback. We have seen it before, and we will see it again, I'm sure.
Hello, welcome.
Folds over to Ji Cheng on the cutoff with ace-6 offsuit. This is the first hand he's really been able to consider playing since he got to the table. It is fairly borderline, though. Looks like he's going to go for the raise. Itching to get in on the action. You can go either way on that one, I think. Ignosio in the big blind with 8-6 offsuit. He is, unfortunately for him, dominated here. He also has a fairly mediocre hand, but he's getting a pretty good price. And we'll see which decision he takes here. Wouldn't be surprised with either. And Ji Cheng is going to take that one down uncontested. A good outcome with that hand, ace-6 offsuit. You don't really want to see much action there. Camill now under the gun with Jack-8, and he's facing that same situation I was talking about earlier. If he passes this hand, he has to post the big blind ante, which is over a quarter of his stack. Unfortunately for him, Jack-8 offsuit is probably a little bit too bad to shove there, especially given that he would have run into the queens of Ji Cheng, as it turns out. So Camill's probably going to be forced all in the big blind next hand. But for the moment, we'll see what Ji Cheng does. He opens with the queens. Looks like his opponents aren't getting much to contest him with. James in the big blind with 5-4. It is connected, but it's also quite low. He's hitting over 4-1 odds, but he only has about that price. I mean, he only has about that equity against queens, so he's going to see a flop. James looking for a low connected flop here. And he got it. He has an open-ended. So James with 8 clean outs against the queens of Ji Chang. He's hoping to hit the 6, because if he hits the ace, it's going to slow down the action. But I'm sure he'll take either of them. Ji Chang going to follow up with a small c-bet here. Very small. Disconnected board, so you don't need to size too big. I like the sizing from Ji Chang here. And I would imagine we'll see James make the call. He does indeed. We go to the turn. James looking for an ace or a 6 to make a straight. It's a 9. James may be thinking about leading here. Looks like he's doing it. Small lead. 55,000. Ji Chang not going anywhere. We'll see if he decides to raise or just call. No flush draws possible. It is a full Badoogie board. Ji Chang just going to make the call. We go to the river. James looking for an ace or a 6. It's a 5. That might cost him a little bit. It does not give him the best hand, but it does give him something. He is now beating the various ace highs from Ji Chang. We'll see if he goes for another small lead or if he decides to just check now. I believe that's another WPT Global Ambassador, Patrick Tardif, in the background, if I'm not mistaken. James is going for the small lead. He's betting 10% of the pot. And now Ji Chang has to decide whether he wants to raise for value or just call here. Either way, he's going to win the hand. It's just a matter of how much he wants to try to win on it. Looks like he's just calling, and James buys himself a cheap showdown, but he's not going to win.
I'll give it to you. Like, it doesn't have so much glue.
Nice sizing from James to forestall a larger bet from his opponent.
What?
And Ji Chang takes it down. He now has nearly 1 million chips. Nice pickup for Ji Cheng. He hasn't had many cards since he joined the table. G picking up the ace-jack here. He's going to come in for a raise. Andur right behind him with king-9 suited. It's an interesting spot for him. Decides to pass. I think all three options would be reasonable there. I guess calling is probably the least reasonable option. I think folding and 3-betting are both pretty reasonable. And Camill in the big blind, he's got 45,000 left. He's got to be pretty happy to see ace-8 suited, but unfortunately for him, he's still in pretty bad shape against the ace-jack of G. So we're going to be having a showdown now, and Camill's going to see if he can hit an 8 or a flush to stay alive. If he doesn't improve here, he is going to finish in 36th place. And that actually gives him more outs. He now has 4 outs instead of 3. You can hit a 10 for a gut shot. G with top pair and a backdoor flush draw. 8 on the turn. Gives him 2 outs to make trips, and he can also still hit a 10 for a chop. That's a queen. So Camill is going to be our 36th finishing player. Got off to a nice start. He made a misstep with that ace-7 against G. Other than that, played pretty well all day, but unfortunately, he failed to hit on that giant draw he had against Andur a few hands ago, and he is going to hit the rail in 36th place. Still going to take home some money for his efforts. This is a $3,500 buy-in. And all the players are in the money at this point, of course. 5% of the field remains. First place going to get 400,000 and their name on the cup.
Seat open.
Funny how people here call
Seat
other.
open.
That's weird. No, but it's okay.
It's sex.
No problem. But like that's weird for Brazilians.
No, usually that's sign in every casino, but here they're just using that a lot.
Andur now with a pair of jacks on the hijack. And that one's going to be a raise. Over to Ignosio right behind him with king-queen offsuit. That's a pretty good hand. He goes all in. It looks like we're going to have a coin flip here. Ramulo behind with 8s. Going to be tough to continue here facing all this action in front.
How much is it?
645.
Pretty good hand in a vacuum. And he is going into the tank here a little bit. Both players are in fairly late position, so 8s is not a terrible hand here. As it turns out, he's not in very good shape, but Ramulo is going to be using a couple more time banks here, it looks like. Oh, he does indeed go all in. And the one thing that might work out for him is that he might actually force Andur to fold. If Andur folds here, then Ramulo is actually going to be in a pretty good spot. But if Andur calls here, Ramulo is going to be out of the tournament, most likely. And this is not an easy spot for Andur. He does have the best hand by quite a bit, but it's hard for him to know that. He's facing a ton of action behind.
I thought you would be doing that with 6s, 7s, 5s, 4s.
He folded face up.
Let's go.
And he's going to get the bad news here. He would have been in fantastic shape. That's got to be frustrating, but I can't really blame him for folding. It's not an easy spot.
Just as a curiosity, would you do that with 7, 6s, 5s? I think you would, bro. You would, bro.
And the queen's going to hit anyway. So it looks like Ignosio going to get the best of it. Andur only would have broken about even on the hand. And Ramulo going to lose a big one there. Ignosio doubles up to 1.4. Andur's got to be somewhat relieved there. It would have been very frustrating for him if he'd wound up holding on that hand. I think he still would have lost a little bit if he'd made the call. He would have been in fantastic shape pre-flop, though. Not an easy call with jacks. I think you have to call queens. Jacks is pretty close. I don't know. Pretty close. And Ramulo taking a big risk there did not work out for him that time. He did find himself in a pretty good spot, though. Flipping with a decent amount of dead money in the pot. But Ignosio hits his queen, and he is now in great shape with 1.4 million. Ramulo stays alive, but he's down to about 12 big blinds now, I think. We got a new player at the table here. And Ignosio now might be the chip leader at the table, or at least he's close. Andur with 10s now. One notch worse than his previous hand. But hopefully for him, he gets into an easier spot than he did just there. It looks like Ignosio does indeed cover the table. James and Andur both have 1.2, Ignosio with 1.4. Ramulo on the button now with ace-8 suited. He still has about 13 or 14 big blinds. Wisely chooses to pass on that one. And Andur will take that one down uncontested.
Bro.
21 and a half big blinds, bro. With aces, kings, queens, okay. Aces, kings, queens, jacks.
Players still discussing that jacks fold. I do think it was quite difficult. James on the hijack now. Queen 10 offsuit. That should be good enough, and it looks like it is.
Honestly, like 9
And Andur's going to make the call in the big blind with slightly the best hand, actually, King 6 offsuit. He does flop a pair. Let's see how this one proceeds.
Check 55.
James going to continue with a small continuation bet, pretty standard here on an ace-high board. I would imagine we'll see Andur make the call for at least one street. And the most action turn, I think, would be a king. It would probably make James want to bet again, and it would give Andur a 2-pair. We do see a call. We're both going to the turn. Turn is a 4. That might slow James down a bit. Does connect with a lot of Andur's hands out of the big blind. James does have a club in his hand, though, which doesn't actually help him get equity, but it does block some of the backdoor flush draws Andur could potentially have. James makes a check. River's a 3. That's not really good for either player, but it's going to slow James down even more. There's a variety of straights and 2-pairs Andur can have now, and James does not have hardly any 7s in his range. Pretty much only ace-7 and pocket 7s. Maybe king-7 suited. Queen-7 suited, I guess. So unless James wants to run the bluffs here, he's not winning this one. It's possible he does want to go for it, though. He has one of the worst hands he's going to have in this spot.
Check.
He does not go for it, and Andur is going to win the hand with a pair of 6s. Board ran out very well for Andur to not have to face any additional bets. And he was able to show down his middle pair and win that one.
Call. Call.
Ramulo on the hijack with ace-king suited. And this is a nice hand.
Raise 60. Call. Call.
He comes in for the min raise. And our new player Benedict in the big blind has 10-3 suited. A suited hand, but a pretty raggedy one. James under the gun with a nice hand here, a pair of queens.
Raise 60. Call. 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 Call.
Over to Ignosio in the big blind, who has a playable holding, the ace-jack offsuit. I don't think he's going anywhere with this one.
Call.
We are going heads up to the flop.
Heads up.
That's a great flop for Ignosio.
Check.
But James also has a straight draw and a backdoor flush draw. His queen is no good. But given that he's under the gun against the big blind, I would imagine we see him bet here.
Bet 55.
He's going to go for the smaller bet sizing, 55,000. Ignosio certainly not going anywhere on the flop.
Call.
Turn gives James a flush draw. The second nut flush draw.
Check.
He also still has his gut shot.
Check.
He checks back, realizing his equity going into the river. The river's an 8 of hearts. That's not going to give James the best hand. And given that he didn't semi-bluff the turn, I don't think he's going to be turning his hand into a bluff now.
Bet 75. Call.
Ignosio is going to win that one. Pretty small pot, but he will certainly take it. Anytime you can win in the big blind against under the gun, it's a good outcome. Ramulo under the gun with ace-queen suited.
Raise 60. Call. Call.
Another nice hand for him.
Call. 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 Call.
I'm really curious about that hand move.
And he's going to take that one down uncontested.
Curious about that hand. I think I forced it a little bit.
It's more fold because
can win dinner.
I have sixes.
What?
I don't have sixes. Sevens, maybe. And all the
Let's see our updated chip stacks here. Our new player, Benedict, in last with 12 big blinds. Ignosio, now the chip leader with 50 big blinds. James and Ramulo more towards the middle of the pack at this point.
To be honest, you look quite nervous. To be honest, not that that matters so much. Sorry.
Got another break coming up in about 15 minutes here, and I believe we'll be going to 40K big blind after that.
Pass. 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 For raise 75.
And we got some action hands here. Ignosio with ace king suited on the button, and James with eights in the small blind. We might see a coin flip in this spot. Both players in late position with very nice hands. James announces all in, and I think we're going to see Ignosio make the call, and whoever wins this one is going to be the massive chip leader at the table.
Second flip.
Good luck, buddy.
Huge one.
You've been running pretty hard. You've been running pretty good today as well. So.
Pretty similar.
Spades is quite powerful, but eights, you know, the snowman. I believe.
It's a king on the flop. It's bad news for James. He's going to need to hit 2 outs to stay alive here. Came into the day with only 125,000. Gets it in flipping for almost 2 million. But this may be the end of the line for him. That's close. It's a 9, but not quite. He needs an 8.
Nice meeting you, bro.
And a queen on the river is going to kill James's chance. He's going to finish in 33rd place. A very nice showing from him, though. He did a great job spinning up his short stack and getting himself in a position to have a lot of chips. It's always fun when you bust the player right next to you. You can just reach over and grab their chips like that. It's a great feeling, not going to lie. Ignosio now is the massive chip leader at the table. I believe he already was the chip leader, but now he is the chip leader by a substantial margin. And James, a nice showing, but going to hit the rail in 33rd. Gotta win flips. That's the thing about tournaments. Gotta win the flips. G coming in for a raise here with the ace-jack offsuit. And G Cheng with a hand that can play in the big blind, 6-4 suited. He is not going to defend that one. I've seen a lot of tight folds at this table. G's been playing very tight himself, so I can see the instinct to not want to play as many hands against him, but that's pretty much a textbook big blind defend hand there. Especially for a min raise.
It was with that lady. That nice lady that works with WPT. I gave it to her.
Ignosio with another big hand, 2.5 million, and Jack's on the cutoff. He came into this table with about 250K. 10x'd his stack since then. And it looks like he's going to be another coin flip situation, as Ramulo is going to be moving all in with the ace-queen offsuit here. And there it is, the all-in.
Flip. Let's go, man. Let's go, man. You win one, I win one, man. Yes. Let's go.
They call these flips, but 57-43 is actually a little bit worse than a flip. It's more like a 4-3.
You look like you're gonna do it.
And Ramulo hits his ace, though. That's going to put him back in business if he can hold up here. He'll have over $1 million again. Turn is a 10. That's no help for Ignosio. He needs a jack on the river. Unlikely, to say the least. Oh! I spoke too soon. Tough run out there for Ramulo. Lost 2 flips in a row, and he is going to hit the rail. Our WPT Global Ambassador from Brazil. And Ignosio continues his heater.
Good luck, guys.
Ignosio now with about 3 million. A tough ending for Ramulo there. He lost the flip from both directions. First he lost with 8s against King Queen, and then he lost with Ace Queen against Jacks. But a good showing from him, and a fine finish of 32nd or 31st place. I'm sure we'll be seeing him again.
I'm 6.
Yeah.
6 is the one.
Okay.
Biz tane olayım kaybettim. Kaybettim. Sonra bir tane vale kız devirdim. Öyle.
I can't use this.
Got a couple of new players moving into the table. We've been losing quite a few players today. But that is how it goes. The blinds go up and the chips start flying. Lots of turnover at this table.
You can see that.
Okay, I can.
I'm actually trying. I think Andur might be the only one who was here to start the day. Everyone else has been moved in. Ignosio with another pair of jacks. Looking to finish this level strong. And Andur in the big blind with a pair of 4s, our last man standing from the initial table. Going heads up to the flop. Andur is about a 4-1 dog here. And Ignosio with another set. Andur does have some backdoors, though. He's got a backdoor straight draw and a backdoor flush draw. He also has second pair on this board, so I imagine we'll see him stick around for at least one card. He does indeed. Go to the turn. It's a 9 of hearts. That does give Andur the backdoor flush draw. And Ignosio here with all the jacks. Does have to be concerned about potential flushes from his big blind opponent. Big blind should be defending most suited hands, so he is going to have a good deal of flushes. Of course, in this case, he only has a flush draw, and a weak one at that. This might be enough to chase Andur out of the hand. We'll see. Andur does make the call. He's not in great shape here. And a 6 on the river is not going to help him. Ignosio going for a 3rd barrel. And I would imagine that gets the job done, unless Andur wants to run some sort of heroic check raise bluff. Andur is still beating a few 3-barrel bluffs, mostly hands containing the ace of hearts or something like this, but seems difficult to make the call here with just 4s. And it looks like Ignosio is going to be winning the last hand before break. 30 players remain. The blinds are going to be going up to 40,000 when we get back. We're on a 15-minute break after this hand. Andur does make the fold on the river. Ignosio wins another big pot. And he is up well over 3 million now. Presumably one of the chip leaders of the tournament, certainly the chip leader of the table. All right, folks, we'll be back in 15 minutes. These players are going to be playing down to maybe not all the way to final table, but certainly close. Contending for over $400,000 and their right to put the name on the coveted Mike Sexton Trophy. I'm your host, Brian Paris. I'll be back in 15.
Welcome to WPT Global. Let's turn up the fun. Pick your game. MTT, No Limit Hold'em, Flash, PLO, Short Deck, or Global Spins. Every hand's a new adventure. Every game, a shot at glory. With top-notch design and non-stop thrills, you're always in for a great time. Join the party. Play your way at WPT Global. Now is the perfect time to discover WPT Global and take advantage of our best ever welcome offer. We're giving you back 100% of your first deposit as cash, from $10 all the way up to $3,000. The bigger your deposit, the bigger your reward. You could earn up to $480 in tournament and global spins tickets, plus $100 in other bonuses. Discover now and make WPT Global your new online poker home. This summer, the heat is on at WPT Global. The super giveaway is your shot at free tournament entries every single day. Deposit now and score WPT Global Tournament tickets. We're rewarding players with random entries, from the $530 Grand Slam PKO to the $100,000 Sunday Slam Mystery Bounty. Big buy-in or small, it's all free money in your account. So check in daily, claim your tickets, and hit the table. Plus, get a 100% deposit match bonus if you're new. Only at WPTGlobal.com.
And we'll see if Mustafa wants to play the 9-4 offsuit. Using a time bank extension. I guess you have quite a few of them. Looks like he's going for a 3-bet. Wow. A small 3-bet with 9-4 offsuit against the under the gun player. And James getting about 4-1. I'd imagine we're at least going to see him see a flop here. He has seen Mustafa make this small 3-bet with kings a few hands ago.
What? I said fine. I keep talking in slang, I forget.
This time he's got the 9-4.
No, but now I understand.
So we're going to a flop. There's a chance Mustafa can steal this one on a raggedy board, but King Queen of Hearts is a pretty good hand.
Yeah. LMA. All the thing you guys do. You don't say let me know. You say LM.
Okay. Yeah, I don't say. That's kids. That's the kids, man. I'm 42. I don't say that. Yeah, that's the kids.
James has flopped second pair with a backdoor flush draw, but if Mustafa wants to put enough pressure on, he might be able to steal this one.
No, I'm not saying it.
35K is not going to get the job done.
No, I'm talking about a text. I'm talking about a text. But like now I use it with people from that English is the first language I use it. But when I'm speaking to a Brazilian, I already been there, so I will never do that. But you guys still do because you're not aware, I guess.
Yeah, we just can't. Well, you know, yeah.
James will make the call. We go to the turn.
Well, there's just such a stark difference between, and I'm sure this is with anybody or any country, but the people who travel and go to other places are.
And that is a great card for James. He's not going anywhere now. He's got 3 of a kind.
Whatever, because they've seen other cultures. Those are the travelers.
And we'll see if Mustafa shuts down or if he wants to keep putting some more bets out there.
The Americans never left.
Looks like he is indeed shutting down.
Which are most people, Americans that never left US. It's a lot.
Yeah.
Sometimes I wish so bad Brazil spoke Spanish, because then it would be easier for you guys to go there. Because, bro, I'm telling you, Brazil, if you have money, is amazing. I don't want to live in US. I live in Brazil because it's amazing, you know? But, like, how will you communicate?
James checking it back,
And,
laying the trap a little further.
Problem, bro, because
Unless the river's an ace and Mustafa goes all in or something like that, it seems like James is going to win this hand, yes. River's a 3.
what are you gonna do? So you're gonna
Let's see if Mustafa wants to bluff at it. Given the line he's taken, I think he might. He does indeed bet 95,000. Now James here is sitting with a very good hand. See if he decides to raise or just call. Either way, he's going to win. Mustafa getting himself in a little bit of trouble here. So far, his unorthodox plays have worked out for him, but this one is not going to. James just makes the call. Perhaps spearing aces full. Mustafa just open mucks.
Fuck. I watched the whole hand for it.
And that, folks, is why you don't generally 3-bet the under the gun raise with 9-4 offsuit. Sometimes you can surprise people by bucking the conventional wisdom, but other times the conventional wisdom exists for a reason.
I'm really happy to see that. And And they're great, bro.
Yeah, yeah.
They're really great.
Yeah. I see the advertisements at the WSOP.
Yeah, they made a company for US, so they have a company in US.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But
Yeah.
they were
Founded
born
in Brazil.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's like a history. Like when I was, I don't know, 10 years old.
James now with kings in the big blind has another chance to win a nice one off Mustafa. Mustafa limping 10-9 offsuit in the small blind, very standard. James with kings in the big blind. We'll see if he continues his hot streak here.
No kids and no wife. So.
Mustafa's going to need a miracle flop to take him down on this one.
I don't want that. I want both.
You can still do it, bro.
I know, yeah, I'm just saying that's what.
Wow. And Mustafa limp re-raises all in. Bit of a meltdown from him here. And James is going to go into this one as a massive favorite.
10-9 off. Is there a camera?
James has a chance to exit this hand with more than 10 times what he started the day with.
I think there's a camera.
I think a limp and a call from Mustafa would have been reasonable. The limp re-raise all in seems a bit excessive. But... I think they have the all-in button on the wrong... Well, maybe it just denotes the action, but Mustafa actually does cover. I think he's leaving a bit prematurely here. According to the graphic, he has 40K left. And James with an incredible turnaround. Coming in as the shortest stack with 125,000. He exits this hand with 1.4 million.
Earlier he told me it was too early to bluff. Now I'm questioning whether he had that king or queen. Can you want me to dominate, man? You got a little more.
Andur with 4s under the gun 1. He will pass on that one, I think wisely so. Over to James on the cutoff, 9-6 suited. Not a great hand. Camill with the same 10-7 off he opened the button with earlier. We'll see if he decides to do it again, or if the stacks have changed. It looks like they have. And Ramulo with king 5 offsuit against a 10 big blind stack. I expect we will see him go all in with this one again.
Come on, baby.
Oh, and Timothy with an easy call.
Woohoo! Oh, sharing cards? Hell yes, let's go. No funny business.
5.
That looked like a mini
5
free
ball.
celebration. That's dangerous.
No, I'm happy.
That's dangerous.
No, no funny business. That's just how you, listen, I'm a joyful guy. No worries, no worries.
But I'm gonna be happy to win.
Yeah, you're fine. It ain't coming, brother. I got this.
Heart is not mine, just
No,
clubs.
you got nothing.
5.
Just, you're good. You got nothing, dog.
5. Let's go.
Oh, there's the 5. Timothy a bit overconfident on this one. He does still have a chance to hit an ace or a backdoor straight.
Easy, dealer. Please. Easy.
King.
Easy. You asked for the wrong card, bro.
No, I didn't. I need a king.
Why a king?
What the fuck are you talking about?
What? What are you talking about?
What are you?
Easy.
A king would have given Timothy 3 more outs with an 8, but
Bear Greenstein. Nope.
Let's go.
that is indeed the wrong card. And Timothy is going to hit the rail here.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Unfortunate ending for him. He played well. Friendly, talkative guy.
Very well done, dealer.
But you got to win those spots. And you do lose them about a quarter of the time. Timothy's still going to walk away with a little bit of cash for his finish here. 25,000. I think the starting stack was 50, if I'm not mistaken. And Ramulo here with a king-queen offsuit under the gun +1. You're going to see him raise this one. And Ollie going on with the ace-8 here. It's surprising to see him pass on king-jack against a button open and then go with ace-8 here against an under-the-gun 1 open, but he is ahead. Now Ignosio thinking about taking 6s behind. He will be flipping if he does.
Seventy more? How much is it?
120.
Let's go. Hopefully I'm alive.
Call.
Flip, flip. Alive. King or queen? Let's go. King on the window.
Good luck.
Check is not the worst one in the window.
Ten, king or queen. 10, king or queen.
I also have ace.
Ollie's going to double again. Ollie being patient, picking the right spots here. He's back to 300,000. We're down to 45 players. We started with 70. Well, we started the tournament with 775. We started day 3 with 70. Andur on the hijack, ace-8 suited. He is going to come in for a raise with this one, and rightfully so. Ignosio moves all in with ace-10 suited on the button.
Welcome to WPT Global. Let's turn up the fun. Pick your game. MTT, No Limit Hold'em, Flash, PLO, Short Deck, or Global Spins. Every hand's a new adventure. Every game, a shot at glory. With top-notch design and non-stop thrills, you're always in for a great time. Join the party. Play your way at WPT Global.
We are back in action, folks. Day 3 of the WPT Cyprus main event. You can see our updated chip stacks. The blinds are going up to 40,000 now. 30 players remain. First place will get over 400,000 USD and their name on the trophy. The coveted Mike Sexton trophy.
Flash deal?
No slide. It's impossible.
Ignosio continuing his hot streak here with ace-9 suited under the gun. Quite a string of playable hands for him. Mostly working out so far. We'll see if that continues. And Corey right behind him with ace-jack offsuit. Under the gun versus under the gun 1. Looks like he is going to make the 3-bet.
Raise. 140. 140,000.
And Ignosio is going to be in a tough spot here. From early positions, out of position with the worst hand, facing a 3-bet.
Basically, you cannot bring the device.
We'll see how he proceeds.
Maybe outside the table. Ask the clock.
And he is going to make the fold, and Corey will take it down. Oh, a fast start at this new table for Corey here. As he makes a well-placed 3-bet and moves up to 1.6 million. Tobias under the gun 1 with ace-jack.
Raise 80,000.
Got the heavy hitters moving into the table now. Benedict also has ace-jack. And he is quite short, so I suspect we're going to see an all-in and a call here. And a chop, most likely. I spoke too soon. Ignosio is woken up with a monster. Ace-queen suited. And he quickly goes all in over the top. Tobias now going to make the fold, and we're having all in. Benedict only has 2 outs. Tobias folded one of his jacks. So barring a disaster, Ignosio is going to continue his run up the standings here. I guess a disaster or a miracle, depending on which perspective you're using. No help for Benedict. He's going to need one of two jacks to stay alive here. The graphic says 3, but we know that Tobias folded the 3rd one. And that is not it. Ignosio continues his heater. And he is up to 3.6 now. Very hot run for Ignosio. He came into this table with only 250,000, and he is running it up big. Ignosio with the 9-3 offsuit in the small blind.
24.
He's getting 5-1 from the pot, but this hand is very bad.
But redraw.
And he's up against a good player in the big blind, so we'll see what he does.
24, 16. And then like 1 or 2 redraw. I don't know.
He is wisely going to take the pass, although he was actually well ahead.
Like the last table I'm moving on here. I don't know.
I'm pretty sure it's redraw.
Okay. Did they announce it?
I don't think so. Nice job.
I got 10 for you.
What?
I got 10 for you.
Folds around to Ignosio on the button, 8-2 offsuit. That's not going to cut it. Corey with 9-8 in the small blind. He's certainly going to at least call here.
1 million.
Good.
And Tobias with the Queen-6 offsuit in the big blind. Pretty even matchup. We will go to the flop. Corey flops a gut shot, but Tobias has top pair.
Check. Yeah, 40,000.
Tobias bets 1 big blind. Corey out of position with a gut shot and undercards. No backdoor flush draw. We'll see if he continues here. Looks like he's going for a raise.
110. 110.
That is indeed a raise, and Tobias with top pair is not going anywhere just yet. He makes a call. We go to the turn. Corey's looking for a jack here.
How are you?
The king of spades is kind of ugly for both players. If Corey wants to keep up the heat, he might actually be able to make Tobias fold his queen, but without a spade himself, it's going to be kind of difficult. Jack check, and the river is a 10. That's actually a good river for Tobias. He's going to have more 10s than Corey. Corey shouldn't really be check raising a 10. Tobias certainly can bet call a 10. But Corey with 0 equity might be tempted to make some sort of bluff anyway. Looks like he's going to bet small. And facing this sizing, I don't think Tobias is going to be able to fold his queen.
Good. Good on.
Tobias makes a call. And Corey getting a little bit out of line there, blind versus blind. But it is a spot you want to find ways to apply pressure. Didn't work out for him that time. But Tobias wins a small to medium pot there in the blind battle. Navigating the blind versus blind confrontations can be one of the more challenging spots in Tournament Hold'em. You have to find a way to continue with a lot of weak hands. And sometimes it can backfire like that. But it is essential to make sure that you're putting on enough pressure in those sorts of spots and not giving up too much, because the ranges are very weak and wide in the blind versus blind spots. Quickly folds around to Ignosio on the cutoff. He's got 7-6 suited. Not a great hand, but probably good enough to raise the cutoff. He does come in for a raise. Or he folds Queen 10 on the button. Tobias in the small blind with King Jack offsuit. This might be a hand he wants to do something with. Let's see what. Looks like he's going to make the call, and then the new player in the big blind, Eden, has 3s. And he's only got about 11 big blinds, so we'll see if he wants to take this one all in, or if he decides to just overcall and try to hit a set. He's going to do neither. I think getting 6-1, the chance of just trying to draw to your set seems pretty compelling to me, but he missed it, so good fold. Ignosio has flopped top 2 pair, Tobias with just King Jack, no backdoors or anything. Ignosio continuing his heater for the moment. And a C-bet is going to take that one down. Ignosio has been rocketing up the standings here. I don't have the standings for the overall tournament, but I have to imagine he's in the top 3 stacks or something at this point. He's certainly the chip leader at the table by a significant margin.
This is my lucky box. Lucky box? Yeah, just like over here. Okay? Because I took it out. It's empty. And they put it over there in the box. Oh shit, sorry.
I need ask about these.
I asked.
You ask? Okay.
Yes, they take it out. Okay. It's my lucky box.
G under the gun here with Jack 9 suited.
But that's cheating.
It was a playable hand, but he's been quite tight all day, so I'm not surprised to see a fold there. Kind of borderline anyway. Ignosio on the hijack with King Queen offsuit. This one is not borderline. I would expect to see a raise from him.
Was that hot seat over there, huh? Hot seat.
G Cheng in the big blind with 10-8 offsuit. Gonna pass on that one. That one's pretty marginal. Certainly a hand you'd want to call in the earlier stages of the tournament, but as you get deeper in the tournament, you don't want to take as many risks on calling with weaker hands out of the big blind. I think you go either way on that one. We saw G Cheng fold the 4-6 suited out of the big blind earlier, which I thought was a very clear defend, so I'm not surprised to see him pass on a more marginal one here in the 10-8 offsuit. Andur under the gun with ace 10. He's going to raise that one. Ignosio under the gun one with king 10 offsuit. Not good enough. Ignosio closing in on 4 million. And Andur, our lone surviving player from the initial table we started at today, takes that one down uncontested. We've had tremendous turnover at this table. 7 of the 8 initial players have busted, and several of the people who've replaced them have also busted. We're down under 30 players from our starting field of 70 players to start day 3 here. We're going to play down to close to a final table. I'm not sure if we'll quite make it, but we'll see how it goes. First place in this tournament is over 400,000 USD. It was a $3,500 buy-in tournament here in Cyprus at the World Poker Tour. Folds over to our new player, Edine, I believe. Going to open the cutoff with the ace-7 offsuit off of 10.5 big blinds to 3x. And Andur in the big blind's got a nice one. He's got king 10 suited. I'd imagine we at least see him taking a flop here.
Cool.
Flop comes ace high with also a 10. That's a good flop for Edine. We'll see how he wants to size his bet here. He's only got about pot behind.
200.
He essentially goes all in.
200.
And now Andur's got a decision to make. He's got second pair. But he correctly folds, assuming he's up against an ace. Good fold there from Andur. And a nice pickup for our newest player at the table there. He is quite short still, but that was an essential pot for him to win. A bit of an unorthodox sizing and hand selection there, but it worked out. Dean with another playable hand. Queen 10 offsuit on the hijack, but kind of an awkward stack. We'll see what he does with this one. Decides to pass. I think that's probably better than 3xing, but min-raising would have been acceptable. Over to G on the button with ace-jack offsuit. He's going to play this one. We've seen him make some very tight folds. He folded ace-5 suited in this spot earlier. But ace-jack is good enough. And now Ignosio in the big blind with ace-2 of hearts. He decides to go all in. And I would imagine G would be calling here with ace-jack, but honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if he folded, given the way I've seen him play so far today. Ace-jack is, of course, a fantastic hand relative to your button range in this spot. We'll see if Ignacio can continue his hot streak, either by getting a fold or by hitting a deuce. Very reasonable jam here with ace-2 suited, especially if your opponent has to think about it with ace-jack. It's a good jam for Ignosio. Normally you want to call with a lot of your suited aces here, but the very worst ones, it makes sense to jam to try to fold out a hand like ace-7 or ace-8 offsuit. Ace-jack offsuit certainly shouldn't be folding, but like I said, I'm not terribly surprised to see it. It's going to be hard to make the final table if you're folding hands that good, I will say that. But Ignosio continuing his heater, he didn't even have to get there that time. He got there without even seeing a flop.
What is it? Got the board. They got some Montenegrians there.
He asked about the...
Got the board, right? He close to that?
Flood. I need the flood. Please.
Oh, Stockholm.
Can you call me flood?
You play Vegas?
Flood TV table.
Not recently, like 10 years ago.
Barcelona, you play Barcelona?
No.
No?
You see here our updated chip stacks. Ignosio is lapping the table with 98 big blinds.
Sweden. You're from the UK?
Corey coming up right behind him
Nobody from America. Yeah,
with 36 big blinds. And Tobias with 35. Our short stack is Edine. Or is it Eden? I'm not sure how to pronounce that. Either way, he's got 15 big blinds, and then we have some other stacks in the middle.
I understand. Someone complained, I need to do my job.
I asked the floor. I asked the floor.
I just keep it down and you will
Here, ask. Because I don't use it. Honey, this is my lucky thing, okay?
These players are contending for a whopping 400,000 for first place.
But it's empty, brother.
We're going to be playing down close to a final table today, and then tomorrow Tony Dunst and Matt Savage will be taking over the commentary for me for the final table.
It's just my lucky box. Okay. No problem. It's all good.
26 players remain. We're getting closer. Folds over to Ji Cheng on the hijack, who's got the ace-10 of spades. That one's going to be a raise. G right behind him with queens. I don't think he's going to find a way to fold this one. Three bets to 225,000. And Andur right behind him with tens. This is kind of a tough spot for Andur.
Connecticut. Next to New York.
If there was ever a player to find a hero fold against, it's probably G. But even so, tens is quite a good hand, so I'm not sure what Andur's going to wind up doing here.
Connecticut is more wild. Oh, Connecticut? We have 2 casinos.
He does go all in. And if G-Mitt finds a way to fold this one, I mean, I guess it's not totally out of the question, but he's got his opponent drawing to 1 out.
No casinos anymore. It closed a couple of months ago.
Yeah, why?
They didn't make profit.
Ji Cheng lamenting the fact that he has to fold such a pretty hand, but he does have to fold it.
But also more
Now back to G with the third best hand in Hold'em.
the know your customer.
Will he find the call?
You can't like show up with $20,000 in cash and gamble. You have
It's an open question.
source of income.
He does indeed find the call. Okay, so G is in fantastic shape here. With a pair of queens against a pair of tens from Andur, and one of the tens was folded. So Andur is in a very rough spot here. Oh my goodness, he hit the case 10. Wow, that is extremely unfortunate for G. He doesn't even realize how unlucky he just got. Well, that gives G a few more outs. He's going to need a king, a queen, or an 8 to win this hand. That is an ace. So Andur is going to hold up and continue to be our lone surviving player from the initial table. Very unlucky ending for G. He made a few tight folds, finally found himself in one of the best spots you can be in, and lost anyway. That's extremely unfortunate. But Andur is going to be very happy to take that pot down. He's up over 2 million himself now. And we got 25 players remaining. You can see our updated chip stacks here. Ignosio still well in the lead, and there's just under 2 million. And we got a couple of short stacks bringing up the rear here, but even the short stacks have 15 and 16 big blinds, so they're not that short. We remain at 40k big blind for about another 30 minutes here, and then we'll be moving up to 50k big blind. Dean under the gun here with the 10-7 offsuit. That's not going to cut it. G Cheng on the hijack, King Jack offsuit. That's a nice one. Good enough for a raise, I reckon. He might be considering... Oh, he folded. Wow. That's another tight fold, folks. We've seen a lot of tight folds today. I was told that the Cypress meta was more aggressive, but we haven't really seen it other than that dust off with the 9-4 and the 9-10 earlier. Other than that, we've seen pretty tight folds all around. As Ignosio opens the button here with King 2 suited, he's running into the queens in the big blind of Tobias, though. I would imagine we will see a non-all-in 3-bet from Tobias. I'm going to guess somewhere in the neighborhood of 300 to 350,000. And there it is, 350, the upper bound. And Ignosio will quickly and wisely make the fold. Tobias taking that one down with no showdown. We're getting to crunch time here, folks. There's only 3 or 4 tables left in the tournament. The final table is 6 players. I'm not sure if we'll make it all the way there, but we're going to do our best. Well, it's really up to the players. And the structure. We're only playing hour levels, so... Oh, that's a misdeal.
They don't slide the card here, huh? Every other table they slide.
I think the cards can...
Oh, these are different cards. Small, yeah, small number. Why they change the cards?
I think they're RFI or
Oh, they got... No, they got the chip. They got the chip. Oh, yeah.
You can watch YouTube.
Yeah.
No, because I
Is
think
it live now? I think it's 30 minutes delayed.
40 minutes?
I would guess.
Half hour?
Yeah, it's done there. I mean, did they start? Yeah.
Well, the small blind isn't too sad to see that misdeal because I think the first card was something low. But yeah, if one of the first 2 cards off the deck is face up, it's a misdeal. Otherwise, they'll simply deal you the burn card. I would imagine Ji Cheng is folding this one, but he seems to be distracted by something. Not sure if he's going to wind up using time banks here or what. Is he trying to make a pay jump? Looks like he's playing the hand anyway. I'm not sure what's going on here. Does he not know it's on him? Finally makes the fold. Maybe he's just a big fan of 9-6 offsuit. I don't know. Holds around to Corey on the button, who's going to open with the ace-2 suited. Tobias in the small blind with threes. He is in the lead, but it's not the easiest hand to reach showdown with out of position. Tobias goes all in for a little bit more than 30 big blinds, and that's going to do the trick.
Don't forget my time.
That is a large jam with threes, but it might be the best of a series of bad options. Flatting seems unattractive, and 3-betting not all in certainly seems unattractive. And given how wide a button range tends to be, all in should do the trick most of the time.
Big jam. One for YouTube, maybe.
Corey will reluctantly fold his ace-2 suited. And Tobias is going to win that one with no showdown. A nice pickup for him. Yeah, pocket pairs tend to be quite good, blinds versus button.
Still can't call. We play final table, do you remember?
Even the low pocket pairs are generally good enough to do the trick.
Oh, I recognized you, but I didn't remember. I'm bad with faces.
Ah, now you slide.
SD, yeah.
Go ahead. Me and him, we gotta know.
Big ass and big ass there too.
Reminder, everyone, if you want to check out some of our classic WPT moments, you can download the Watch WPT app. We're hoping to make some more classic moments here today, deep in this Cyprus main event. As you see Corey open the cutoff with Queen 10 suited. After getting pushed around by Tobias, he's right back for more, and Tobias has a pretty good hand behind him, King 10 suited. Now that he's on the button and has a much more playable post-flop hand, we may see him just call with this one. Looks like he's 3-betting.
25.
Also an option, I suppose. Back over to Corey, and both players have pretty nice playable suited 10 or higher hands. Tobias has both position and the best hand, though. Going to make it tough for Corey here. He is going to make the call, I believe. We go heads up to the flop. That's a bad flop for Corey. He has top pair, but Tobias has a better top pair.
Two short hands.
Bias is going to come out for a C-bet of about 20% pot. I can't imagine Corey's going anywhere just yet. We go to the turn. The turn is a jack. That gives Corey a few more outs. It also might have the effect of slowing down the action a bit. We shall see. River's a king. That's certainly not going to make Tobias go anywhere. So unless Corey wants to turn his hand into a bluff, he is not winning here. Tobias betting the river for all in. And I can't imagine Corey calling this one. He is using a time bank extension. So he's got to at least think about it, but a 3-betting range is going to hit a lot of these cards. It's possible Tobias is going all in with like Ace-X as a bluff, Ace-9 suited or something like this. But it's pretty narrow relative to all the good hands he can have. Corey does make the fold, and Tobias with another big pickup. He's up to 2.1 million after that hand.
We're waiting for the reader.
Ay-ya. The universal poker language. Been hearing that one for years. Here's the trophy again, folks, and here are the updated chip stacks. We have Edine in last, Ji Cheng second to last, and Ignosio remains well ahead of everybody.
This is the third time people redraw, and I paid the big blind. Last two was like last day, I paid the big blind.
Tobias and Andur are both in great shape as well.
So how long are you going to last? How long are you going to last?
I think it's like...
Looks like we are redrawing this table, so we're going to get a new lineup. It was fun, but the whole table pretty much turned over since we started anyway.
Let's turn up the fun. Pick your game. MTT, No Limit Hold'em, Flash, PLO, Short Deck, or Global Spins. Every hand's a new adventure. Every game, a shot at glory. With top-notch design and non-stop thrills, you're always in for a great time. Join the party. Play your way at WPT Global. Now is the perfect time to discover WPT Global and take advantage of our best ever welcome offer. We're giving you back 100% of your first deposit as cash, from $10 all the way up to $3,000. The bigger your deposit, the bigger your reward. You could earn up to $480 in tournament and global spins tickets, plus $100 in other bonuses. Discover now and make WPT Global your new online poker home. This summer, the heat is on at WPT Global. The super giveaway is your shot at free tournament entries every single day. Deposit now and score WPT Global Tournament tickets. We're rewarding players with random entries, from the $530 Grand Slam PKO to the $100,000 Sunday Slam Mystery Bounty. Big buy-in or small, it's all free money in your account. So check in daily, claim your tickets, and hit the table. Plus, get a 100% deposit match bonus if you're new. Only at WPTGlobal.com.
You're going to see him raise this one. And Ali going on with the ace-8 here. It's surprising to see him pass on king-jack against a button open and then go with ace-8 here against an under-the-gun 1 open, but he is ahead. Now Ignosio thinking about taking 6s behind. He will be flipping if he does.
More? How much is it?
120.
Let's go. Hopefully I'm alive.
Call.
Flip, flip. Alive. King or queen? Let's go. King on the window.
Good luck.
Check is not the worst one in the window.
Ten, king or queen. 10, king or queen.
I also have ace.
Ollie's going to double again. Ollie being patient, picking the right spots here. He's back to 300,000. We're down to 45 players. We started with 70. Well, we started the tournament with 775. We started day 3 with 70. Andur on the hijack, ace-8 suited. He is going to come in for a raise with this one, and rightfully so. Ignosio moves all in with ace-10 suited on the button for about 9 big blinds. Andur's going to have a close situation here. He's getting about 2 to 1, but he doesn't quite have the right price with his hand. He does make the call, gets the bad news. This is not what he was hoping to see.
15, 25.
Natural 9.
The flop is a flush draw for Ignosio. He is way in the lead now. Andur's going to need an 8 or a 2 pair of the board. That's a 7. That gives Andur a few extra outs. He can now make a straight with a 10 or a 5. His 8 is no longer good, though. And a king gives him no help. Ignosio has doubled. A tough spot there for Andur. It's not easy to fold that for 9 big blinds. I think it's probably pretty close.
Maybe dolphin.
I'm gonna bet an eagle.
Yeah, maybe.
Some dolphins are much more clever than men.
Be a bad way to use a time bank. No, 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 no. I'm just.
Over to Ramulo on the cutoff with the King 10 offsuit. I suspect he will be coming in for a raise here.
Raise 50,000.
Anatoly right behind with sixes. This might be his spot. Looks like we're gonna have a coin flip here. Unfortunately for Ramulo, one of his kings is dead.
225 plus 65, 290, 125 for 290, bro. Hopefully we're flipping. Stop doing faces to me. You're making my decision get harder, bro. Okay, if I'm not dominated, it's good. How many seconds I got? 290 for 125.
Ramulo
Yes.
does make the call, and they are indeed flipping.
Flip. Flip.
About as good as you can hope for with King 10 offsuit.
With 6.
Nah.
It would be fair.
King or 10. Actually, whatever, man. Just make me win, please, dealer.
There's the 10. Anatoly is drawing to 2 sixes, or he's going to be out of the tournament here in 44th place. A 9 on the turn. Anatoly can now hit a 7 to chop this hand. Get a pretty good outcome for him at this point. A queen would give Ramulo a higher straight.
6 or 7.
That is a 9. Ramulo's going to take that one down. Continues his hot run. And he's now up to 1.3 million. Ollie now with ace queen on the hijack. 10 big blinds. I think there's only one play here. And he makes it.
Is the order.
We're going to have a coin flip here, folks. James has woken up with jacks on the button. This is going to be a classic coin flip situation.
Calls 255. Pass.
Nope.
And pass. Showdown, please.
Well, the other 2 jacks are dead, so if Ali can hit a pair here, he's good to go. He does need to hit an ace or a queen, though.
Yeah.
He has not hit one yet. He's got 2 more cards, hit an ace or a queen, or else Ali is going to be out of this tournament in 40th place. Now he needs a jack. Oh, he can't even hit a jack, actually. The jacks are dead. He has to hit exactly an ace. Even though an ace is no good either, I guess all these drawing dead. And that's the game. James locks it up on the turn. And Ali is going to be out of this tournament in 40th place. James continues his hot streak. He's up to 1.4 million after entering the day with only 125,000. And that's tournaments for you. As long as you stay alive, you can always hit a heater and spin it up really big. James is now in fantastic shape.
Your friend got here bringing you luck.
Yeah. To be honest, I've had luck all day. So.
No, but it's okay.
It's sense.
No problem. But like that's weird for Brazilians.
No, usually that's sign every casino, but here they're just using that a lot.
Andur now with a pair of jacks on the hijack. And that one's going to be a raise. Over to Ignosio right behind him with King-Queen offsuit. That's a pretty good hand. He goes all in. It looks like we're going to have a coin flip here. Ramulo behind with eights. Going to be tough to continue here facing all this action in front.
How much is it?
6.45.
Pretty good hand in a vacuum. And he is going into the tank here a little bit. Both players are in fairly late position, so eights is not a terrible hand here. As it turns out, he's not in very good shape, but... All right, folks, we are back in action for day 3 of the $3,500 main event in Cyprus. And we have an all-in blind versus blind at our new table. New table, new players. We had a redraw at 24, so we are back from that break. And we have an all-in, 2 very similar hands here. Both players with a middling offsuit ace. But Surtak in the small blind has the best of it. It's a pretty close spot for the big blind. I think it ultimately winds up being a call, but it's got to be really close. He does not make the call. He dodged a bullet there. Dodging bullets.
Pre-flop is 20.
No, but it's
Push all in, then it's
raise,
30.
raise the lead.
It's fair fraction.
It's not close, but if raise or
Yeah, that's really, really close. I think ace-9 offsuit is probably the bottom of what you'd be willing to call with.
yes, but how bad?
But even so, it's got to be making not very much. So he managed to dodge a bullet there. He was in very bad shape against ace-8. We got a fresh table with 24 players left in the tournament. First place in this tournament is slightly over 400,000 USD. $3,500 buy-in. $775 entries. 24 remain. We are quite deep now. Get to know some of our new players here. We have Tobias from our old table. And we also have Ignosio from our old table. Take a look at our chip stacks here and our new players. We have Ignosio and Tobias joining us from the old table, as I mentioned, and 6 newcomers we will get to know over the next couple hours as they battle for a chance at the final table and the trophy. And, of course, the money. This is the second year in a row we've had this tournament in Cyprus at the Chamada Ignosio on the hijack with ace-8 offsuit. Not a great hand, but probably playable from the hijack. And he does indeed play it, coming in for a raise to 80,000. Over to Darren on the button here with Jack-10 offsuit. And Lucas in the big blind has live cards, but they're pretty bad. Jack-4. That's not going to cut it. Some people famously play Jack-4, but not Lucas.
Thank you.
And Ignosio is going to take that one down. Continuing his hot streak from the previous table. He's up to nearly 4 million. Surtak on the hijack with a pair, but he's got just over 20 big blinds. This is a tough one to navigate. Not surprised to see a fold there. The low pairs go down in value quite a bit once you get into the deep ICM stages of the tournament. You'd much rather have high card blockers for your marginal opening hands. like the ace-8 offsuit from last hand that we saw open the hijack. I think it's a much better open at this stage of the tournament than deuces. So I like the fold there from Surtak. Over to Andreas on the button with ace-7 offsuit. That's certainly going to be worthy of a raise.
Raise 90,000.
Lucas has him slightly beat in the small blind, ace-8 offsuit, and I would expect we see an all-in here from Lucas. We do not. That's kind of surprising. Andreas going to take it down with ace-7. Yeah, generally speaking, in these later stages of the tournament, you want to be shoving a lot of those offsuit ace-X hands against button opens. You expect the button to be opening with a pretty wide range. You have an ace blocker. You can't really be worse than 30%, even if you run into a big hand. I guess 27% or whatever it is. So kind of surprised to see Lucas pass on the shove there, given the positions and his stack size. Folds over to Andreas on the cutoff with ace-10 offsuit. That's a nice one. He's going to open.
Raise 90,000. 5. Pass.
Over to Tobias in the big blind with queen-7 offsuit. And that is the exact type of hand you don't want to be defending deep in the tournament. I like the fold there from Tobias. I think in the earlier stages, against a min-raise or just over a min-raise, you would want to defend that hand. But in the late stages, those types of hands are difficult to realize equity with, difficult to reach showdown with. Every chip counts, so you don't want to be bleeding chips away with marginal offsuit hands out of the big blind. There are significant adjustments to be made between the early stage strategies and the late stage strategies, and part of mastering tournament poker is learning how to implement those adjustments, learning which stage of the tournament you want to use which strategies. Generally speaking, the late stages are going to involve smaller sizing, more small 3-betting, some small 4-betting, less calling. It's more of a game of chicken. And Ignosio actually could choose to open this hand. It's a pretty weak hand, but he does have the ace blocker. He is the big stack. And we're going to see him open it. This is the exact type of hand you do not want to be opening in the early stages. These hands play very poorly out of position. But in the late stages, the fact that you have an ace in your hand, and the fact that people aren't going to be calling you very much, they're mostly going to be 3-betting or folding, the ace blocker takes on outsized importance here. And Ignosio is rewarded by taking that one down. Nice open from him. We've seen a lot of very tight folds today at that first table, so it's kind of refreshing to see a loose open workout. Andreas with ace-2 offsuit. That one's a little too weak. Ilya on the cutoff with the queen-jack. I would imagine he's opening this one. Makes it 80,000. Over to Ignosio in the big blind. The big stack in the big blind. He's got a pair of 5s. Ilya starts the hand with 60 big blinds, so it's too much to consider going all in with, of course. Ignosio will simply make the call, and we will see a flop. Heads up to the flop. It's a coin flip, and it's still a coin flip, as Ilya has flopped an open-ended straight draw. Ilya has position, and he has a lot of outs and a lot of equity, so I'd expect him to have the advantage in this hand if he wants to put on some pressure. He is very likely to win it. If not with a first bet, then certainly with a second bet. Ilya leads out for 2 big blinds. 2.1, I guess. And Ignosio is going to fold to that. He did have the best hand on the flop, but correctly realizing it'd be very hard for him to actually reach the river and reach showdown on that board, he simply folded to the first bet. Can't really argue with that. We are getting down to the wire, folks. As we get closer to the final table, we're going to see more and more interesting spots. This is the stage of the tournament that really makes or breaks you. Learning how to navigate these spots is essential for your long-term success as a tournament player.
How to open this? How it works?
Darren going to look around a bit before he folds. Doing some clock management there. Over to Ignosio in the small blind. He's got 8-7 offsuit. He can decide to raise or call here. Against Surtak's 20 big blind stack, I think both options are entirely reasonable. He opts to just call. And Surtak checks back with the Queen Jack, not a hand you really want to reopen the action with. Getting limp jammed on with a hand like this is a disaster, so even though Queen Jack figures to be ahead of the small blind limp range, it's still a hand you want to check. Ignosio checks the flop and bets the turn. Surtak with overcards and a gut shot is certainly not going to go anywhere just yet. Oh, he is. Wow, okay, I was wrong. Another tight fold. I've seen a lot of them today, folks. Ignosio did size the turn a little bit on the bigger side, but it seems difficult to fold a hand with that many outs. You do get paid simply for surviving at this stage of the tournament, but part of surviving is finding the right spots to chip up. And if you fold too much, you're cutting off your chances at making the final table where the lion's share of the money is concentrated. So it's a constant balancing act between trying to make sure you stay alive, but also trying to make sure you do take the good spots that you're presented with. Andreas under the gun here with ace-10 offsuit. Tobias has ace-king on the hijack. Andreas passed on the open this time, and it's a good thing he did, because he would have run right into ace-king. Ace-5 in the small blind, not going to cut it. Darren in the big blind does have live cards, but this is the exact sort of hand that it's hard to defend with in the deep stages. And he passes on it. I think queen 9 you would have to call, but queen 8 can be folded. It's quite close.
Can you open the card?
Lucas with ace-2 under the gun. That's not going to cut it. Ignosio on the cutoff. King-jack offsuit. This is certainly good enough. He will open. Andreas in the big blind, though, has a pair of queens. That is a very nice hand. I would imagine we're going to see him 3-bet. Somewhere in the range of 300,000. He made it 250. A little bit smaller than I thought, but a reasonable sizing. Now Ignosio with position and a playable hand, but King-Jack offsuit is the exact type of hand that performs poorly against the top end of the opponent's range. If you are going to make a lighter call, you'd much rather have something like Jack-10 suited than King-Jack offsuit. Ignosio has managed to avoid missteps so far in the amount of time we've been watching him. We'll see if he gets out of the way here. A good fold from Ignosio. Those spots can be tempting. As the big stack, you know that you're opening with a wide range of hands. A hand like King-Jack offsuit can look attractive to call a 3-bet with position. But in reality, you're just smashed too often. And you're not going to know which one of your cards you want to hit. The blinds are up to 25 and 50,000 as we inch ever closer to the final table. And the winner will get to engrave their name on the coveted Mike Sexton trophy. As well as taking home the princely sum of over $200,000 or $400,000 USD, excuse me, 400,000. Nikolai with deuces from under the gun +2. He does have a lot of chips, so he can decide to open this one if he wants to, but this is the exact type of hand that performs a little bit worse deep in the tournament. You don't block any high cards, which means that you don't block any of the hands that are going to 3-bet you. Your hand can't really take a 3-bet. You're not really looking to make sets at this stage of the tournament. Well, I'm sure he won't argue if he does wind up making one. And he takes that one down uncontested. With the big stack, you can certainly widen your range. I would prefer to widen it more in the direction of the ace-8 offsuit type hand that we saw Ignosio open. But as long as you're getting your opens through, it doesn't really matter what your cards are too much. And Nikolai takes that one down.
Sorry.
This one's a lot better. Sevens, I would imagine he opens this one if he's opening the deuces. Unfortunately for Nikolai, he has run into the tens of Surtak. And I would imagine we just see an all-in from him. With about 15 big blinds, it's hard to have too many other options besides all-in here with tens. He does indeed go for the all-in.
$7.35.
Unfortunately for Surtak, Andreas has woken up behind him with queens. And Andreas has just under 40 big blinds. I think the queens are going to be going in here.
All in.
And Nikolai will quickly get out of the way with his sevens. And we're going to have Surtak all in, drawing to 2 outs here.
Can you please put your chips closer? Thank you.
A tough spot for him, but not much else you can do with the tens.
He did it for you, yeah. He went like
1.4, 1.5, 6, 7.
Nikolai asking for a count before he decides to fold, I assume. But he does seem to be thinking about it.
thank you very much.
This is blind. This it.
And Surtak's going to see the bad news. He is drawing to 2 outs here against the queens of Andreas. No help on the flop. Surtak's going to need one of 2 remaining tens in the deck to survive this hand. Turn is an ace. 1 card left. That is not a 10. Surtak is going to hit the rail in 24th place. A nice run, but took a very standard shove spot and ran into a better hand behind. Sometimes that is simply unavoidable. And Andreas is going to chip up to nearly 3 million.
No.
This player was deploying hand before. In the middle of the hand, it was all in a situation. Player just stand up. So, first out of your list. Yeah. Okay, you can reward him. Please wait your turn.
"23 players remain in this second consecutive Cyprus main event here at the Chamada Poker. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Haven't made it out there myself yet, but I hope to someday. It looks very nice. Folds over to Ignosio under the gun +1 with a suited ace. I suspect we will see him open this one. Ignosio has been on point so far, and he doesn't let us down here. He does open the ace-7 suited. Andreas on the cutoff with king-queen offsuit, and he's got a decision here. He can 3-bet or he can call. I think both options are quite reasonable.
225, plus, plus.
Looks like he does go for the 3-bet. A little bit more than 3x. A nice sizing. With the shorter stacks, you want to use smaller sizings. Like when it's big stack on big stack, you still use fairly big sizing. Wouldn't even mind seeing slightly bigger from Andreas. And now Ignosio out of position. Not a great spot for him. He makes the call. I think this is the first hand from Ignosio I haven't liked that much. I don't really like calling here out of position with ace-7 suited. In Chippy V, I think it's fine. Once you get this deep in the tournament, it's kind of tough to navigate. And in this spot, he does have the best of it on the flop, but it's going to be very, very difficult for him to actually reach showdown with his hand. Andreas coming out with a small c-bet, about 25% of the pot. And Ignosio will get away with from that one. Well, not a disaster by any means, but that is the first slight misstep I've seen from Ignosio since we started watching him here. I think you just have to fold that hand. It's tempting because you're getting a decent price. You know, you have a suited ace. It's hard for you to be too far behind, but post-flop is going to be really hard to navigate unless you hit one of the very top-end flops for your hand. Even if you hit your ace, you don't really know if you're up against a better ace. And he did wind up folding technically the best hand on the flop, but basically an impossible spot for him to continue. Holds to Ilya on the button with King-8 offsuit. That is good enough for an open. Tobias in the small blind with 9-8 suited. We'll see how he navigates this one. This is an interesting spot. It's a pretty good hand, especially against a button range. Doesn't play super well out of position. And I think he makes a disciplined fold there. It's also not the sort of hand you really want to 3-bet with. You don't want to be in an inflated pot out of position with 9 high. You'd much rather 3-bet bluff with a hand like some sort of offsuit ace-X. Lucas on the hijack with ace-7 offsuit. He has just under 10 big blinds, and he does decide to go all in with this one.
465.
And Nikolai on the small blind with ace-6 suited. This one's going to be close for him. He does have a big stack behind to worry about. I think this would be a very easy call out of a big blind. He might wind up making the call here as well, but it's certainly harder than it would be if you get to close the action. Calling here is not making a ton of money against the shove range, and if he does call and gets pushed out of the pot by Ignosio behind him, he loses his entire investment. So he decides to pass there. Wasn't going to happen that time, but he was actually well behind, so it's a good fold. Ilya with 7-6 suited on the hijack. There's another one of those hands that I think plays better in the early stages and the late stages, and he will pass on it.
Raise 100,000.
Nikolai going to win that one with the king 6 from the button. Taking one of those high card blockers, a king, and raising it on the button as the big stack, taking it down uncontested. A nice outcome for him. We see our updated chip stacks here. Nikolai is leading the table. Ignosio just behind him, and Andreas is catching up to both of them. We got a few short stacks bringing up the rear, but everyone has some chips to maneuver with here as we close in on our final table. Folds around to Ignosio on the button. He might decide to open this one. It's a pretty weak hand, but he does have the big stack and the button. Two powerful things to have on your side. Darren in the small blind with a slightly better hand, but a pretty difficult one to continue with. Andreas in the big blind, he's got a suited hand. Not very good, but I think you're defending most suited hands in this spot. We go to the flop. Andreas is going to be in trouble if he hits a jack. Ignosio makes middle pair. Andreas makes nothing. Ignosio often gets checked back there on a connected board with some showdown value. And an ace is not going to be an attractive card for Andreas to bluff at, so I think we're going to see Ignosio win this pot one way or the other. And Ignosio will indeed take that one down on the turn. Folds over to Ignosio on the cutoff. He's got a low pair, but he is on the cutoff. Should be good enough. Folds over to Lucas in the big blind, who will make the call. He's very live. It's about as good a shape as you can be in with Jack-6 being up against 3s. Unfortunately for Lucas, he has completely missed on the flop. This is a very connected board, so there's a chance Ignosio checks it back. Not this time. He's in a bet, and that should do the trick. We got some upcoming WPT events. In October, we have the Prime Lodge and the Shooting Star, and then in November, we have the Best Bet Scramble and the Seminole Rock and Roll Poker Open. So if you're in the States, make sure you keep an eye out for those events coming up on the calendar. As we see Tobias raise under the gun with ace-10. I'm sorry, ace-queen. Ignacio's one with ace-10. And Ignosio is going to make the 3-bet here. A bit on the lighter side, but he is using his big stack to pressure one of the medium stacks. And even with a hand as strong as ace-queen offsuit, Tobias may find this to be a difficult spot to navigate. Calling is unattractive, and 4-bet shoving for this much is also a little bit unattractive. So we'll see how Tobias wants to play this one.
All in.
Looks like he is going to go for the 4-bet shove, and that's going to do the trick. Correctly assuming that Ignosio was trying to pressure him and taking it down uncontested. A nice read and a nice pickup for Tobias there. Didn't work out for Ignosio that time. I think that is a reasonable spot for him to take a light 3-bet. He's got pretty good high card blockers. He's got a nice stack leveraging spot against Tobias.
All in.
Over to Lucas on the button with the king-queen offsuit. That is plenty good to shove. Unfortunately for him, he's running into Tobias's ace-jack suited. He's going to be live, but he's going to be behind. Lucas is going to need a king or a queen to survive here. Actually, he just picked up a whole bunch of other outs. Very good flop for Lucas. Doesn't guarantee him the win, but it puts him in a much better spot than he was in pre-flop. No help on the turn. That is help on the river. Tobias makes top 2 pair, but it is not what he was hoping for, because it gives Lucas the nut straight. So Lucas will stay alive to fight another day. And Tobias takes a medium hit to his stack there. He's still in pretty good shape, though.
Pass. 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 Pass.
Holds around to Ilya on the button. He's got a real trash hand, 7-5 offsuit. Tobias with ace-8 in the small blind. Gonna come in for a limp against the other big stack. It's a hand that figures to be well ahead of the big blind's range, but it's not a hand you really want to be inflating the size of the pot with. Nikolai raising the limp with Jack-9 offsuit. And I certainly don't think Tobias is folding. We'll see if he calls or decides to do something more. Looks like he's just going to call.
Check. Check.
And Tobias flops the ace. Nikolai is drawing dead on the turn. Tobias opting to just play it slow, try to catch some bluffs from his opponent. It looks like Nikolai has decided to oblige him here.
Bet 75.
Tobias not going anywhere with the ace just yet. He's going to call. And that shouldn't change much. Tobias is going to win that one. Nikolai choosing a very small sizing on the turn, perhaps trying to fold out king high and queen high. But it didn't work for him that time. And Tobias wins back his loss from the ace-jack suited hand.
All in.
Darren moving all in from under the gun with ace-10 offsuit. We're about 13 big blinds. And that's going to do the trick. I think I'd prefer to see a min-raise with ace-10 offsuit there. It's going to look very strong. And the hand is not quite strong enough to move all in from under the gun with. But it did the job that time.
Where's 100?
Lucas under the gun 1 going to open with the king-jack offsuit. Pretty reasonable open. Ilya right behind him with ace-2 suited. Darren is going to pass on the king-7 offsuit in the big blind. Wisely so, as it turns out. He was dominated. Ilya considering doing something with the ace-2 suited there. He was ahead, but it's pretty hard to do much from those positions. So I think I like his fold. He could have perhaps got away with a very small 3-bet there, but I think he'd rather have a slightly better suited ace to do that with than ace-2 suited.
Pass. 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 Raise 100. Pass.
Nikolai picks up a nice hand here with the jacks.
Oh.
Andreas just calling out of the big blind with ace-king. Opting to play this one somewhat safe in a big stack on big stack confrontation. As it turns out, he is right to do so. He would have been obliged to get all of his chips in pre-flop if he did re-raise. Nonetheless, an interesting decision.
Bet 75.
And Andreas is probably not going to be able to fold this hand just yet, but it's not really the flop he was looking for. He does still have 6 live outs. He does not have any backdoor flush draw.
225.
He's raising. That's interesting. Unfortunately for him, he's chosen the wrong spot to do this. I don't think this is the sort of hand you want to raise with. I think it makes a very compelling check call. You dominate a lot of Nikolai's ace-x and king-x hands that didn't make a pair. And if you do get called on this check raise, the turns are going to be very difficult for you to navigate. Nikolai deciding how he wants to proceed here. I certainly don't think folding is crossing his mind, but he's maybe considering 3-betting the flop. I think just calling would be the safer course of action. He does indeed just call. We go to the turn. Andreas looking for an ace or a king here. That is a jack, and that's going to give Nikolai top set. So unless Andreas slows down here, he's going to get himself in quite a bit of trouble. This is one of the reasons I can't really endorse the flop check raise. I think that there's too many turns like this. And you have a lot of hands that would be better at check raising than ace-king here. I think you'd much rather check raise with something like queen-6 of diamonds. You want your opponent to have a weak ace here when you check raise. You don't want to block an ace and a king. An ace-king has enough showdown value, you could just check call. And Andreas deciding whether he wants to get himself in more trouble here or whether he's going to give up on the hand. Looks like he's decided on more trouble. Andreas is drawing completely dead at this point. He's going to need to hit some sort of draw completing river and then bluff again in order to win the hand. Nikolai sitting pretty with top set. And I think Nikolai raised. And I think that's going to end Andreas's attempt at winning this pot. Yeah, I think just check calling the flop and check folding the turn would have been a much more reasonable way to play that hand for Andreas, but the hand was a coin flip pre. He could have easily just got it all in pre and been out of the tournament right now. So he can at least be happy that he didn't do that. Nikolai picks up a nice pot there. Darren going to fold the button there with the 6-7 suited. And Andreas in the small blind, ace-jack offsuit. That's a pretty strong hand. He's going to come in for a raise against Lucas, who has just under 20 big blinds. And Andreas picks up a small pot there. As we close in on this final table for WPT Cyprus main event, remind you that we are playing for 400,000 US dollars for first, as well as a seat to the Tournament of Champions and a chance to get your name engraved on the famous Mike Sexton trophy. A true honor indeed. We're down to 20, so we're getting closer. Holds over to Andreas on the button, Jack 2 offsuit. That's probably not going to cut it. Lucas in the small blind with Jack 10. He's up against Ilya's big stack out of the big blind. Looks like he's deciding to limp in. And Ilya will check back the 8-7 offsuit. We go to the flop. Lucas about a 2-1 favorite so far. No help for either player. Lucas does have a backdoor flush draw. Ilya has not much. And the C-bet from Lucas will take it down. Don't forget to download the WPT Watch app if you want to check out some old classic moments from the World Poker Tour. We have over 2 decades of history at this point. And these players will be contending to add their names to that history. As Darren wakes up with a pair of jacks here on the hijack. He's going to move all in for 13 big blinds. I think I'd like to see a non all-in raise here from a hand as strong as Jack's. But he's going to get action either way because Andreas is woken up with 10s right behind him. It's an unfortunate spot that Andreas finds himself in here, but there's not a whole lot you can do with 10s other than just call.
660.
Go. Pass. Pass. Go.
And Andreas is going to see the bad news here. He is up against a hand that he only has 2 outs against. Not what he was hoping to see. And this is not what Darren was hoping to see. Andreas has made top set, but Darren did turn a flush draw. Gives him quite a few outs here going into the river. Darren was looking for a club or a jack, but he failed to improve, and he is going to hit the rail in 20th place. A nice showing, but certainly not the outcome you're hoping for when you see jacks all in against 10s. That's going to take us down to 19 players here. And a very unfortunate but unavoidable ending for Darren. A nice showing, but not much you can do there when you get 2-outered with 20 players left in the tournament. That's a rough one. Andreas coming in for an open here with the 4s on the hijack. I think he can get away with this one, given his stack. Nikolai with a trash hand in the big blind, just going to fold it. He was actually about flipping, as it turned out, but hard to know that. And Andreas, recovering nicely from that ace-king hand, now has over 3 million chips. As we close in on the final 2 tables, which we will hit at 16 players. And now Andreas with another hand under the gun, ace-9 offsuit. This hand is marginal, but as I was saying earlier, I think I like opening this one with one of the bigger stacks. You have an ace blocker, you have a 9 blocker. Your hand doesn't play well post-flop, but the late game is not about post-flop. It's mostly about pre-flop. And he will take it down easily.
Raise 100.
Ilya opening the hijack with a pretty light hand here, the Jack 5 suited, but it's going to work out for him. This is a pretty expansionary open from Ilya, but he does have a high card blocker. He has a suited hand, and the table has been playing fairly tight. I think it's a reasonable open, as long as you don't go too crazy with it. And he'll get rewarded by taking down the pot uncontested that time.
Thank you, good luck.
We get a look at our trophy here and a look at our updated chip stacks. We have 6 players at the table, as I think it will remain at 6 until we combine into the final 2 tables soon. Got some bigger stacks at the table now. 4 players with 50 big blinds or more. Tobias is in good shape with 42, and Lucas has 21, which is certainly a playable stack. We're going to have a dinner break coming up here soon, and then after that, the blinds will be going up again to 60,000. As it stands, we have plenty of play here in the World Poker Tour. Very nice structure in this tournament. Tobias opening Jack 9 suited on the hijack. Very reasonable hand. Andreas with the best hand in the small blind here, Ace 9 offsuit, but not particularly easy to navigate. He does pass. Lucas in the big blind has a connector, but it's a very low connector, so he's just going to pass on it. $775 entries in this tournament. 19 remain. This is where champions are made, this stage of the tournament. Ignosio on the cutoff with an ace. That's going to be good enough.
Raise 100.
Having one of the aces in your hand accounted for makes it that much less likely that the players behind will pick up a hand to 3-bet you with. Although Ilya does have ace 5 in the big blind. He's going to just call. We go to a flop.
Check.
Ignosio has flopped middle pair. Ilya has nothing. So I'd imagine this one's going to Ignosio.
That's 110.
And it does indeed. Ignosio continues to hover in the mid 3 million range. Andreas on the cutoff now with ace-king offsuit. Hopefully it goes better for him than the last time he had ace-king offsuit.
Raise 125.
He's going to come in for a 2.5x open. Not a whole lot of granularity in your open sizes here. You have to basically do 2x or 2.5x. You can't go in between. And the smallest denomination is 25K. Actually, that's not true. There are smaller denomination chips on the table. I don't know what I'm talking about. Sorry. You could have chosen a size like 110 there. Holds over to Andreas on the hijack with ace-9 offsuit. I would hope to see an open from him on this one.
Raise 100.
This time he's going for the min raise. Tobias in the small blind with the king-queen. This is a hand he has a few options with. He's just going to go ahead and call. That is one of the options. No help for Tobias, but no help for Andreas either. Tobias does have 2 overcards here, so he's not necessarily going to be folding to the first bet. Both players check. The turn is an ace. That gives Andreas a lot of help. He has top pair now. Tobias has a gut shot, but being out of position and up against a stronger range is going to be hard for him to navigate. Andreas content to check twice. Tobias not taking the bait. He is not going to bluff. Andreas will go for value now. I would imagine that ends the hand. Nicely played from Tobias there. And a nice check back on the flop from Andreas, I think. The small blind range is going to be a lot more concentrated around those hands with a jack in them than a big blind range. I think against a big blind, you would just c-bet, but against a small blind, you might want to be a little more judicious. Lucas with 7s in the hijack.
Raise 100.
That's going to be a raise.
Plug.
And the 7s from Lucas are going to take it down uncontested.
Two of diamond.
Ilya with 9-7 suited on the hijack.
Raise 100.
Not surprised to see him open there. And he quickly gets a bunch of folds.
Dinner break, man.
And I think this might be the last hand before dinner break, folks. We are going to take a 45-minute dinner break, and then we'll be back with the next blind level, which I believe is 60K. We can take one last look at the trophy here before we go on break and the updated chip stacks.
Yes.
We're playing down to the final two tables, and then we're going to see how close we can make it to the final table. The money and the glory await. Thank you for joining us today at the World Poker Tour. I'm your host, Brian Paris. I will see you all in 45 minutes after the dinner break.
Welcome to WPT Global. Let's turn up the fun. Pick your game. MTT, No Limit Hold'em, Flash, PLO, Short Deck, or Global Spins. Every hand's a new adventure. Every game, a shot at glory. With top-notch design and non-stop thrills, you're always in for a great time. Join the party. Play your way at WPT Global. Now is the perfect time to discover WPT Global and take advantage of our best ever welcome offer. We're giving you back 100% of your first deposit as cash, from $10 all the way up to $3,000. The bigger your deposit, the bigger your reward. You could earn up to $480 in tournament and global spins tickets, plus $100 in other bonuses. Discover now and make WPT Global your new online poker home. This summer, the heat is on at WPT Global. The Super Giveaway is your shot at free tournament entries every single day. Deposit now and score WPT Global Tournament tickets. We're rewarding players with random entries, from the $530 Grand Slam PKO to the $100,000 Sunday Slam Mystery Bounty. Big buy-in or small, it's all free money in your account. So check in daily, claim your tickets, and hit the table. Plus, get a 100% deposit match bonus if you're new. Only at WPTglobal.com.
Done.
Camill under the gun with ace-8 suited.
Call.
What'd you say? I didn't hear you. But I believe you.
Call.
Looks like he passed on the ace-8 suited. Over to Timothy with 7-6 suited. We have a new player coming in on the hijack now. Andur raises ace-3 offsuit on the cutoff, and James in the big blind with jack-9 suited. I expect he will be seeing a flop with this one.
I'm really lucky though, so FYI, very, very lucky.
Call.
Yeah. I win more than 50% of my flips. Way more.
English is funny because when you learn English in Brazil, for example, just by speaking
James
English,
has flopped a flush.
It's really rare for a Brazilian to be speaking English because we don't have so much opportunities.
Right.
But for example, your English, FYI. I know what is FYI.
Yeah.
But man, they don't teach that in school.
I know.
And like you guys talk, and it's fine, but you guys talk like people are supposed to know, and they don't know, you know.
It's habit because, well, it's unfortunate because we're so used to everybody always speaking English and then adapting to us that we don't think, like, it's hard. And I'm embarrassed that we don't. Most of it. No, it just is what it is.
You guys are, in my opinion, definitely one of the best countries in the world. In my opinion, like, one thing interesting from US is very good economically, but I swear, bro, I don't feel like people from US are so happy as I think they should, or
You're
so
in the wrong
grateful.
part of the country.
Or so grateful.
Hang
as
out
I
in the
think
middle of the country. You don't. No one hangs out in the Midwest. If you hang out in the Midwest, any of the Midwest, you will see what the country is really
Okay,
about.
makes sense.
Vegas,
That is a
no.
money
New York,
turn for
no.
James as
LA,
Andur has
no.
made a straight here.
No. Midwest. those
I
are people,
I
real
lived in
people.
Chicago for 4 years,
Yeah.
and like the school I came, I didn't choose the school. The school chose me.
Okay. Where'd
So
you
like
go?
Prairie State College. It was a scholarship,
Okay.
soccer scholarship.
Yeah.
So
Where's that at? In the
This is a
city.
disastrous
Chicago
turn
Heights.
for
Okay,
Andur.
30 minutes from
Yeah, I
Chicago.
lived in the city for 5 years.
Goes all in, and James will quickly make the call with the flush. James is going to get another double up here. Very good, very hot start for James. And that was one of the 3 turns in the deck that would have made the disaster situation for Andur with a straight drawing dead against a flop
it was
flush.
the school who chose me, not me who chose it. So
James makes a pair for good measure.
cultural shock I had.
He is all the way up to 515,000 after coming in with only 125.
It wasn't a great school. It was the school that
Yeah.
chose me. They were not the smartest people or
Yeah.
the hard workers
Yeah,
people, or
yeah,
like
yeah,
they were more like chilling, smoking weed.
Yeah.
And that, folks, is why you don't generally 3-bet the under the gun raise with 9-4 offsuit. Sometimes you can surprise people by bucking the conventional wisdom, but other times the conventional wisdom exists for a reason.
Different. I'm really happy to see them.
Yeah.
And they're great, bro.
Yeah.
They're really great.
I see the advertisements at the WSOP.
Yeah, they made a company for US, so they have a company in US.
Yeah.
But they were
Founded
born
in Brazil.
Yeah. It's like a history. Like when I was, I don't know, 10 years old.
James now with kings in the big blind has another chance to win a nice one off Mustafa. Mustafa limping 10-9 offsuit in the small blind, very standard. James with kings in the big blind. We'll see if he continues his hot streak here.
No kids and no wife. So.
Mustafa's going to need a miracle flop to take him down on this one.
I don't want that. I want both.
You can still do it, bro.
I know. Yeah. I'm just saying that's why.
Wow. And Mustafa limp re-raises all in. Bit of a meltdown from him here. And James is going to go into this one as a massive favorite.
10-9 off. Is there a camera?
James has a chance to exit this hand with more than 10 times what he started the day with.
I think there's a camera.
I think a limp and a call from Mustafa would have been reasonable. The limp re-raise all in seems a bit excessive. But I think they have the all-in button on the wrong, or maybe it just denotes the action, but Mustafa actually does cover. I think he's leaving a bit prematurely here. According to the graphic, he has 40K left. And James, with an incredible turnaround, coming in as the shortest stack with 125,000. He exits this hand with 1.4 million.
Earlier he told me it was 2 on someone sharing your card and you wanted to dominate them. Yeah, a little more.
Andur with 4s under the gun 1. He will pass on that one, I think wisely so. Over to James on the cutoff, 9-6 suited. Not a great hand. Camill with the same 10-7 off he opened the button with earlier. We'll see if he decides to do it again, or if the stacks have changed. It looks like they have. And Ramulo with king 5 offsuit against a 10 big blind stack. I expect we will see him go all in with this one again.
All in.
Come on, baby.
Oh, and Timothy with an easy call.
Woohoo! Oh, showdown, please. Sharing cards? Hell yes, let's go. No funny business.
5.
That looked like a mini
5 ball.
pre-celebration. That's dangerous.
No, I'm happy.
That's dangerous.
No, no funny business. That's just how you listen. I'm a joyful guy. No worries. No worries.
But I'm gonna be happy to win.
Yeah, you're fine. It ain't coming, brother. I got this.
Heart is not mine, just clubs.
No, you got nothing.
5.
You're good. You got nothing, dog.
5. Let's go.
Oh, there's the 5. Timothy a bit overconfident on this one. He does still have the chance to hit an ace or a backdoor straight.
Easy, dealer. Please. Easy.
King.
Easy. You asked for the wrong card, bro.
No, I didn't. I need a king.
Why a king?
What the fuck are you talking about?
What? What are you talking about?
What are you?
Easy.
A king would have given Timothy 3 more outs with an 8, but
Bear Greenstein. Nope.
Let's go.
that is indeed the wrong card, and Timothy is going to hit the rail here.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Unfortunate ending for him. He played well. Friendly, talkative guy,
Very well done, dealer.
but
Me, yes.
There's like a
WPT Barcelona.
Nice. He loves it.
Nice guy.
He loves it.
yeah. He does very well for poker, bro.
One.
Day one, I ordered.
One.
Anatoly on the hijack now with the king-queen suited.
Yeah.
And I'm sponsored by WPT
Going for a
Global.
smaller raise this time.
When I started with WPT Global,
I think he was sizing a little bigger on that last hand to try and force the big blind into a decision. And now G is coming alive here. I don't think he's played a hand yet, but this time he's all in with 6s. And he is going to be flipping against the king-queen suited
so it made
of
it
Anatoly.
even harder, but like I played with him online actually.
Yeah.
Online I did. Live,
On a site not to be mentioned.
exactly.
Unfortunately for Anatoly, one of his kings was folded behind.
But he knows what he does. He just has too much.
Anatoly will quickly make the call, and we are flipping going into the flop. G is a slightly bigger favorite than the stats say because one of the kings was folded.
Давай, куколка, крути, верти, запутать хоти.
That's no help for Anatoly. He has 5 outs.
Not sexy at all.
Makes it even worse. Now he has 4 outs. And the river's a 7. G is going to get the double up.
Neymar is like the king.
I believe that's the first hand he's voluntarily played since he came to the table.
Bro, he is.
Been pretty card dead. 25,000. I think the starting stack was 50, if I'm not mistaken. And Ramulo here with a king-queen offsuit under the gun +1. You're going to see him raise this one. And Ali going on with the ace-8 here. It's surprising to see him pass on king-jack against a button open and then go with ace-8 here against an under-the-gun 1 open, but he is ahead. Now Ignosio thinking about taking 6s behind. He will be flipping if he does.
More? How much is it?
120.
Let's go. Hopefully I'm alive.
Call.
Flip. Alive. King or queen? Let's go. King on the window.
Good luck.
Check is not the worst one in the window.
10, king or queen. 10, king or queen.
I also have AC.
Ollie's going to double again. Ollie being patient, picking the right spots here. He's back to 300,000. We're down to 45 players. We started with 70. Well, we started the tournament with 775. We started day 3 with 70. Andur on the hijack, ace-8 suited. He is going to come in for a raise with this one, and rightfully so. Ignosio moves all in with ace-10 suited on the button for about 9 big blinds. Andur's going to have a close situation here. He's getting about 2 to 1, but he doesn't quite have the right price with his hand. He does make the call, gets the bad news. This is not what he was hoping to see.
15, 25.
Natural 9.
The flop is a flush draw for Ignosio. He is way in the lead now. Andur's going to need an 8 or a 2 pair of the board. That's a 7. That gives Andur a few extra outs. He can now make a straight with a 10 or a 5. His 8 is no longer good, though. And a king gives him no help. Ignosio has doubled. A tough spot there for Andur. It's not easy to fold that for 9 big blinds. I think it's probably pretty close.
Maybe Dolphin.
I'm gonna bet an eagle.
Yeah, maybe.
Some dolphins are much more clever than men.
Be a bad way to use the time bank. No, I'm just.
Over to Ramulo on the cutoff with the King 10 offsuit. I suspect he will be coming in for a raise here.
Raise 50,000.
Anatoly right behind with 6s. This might be his spot. Looks like we're going to have a coin flip here. Unfortunately for Ramulo, one of his kings is dead.
225 plus 65, 290, 125 for 290, bro. Hopefully we're flipping. Stop doing faces to me. You're making my decision get harder, bro. Okay, if I'm not dominated, it's good. How many seconds I got? 290 for 125.
Ramulo does make the call, and they are indeed flipping.
Flip.
About as good as you can hope for with King 10 offsuit.
With 6.
Nah.
It will be fair.
King or 10. Actually, whatever, man. Just make me win, please, dealer.
There's a 10. Anatoly is drawing a 2 6s, or he's going to be out of the tournament here in 44th place. A 9 on the turn. Anatoly can now hit a 7 to chop this hand. Be a pretty good outcome for him at this point. A queen would give Ramulo a higher straight. That is a 9. Ramulo's going to take that one down. Continues his hot run. And he's now up to 1.3 million. Ollie now with ace-queen on the hijack. 10 big blinds. I think there's only one play here. And he makes it.
Is the order.
We're going to have a coin flip here, folks. James has woken up with jacks on the button. This is going to be a classic coin flip situation.
Calls 255. Pass.
Nope.
And pass. Showdown, please.
Oh, the other 2 jacks are dead, so if Ali can hit a pair here, he's good to go. He does need to hit an ace or a queen, though.
Yeah.
He has not hit one yet. He's got 2 more cards to hit an ace or a queen, or else Ali is going to be out of this tournament in 40th place. Now he needs a jack. Oh, he can't even hit a jack, actually. The jacks are dead. He has to hit exactly an ace. Even though an ace is no good either. I guess Ali's drawing dead. And that's the game. James locks it up on the turn. And Ali is going to be out of this tournament in 40th place. James continues his hot streak. He's up to 1.4 million after entering the day with only 125,000. And that's tournaments for you. As long as you stay alive, you can always hit a heater and spin it up really big. James is now in fantastic shape.
Your friend got here bringing you luck.
Yeah. To be honest, I've had luck all day. So.
Folds over to Camill on the hijack. He's got the king-queen suited. He's got about 24 big blinds here. He's going to come in for an open. And Andur in the big blind has a playable hand, the queen-10 offsuit. Unfortunately for him, he's in bad shape against king-queen suited, but he's still going to see a flop. Hard for him to know that. Andur looking for a 10 here. If he hits a queen, he will be in a lot of trouble. And there's his 10, but Camill also has overcards with a flush draw and a gut shot, so this is going to be an action flop for both players. Camill's going to lead out for a small c-bet. And Andur in the big blind has a decision to make. Does he want to raise and get it in, or does he want to just call on the flop and see how things proceed from there? Looks like he's choosing the raise option.
Raise.
And I'd imagine the money's going to be getting in here. I guess it depends on what the turn is. Pretty close to a coin flip. Camill actually slightly in the lead with all of his various draws. Queen is no good for him, but he can hit a jack, a king, or a spade. And it looks like Camill's just going all in. And Andur will quickly make the call. And we have ourselves a coin flip, folks.
Good shot, flush draw, 2 overs, top pair. Woo. Flip. Flip.
Okay.
That's Ramulo's doing the commentary for me. Should just let him do it. No help for Camill on the turn there. He's going to need one of his many outs. He still has quite a few. That is not one of them. Andur is going to get the double here, and Camill is knocked all the way down to 3.5 big blinds. Unfortunate outcome for him. But that's the nature of a coin flip. It can go either way.
No, but it's okay.
It's six.
No problem. But like that's weird for Brazilians.
No, usually that's sign every casino, but here they are just using that a lot.
Uh-huh.
Andur now with a pair of jacks on the hijack. And that one's going to be a raise. Over to Ignosio right behind him with king queen offsuit. That's a pretty good hand. He goes all in. It looks like we're going to have a coin flip here. Ramulo behind with eights. Going to be tough to continue here facing all this action in front.
How much is it?
6.45.
Pretty good hand in a vacuum. And he is going into the tank here a little bit. Both players are in fairly late position, so eights is not a terrible hand here. As it turns out, he's not in very good shape, but... Ramulo is going to be using a couple more time banks here, it looks like. Oh, he does indeed go all in. And the one thing that might work out for him is that he might actually force Andur to fold. If Andur folds here, then Ramulo is actually going to be in a pretty good spot. But if Andur calls here, Ramulo is going to be out of the tournament, most likely. And this is not an easy spot for Andur. He does have the best hand by quite a bit, but it's hard for him to know that. He's facing a ton of action behind.
I thought you would be doing that with 6s, 7s, 5s, 4s.
He folded face up.
Let's go.
And he's going to get the bad news here. He would have been in fantastic shape. That's got to be frustrating, but I can't really blame him for folding. It's not an easy spot.
Just as a curiosity, would you do that with 7s, 6s, 5s? I think you would, bro. You would, bro.
And the queen's going to hit anyway. So it looks like Ignosio going to get the best of it. Andur only would have broken about even on the hand. And Ramulo going to lose a big one there. Ignosio doubles up to 1.4. Andur's got to be somewhat relieved there. It would have been very frustrating for him if he'd wound up holding on that hand. I think he still would have lost a little bit if he'd made the call. He would have been in fantastic shape pre-flop, though. We got some action hands here. Ignosio with ace-king suited on the button, and James with eights in the small blind. We might see a coin flip in this spot. Both players in late position with very nice hands. James announces all in, and I think we're going to see Ignosio make the call, and whoever wins this one is going to be the massive chip leader at the table.
Second flip.
Good luck, buddy.
Huge one.
You've been running pretty hard. You've been running pretty good today as well. So.
Pretty similar.
Stage is quite powerful, but 8, you know, the snowman. I believe.
It's a king on the flop. It's bad news for James. He's going to need to hit 2 outs to stay alive here. Came into the day with only 125,000. Gets it in flipping for almost 2 million. But this may be the end of the line for him. That's close. It's a 9, but not quite. He needs an 8.
Nice meeting you, bro.
And a queen on the river is going to kill James's chance. He's going to finish in 33rd place. A very nice showing from him, though. He did a great job spinning up his short stack and getting himself in a position to have a lot of chips.
I gave it to her.
Ignosio with another big hand, 2.5 million, and Jack's on the cutoff. He came into this table with about 250K. 10x'd his stack since then. And it looks like he's going to be another coin flip situation, as Ramulo is going to be moving all in with the ace-queen offsuit here. And there it is, the all-in.
Flip. Let's go, man. Let's go, man. You win one, I win one, man. Yes. Let's go.
They call these flips, but 57-43 is actually a little bit worse than a flip. It's more like a 4-3.
You look like you're gonna do it.
And Ramulo hits his ace, though. That's going to put him back in business if he can hold up here. He'll have over $1 million again. Turn is a 10. That's no help for Ignosio. He needs a jack on the river. Unlikely, to say the least. Oh! I spoke too soon. Tough run out there for Ramulo. Lost 2 flips in a row, and he is going to hit the rail. Our WPT Global Ambassador from Brazil. And Ignosio continues his heater.
Good luck, guys.
Ignosio now with about 3 million. Tough ending for Ramulo there. He lost the flip from both directions. First he lost with 8s against King Queen, and then he lost with Ace Queen against Jacks. Ignosio with another pair of jacks. Looking to finish this level strong. And Andur in the big blind with a pair of fours, our last man standing from the initial table. Going heads up to the flop. Andur is about a 4-1 dog here. And Ignosio with another set. Andur does have some backdoors, though. He's got a backdoor straight draw and a backdoor flush draw. He also has second pair on this board, so I imagine we'll see him stick around for at least one card. He does indeed. Go to the turn. It's a 9 of hearts. That does give Andur the backdoor flush draw. And Ignosio here with all the jacks. Does have to be concerned about potential flushes from his big blind opponent. Big blind should be defending most suited hands, so he is going to have a good deal of flushes. Of course, in this case, he only has a flush draw, and a weak one at that. This might be enough to chase Andur out of the hand. We'll see. Andur does make the call. He's not in great shape here. And a 6 on the river is not going to help him. Ignosio going for a third barrel. And I would imagine that gets the job done, unless Andur wants to run some sort of heroic check-raise bluff. Andur is still beating a few 3-barrel bluffs, mostly hands containing the ace of hearts or something like this, but seems difficult to make the call here with just 4s. And it looks like Ignosio is going to be winning the last hand before break. 30 players remain. The blinds are going to be going up to 40,000 when we get back. We got a 15-minute break after this hand. Andur does make the fold on the river. Ignosio wins another big pot. And he is up well. Oh, a fast start at this new table for Corey here. As he makes a well-placed 3-bet and moves up to 1.6 million. Tobias under the gun 1 with ace-jack.
Raise 80,000.
Got the heavy hitters moving into the table now. Benedict also has ace-jack. And he is quite short, so I suspect we're going to see an all-in and a call here. And a chop, most likely. I spoke too soon. Ignosio has woken up with a monster. Ace queen suited. And he quickly goes all in over the top. Tobias now going to make the fold, and we're having all in. Benedict only has 2 outs. Tobias folded one of his jacks. So barring a disaster, Ignosio is going to continue his run up the standings here. I guess a disaster or a miracle, depending on which perspective you're using. No help for Benedict. He's going to need one of 2 jacks to stay alive here. The graphic says 3, but we know that Tobias folded the 3rd one. And that is not it. Ignosio continues his heater. And he is up to 3.6 now.
Okay. No, no problem. It's all good.
26 players remain. We're getting closer. Folds over to Ji Cheng on the hijack, who's got the ace-10 of spades. That one's going to be a raise. G right behind him with queens. I don't think he's going to find a way to fold this one. He 3-bets to 225,000. And Andur right behind him with 10s. This is kind of a tough spot for Andur. If there was ever a player to find a hero fold against, it's probably G. But even so, 10s is quite a good hand, so I'm not sure what Andur's going to wind up doing here. He does go all in. And if G finds a way to fold this one, I mean, I guess it's not totally out of the question, but he's got his opponent drawing to 1 out.
No casinos anymore. It closed a couple of months ago. Yeah, why? It didn't make profit.
Ji Cheng lamenting the fact that he has to fold such a pretty hand, but he does have to fold it. Now back to G with the 3rd best hand in Hold'em. Will he find the call?
You can't like show up with $20,000 in cash and gamble.
It's an open question. He does indeed find the call. Okay, so G is in fantastic shape here. With a pair of queens against a pair of 10s from Andur, and one of the 10s was folded. So Andur is in a very rough spot here. We're going to be back from the dinner break here shortly with 19 players remaining on day 3 of the main event here in Cyprus. You can check out the chip counts right there.
Just 5 more. Yeah. Thank you.
Sorry about that, folks. We are back. Tobias has flopped top set against the king-queen of Lucas in the big one. Tobias checking back with his monster hand, trying to get a bluff out of Lucas. Unfortunately for him, Lucas has literally nothing here. Probably one of the worst hands to bluff with, too, because he blocks the hands you would hope to fold out. Tobias probably going to want to start betting now. Too many straight potentials to give a free card here. And that is going to do the trick. Tobias wins a small pot, moves up to 2.3 million. Been a nice day for him. So he continues his steady climb up the standings. I'm not going to be able to play this one, though. 3-6 suited under the gun. We are back to 30 and 60 big blinds now. Nikolai with a pair of 10s on the hijack. That seems more than good enough. Unfortunately for him, he has run into the kings of Ilya out of the big blind. Ilya with about 40 big blinds effective. He's going to want to try to play for the double up here. He goes for the 3-bet. A fairly large 3-bet. 4x the open. And Nikolai deciding what to do now with a very strong hand, 10s. Good call, could go all in. Fortunately for him, I don't think folding is an option, which is not ideal for him because he is in quite bad shape. He does fold. Wow, what a fold. And here I am saying folding's not an option, and he just makes an incredible fold there with 10s. He was crushed against the kings of Ilya. That's That's a very difficult fold. Ilya seems like the type of player who's more than capable of putting in light 3-bets there, but Nikolai seemed to sniff it out and make the fold immediately. Well, I can't say I was expecting that one, folks. But those are the types of plays you need to make sometimes if you want to have a chance at that trophy. As we look at our updated chip stacks, Lucas, the only short stack. Everyone else has quite a bit of room for maneuver. Nikolai dodging a bullet there with those 10s. That was unexpected. And Ilya missing out on some rightful value in that hand. Bias going to take that one down with little fuss. These players are playing for over 400,000 US dollars. With only 19 remaining, I believe. We might have lost a player or two, but last I saw it was 19. Yes, it is indeed 19. Folds over to Lucas on the cutoff with the Queen 7 offsuit. That's probably not going to cut it. Tobias has a nice one for the small blind, though. King Jack. He's going to come in for the limp, and Nikolai will check back. We go to the flop. Good flop for Tobias. Nikolai does have a gut shot, though, so he's not totally safe. Tobias is going to bet and take it down. Shows the jack. Trying to buy some respect from the player on his left. Always a prudent thing to do. You see Andreas under the gun here with the ace-7 offsuit. Under the gun, I believe we were playing 6-handed. So under the gun is not quite as daunting as it would normally be, but ace-7 might still be a bit too weak. We shall see. He does indeed make the fold. Lucas with ace-2-0 and the hijack. He's got 13 big blinds or so. I think it's a bit too much to play this hand. Looks like he agrees with me. Folds over to Nikolai in the small blind with the Queen 9. He's going to come in for a limp. And Ignosio with 10-5 offsuit. Deciding whether he wants to go for the bluff raise. Looks like he is going to do it. It's important to raise these limps at a pretty high frequency. And at shorter stack depths, you want to use a polarized strategy. So you want to be raising with either total garbage or a hand that you're happy to get more money in with. And this hand definitely trends more towards the total garbage category. Once you get to slightly deeper stacks like what you have here, there's a bit more of an incentive to optimize for playability. But even if Nikolai makes the call pre, it's not necessarily going to be easy for him to reach showdown, despite him having the best hand. Nikolai is going to make the fold. Ignosio gets away with one there. But that's an entirely reasonable raise. The way that spot works is the small blind has to try to limp to see a lot of flops, so you know that the small blind's going to have a lot of weak hands in their range. So when you're in the big blind, you want to make sure that you do hit a fairly frequent raise there, something like 40-50%. In order to get there, you're going to have to use a lot of junky hands. So Ignosio correctly employing that strategy there and getting rewarded. Looks like it is folded around to Ignosio in the small blind again. And he's going to come in for the limp. Certainly a pretty decent hand. You could try to raise with it, but at these deeper stacks, you don't really want to play an inflated pot out of position, even if you figure to have the best hand. You also might induce a raise from worse. It's possible that Andreas chooses to raise here. He does not. But I wouldn't have been shocked if he did. Flop comes very good for Ignosio. He's got a pair.
60. Fold.
Ignosio content to string Andreas along here and just check call a whole bunch of streets, which is the only way he's going to make any money out of this hand. Andreas is going to continue bluffing.
85.
And I can't imagine Ignosio going anywhere for this sizing.
Fold.
He does indeed make the call. We go to the river. River's a queen. That's not a great river for Ignosio. Andreas could potentially steal the pot here with a third bet. But it's also possible that Ignosio has been check calling with a hand like Queen 9 or Queen Jack. Or even a 10. We'll see if Andreas pulls the trigger on a third bet here. He does not, and Ignosio is going to take down this pot. Nicely played by him. Ignosio continues to steadily accumulate chips here. Playing very well all day, I think. I played one hand I've slightly disagreed with that I can remember.
Your turn. Fold. Fold.
Nikolai on the cutoff with Jack 9 offsuit. Not a great hand by any means, but maybe good enough to open the cutoff.
Fold. Fold.
Not that time. Andreas in the small blind with Queen 6, a pretty bad hand, but good enough to complete the small blind with. Good enough to go all in blind versus blind with, because Lucas only has about 12 big blinds. So queen 6, while not a great hand by any means, is good enough for the all in there. And Andreas will take it down. Tobias with a nice one here under the gun. Queen 10 suited. That's going to be worth a raise. Makes it 125, barely over the minimum. Andreas on the button with ace 10 offsuit. That might be worth something. We'll see what he does with this one. Could call, could 3-bet, could fold. I think all three options are at least reasonable.
Raise 360. Fold, fold.
Andreas opting for the 3-bet here. So Tobias is going to be in bad shape unless he decides to 4-bet this hand, which I don't think is likely, but he may surprise me. And he does make the fold, a good fold by Tobias there. Getting a nice illustration of a deep in the tournament poker here. It's a little bit more 3-betting, a little bit less calling of 3-bets. The game revolves more and more around pre-flop the deeper in the tournament you go. There is still post-flop play, of course, but options like calling opens tend to decrease in value. Nikolai with a nice under-the-gun hand. King-Jack offsuit. We are playing 6-handed, so he's on the low jack, basically. Andreas, ace-10 again. He might go for the back-to-back 3-bets here. It would actually work out for him. Or it should, rather.
Fold. Fold.
He decides to just call this time. And Tobias with a pair in the big blind. I expect we'll see him make the call as well. We go 3 ways to the flop. Nikolai with top 2 pair, but Andreas has the nut flush draw and a gut shot, as well as an overcard, although the overcard is not good, as it turns out. At least not by itself.
150 bets.
Andreas is going to call this bet from Nikolai here.
That's 250. 250.
The turn gives Andreas a couple more outs. He can now hit an ace to make a better 2-pair. But he's still really looking for that club or that queen.
Go.
We got a bet 250,000 in call, and Andreas makes his flush on the river.
Check.
And Nikolai checks. Andreas deciding how much he wants to bet. Nikolai does have the option to check raise all in. He does block full houses, but it's a very risky play. Unlikely. It is technically an option, though.
Bet 550.
Nikolai considering his options here. He does appear to have already given up on the potential to check raise bluff. I think he's deciding between calling and folding. Sort of broken composure a bit already. It's actually something interesting I saw in a high-level coaching video lately about on the river. When you're weighing your options, you don't want to break composure immediately because you do want to have the option to check raise bluff if you decide that's the best option. A lot of people, when they're facing the river bet and they immediately think that their options are calling or folding, they'll sort of make that clear right away. But sometimes you think a little bit longer and you can consider that raising all in is also an option. I'm not saying he should have done that here, but if he hadn't made it apparent that he wasn't going to do that immediately, he would have at least had the option to do it later in the hand. In any event, Andreas has won the pot with the nut flush. Not generally advisable to try to bluff your opponent off the nut flush anyway. So a nice pickup for Andreas there. And a tough river for Nikolai.
Fold. Fold. 110.
Folds over to Ilya on the button with the ace-9 of spades. He's going to come in for a raise. No surprise there.
Fold.
And Nikolai in the big blind also has an ace, but it is a much worse ace. It is both offsuit and lower. He simply folds it, which turned out to be a good decision that time. But a little bit surprising. Normally against a min raise from the button, you were going to defend every ace-x, or 3-bet some of them. But in that spot, he would have been in very bad shape, so he dodged a bullet there.
Fold. Fold.
Folds over to Ilya on the cutoff with a suited ace. That's going to be good enough for the raise.
Raise 110. Fold. Fold. Fold.
And he's going to take it down uncontested that time. Always a nice outcome when you have a 2 in your hand to win uncontested.
Fold.
Ilya now with 5s on the hijack. I expect we will see him raise again.
120 raise.
We do indeed. Over to Tobias on the cutoff with ace-3 suited, a hand he might consider 3-betting with. Not necessarily mandatory, but I think you do want to 3-bet here at some frequency, and it looks like he is going to this time. And now, although Ilya technically has the best hand, it's very difficult for him to continue here, although unfortunately for Tobias, he has run into a monster right behind with the queens of Nikolai. I don't think Nikolai is going anywhere with this one. So Tobias has made a well-placed 3-bet here, but unfortunately, sometimes you run into monsters behind. That just happens at some frequency. Now Ilya deciding between, or I'm sorry, Nikolai deciding between a non-all-in 3-bet or simply going all-in. A non-all-in 4-bet, excuse me. Nikolai counting out his sizing here. He has almost 50 big blinds, which might be a little bit too much to simply go all in with. But he also has position on Tobias. So I think simply going to something like 720 and then calling off against Tobias is entirely an option. Looks like he went for the all-in. Can't really argue with that. Queens is a very good hand. And Tobias is going to have to quickly fold this one, although I think his 3-bet would have worked against Ilya. As I said, a well-placed 3-bet, but he just ran into a landmine behind him there.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
And Tobias checking to make sure Ilya folded before he also makes the fold. Big pickup for Nikolai there. Always nice to win a pot that's been 3-bet in front of you with no showdown. Even with a hand as strong as queens, that's a pretty good outcome this deep in the tournament. We have not had a single bust out in the first 30 minutes or so of this level. As it folds to Ignosio on the button here with ace-7 of diamonds. He is going to come in for a raise with this one.
150.
Ignosio been bouncing around between 3 and 4K for a while here. I'm sorry, 3 and 4 million. He's got a lot more than 3 or 4K.
Fold.
And he will win that one uncontested. Notice he sized a little bit bigger there, wanted to deny Lucas in the big blind the opportunity to have too cheap of a defend. Lucas, of course, is our short stack at the table.
Fold. Raise 125. Fold.
Nikolai raising the hijack with the King-Jack offsuit.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
Ilya will fold in the big blind with 9-6 offsuit, and Nikolai wins uncontested.
You give me 10? I put 15.
Yeah, okay.
20 back. One blind is 30.
We are here at the World Poker Tour Cyprus main event. On day 3, these players are playing for over 400,000 US dollars for first. I'm your host, Brian Paris.
Fold. Fold.
And this is going to get increasingly exciting as we get closer to the final table. Always a crucial stage of any tournament. It's a high-stakes game of chicken.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
Everyone wants to stay alive to make the final table, but you still have to find a way to win chips. So finding the balance between those two competing imperatives is the essence
Check.
of no-limit tournaments in the deep stages. Always makes for some very interesting spots, as we see Ilya limp here with the ace-7 suited, and Tobias checks back with king-5. Tobias out in front on this flop. He's got middle pair and a backdoor heart draw. Ilya does have backdoor diamonds and a backdoor straight draw.
Fold. Check. Check.
Tobias content to check back the turn here with his showdown value. Not wanting to inflate the pot. An 8 hits the river. Ilya could turn his hand into a bluff and represent the straight if he so chose, but he also has ace high. Not necessarily your first candidate for bluffing.
Check.
He decides against it, and I think this one's going to go check, check.
Check. Showdown.
And Tobias will win the hand with king-5. A small pot, but they're all important this deep. Even a limp check min bet pot is worth 6 starting stacks, I believe, assuming we start with 50K. This was a $3,500 buy-in tournament. Second year in a row we've had this one, first time since 2012. The main event in Cyprus for the World Poker Tour. The winner is going to get 400,000 USD, the chance to engrave their name on the legendary Mike Sexton trophy, and a seat to the Tournament of Champions out in Vegas later this year. At least I think it's later this year. Might be next year. But either way, a nice collection of prizes for the winner.
125 raise. Fold. Fold.
Andreas going to come in for the raise here with the ace-5 of diamonds.
Fold.
And he will take it down uncontested.
Your turn. Fold.
Over to Lucas on the hijack. He's getting quite short now. He's at about 9 big blinds, 8.5 big blinds. He may decide to take the plunge here with Queen 10. He does not. I think that one's pretty close.
125 raise. Fold.
Tobias raising the button with a pretty weak hand. Nikolai calling the small blind with a better looking but actually slightly behind hand. We have pretty much a coin flip going to the flop here. Tobias with technically the best hand, but a much less playable hand than the Jack-9 suited of Nikolai. Nikolai has flopped a flush draw. Tobias with merely queen high. He also has a backdoor flush draw. Tobias c-bets small on the flop, and Nikolai calls with his hearts. Now we'll see if Tobias wants to go for 2 barrels. This hand does not have a whole lot of showdown value. But the club coming on the turn is going to reduce the number of hands that Nikolai folds. Tobias does block a heart, which is nice for his possibility of having a second barrel succeed. He is reaching for a second barrel here. This is going to put Nikolai in a tough spot. Even if Nikolai calls the turn, he's actually behind. So unless he wants to turn his hand into a check raise bluff, Nikolai is faced with 2 unappealing options here. Holding his high equity draw, or calling and being an underdog to improve on the river. Tobias showcasing the power of position there. Taking it down with a very weak hand on a second barrel. Nice play by Tobias there. A well-earned pot. As we get another look at our trophy and the current stacks of the players. A lot of chips at this table. Everyone but Lucas has quite a bit to play with here. A great structure here in the WPT Cyprus main event. A wide variety of countries represented at this table. All different countries at this table in the World Poker Tour. As we get another glimpse of the legendary Mike Sexton trophy that the winner will get to have their name engraved on. One of the greatest honors bestowed by winning one of these tournaments. Every poker professional's dream. I'd like to get my own name on that thing one of these days. I'm going to have a couple chances this November. There's 2 WPT events here in Florida. At Best Bet in early November, and then at the Hard Rock Seminole in late November. As we see Nikolai open here with the 9s on the button. Andreas in the big blind has a suited hand. He also has an overcard, good enough to see a flop. Let's see what the flop brings. Andreas looking for a 10 or some spades. And Nikolai has flopped a set. Unfortunately for him, his opponent doesn't have much to continue with, so he's probably only going to win the pot. But at the very least, he will win the pot. Not the sort of texture we'd expect to see Andreas get out of line on. And Nikolai continuing with a small bet here. Andreas will indeed make the fold. Flopping a set is only half of the equation. You also need your opponent to have a worse hand that can pay you. And in this case, Nikolai was missing that half, but he will still win the pot. Certainly beats losing. Bias with Queen 10 on the hijack. Good enough for the raise. Again, we see that slightly bigger sizing. I think because the short stack is in the big blind. And this is a perfect example of why Lucas, with technically the best hand in the big blind, is going to have a hard time continuing here against a 2.5x raise from under the gun, or under the gun +1. Lucas does have the best hand here, but it's hard for him to know that. With basically the worst ace you can have. Lucas weighing his options here. Decides to move all in. Correctly so. He is ahead, but not by much. Basically a coin flip here. Tobias out in front on the flop of the queen. Lucas needs to hit an ace or a 4 to survive. Another queen. That shrinks Lucas's outs to just the 4. He's got 4 4s he can hit here. And that is not one of them. Tobias is going to hold up and win the hand there. Lucas is sent home in 18th place. He ran his short stack about as far as he could, but when you get short, you do have to win those 55-45 spots, and it's hard to win all of them. It's still a nice showing for Lucas there, coming up just shy of the final table. Well, just shy of the final 2 tables, anyway. And Tobias continues to add to his stack. He is approaching 3 million now. Nikolai picks up a nice one here. The king-queen offsuit on the hijack. Plenty good enough for the open. Ignosio right behind him is going to get out of line here with the king-5 suited. Not an egregious 3-bet or anything. Having the king blocker is pretty nice. Being in position with these particular stacks is pretty nice. So it's a worthy spot to expand your 3-bet range, but this is definitely a bit of an expansion. We'll see if it works out for him. Nikolai has a very playable hand, but calling a 3-bet out of position here with an offsuit hand is not ideal. Tough spot for him. We'll see how he continues. He does make the fold. Nice 3-bet from Ignosio. Takes it down with the worst hand. Very nice example of how to leverage position and stack sizes there with that 3-bet from Ignosio, folding out a much better hand. I think Nikolai could have considered a 4-bet there, but it's much easier said than done. Having the king and the queen blocker makes it less likely that your opponent has a truly good hand to go all in with you with. It's 60 big blinds, you have room to 4-bet not all in and put a lot of stack pressure on your opponent. But Ignosio has not been extremely out of line or anything, so I can certainly understand the fold. Ignosio opens the cutoff this time with ace-5 offsuit. Players playing short-handed for a lot of money here. It's an area we're going to need a lot of focus. Half the battle in these long tournaments is maintaining focus for an extremely prolonged period of time. It is easier said than done. This is the 3rd day of play. The stakes are getting higher and higher. As we see it fold to Ilya here on the button, he's going to open with the ace-4 offsuit. And that one's going to take it down without much fuss. We're down to 17 players, so I believe we're going to redraw at 16. We'll have a short break when we get that redraw. Tobias is coming in with increasingly light opens on the button. Last time Queen-6 offsuit, this time 9-4 suited. Nikolai calls the small blind with a pair of 6s. A little bit too much for him to go all in for. 40 big blinds. 3-betting not all in is very unattractive. So an understandable call. And we go to the flop. Nikolai is well in the lead here. But again, out of position, and we saw Tobias leverage that against him last time. We'll see if he manages to do so this time. A pretty unappealing flop for Nikolai. There's 2 overcards. Tobias going to come in for the c-bet. Looks like Nikolai's sticking around for the first street. Tobias does have a backdoor flush draw that might make it easier for him to keep betting. He made a pair in this case, which might slow him down. That's actually bad for him. Might have been better for him to completely miss the turn, so he'd be more inclined to keep betting. And the river's a 5. Nikolai has the best hand. If it goes check-check, he's going to win. And we'll see if Tobias wants to take another stab at it, or if he's content to show down his pair of 4s. Looks like he is going to show it down. And as I was saying, the 4 on the turn may have actually been negative for him because he might have kept barreling on some other turns. Unlikely Nikolai could have withstood a second barrel on that board, but Nikolai is also going to have a lot of King X and Queen X in his flatting range pre there. So it's understandable why you'd want to slow down. Maybe try to beat ace high or jack high or something on the river. Ilya coming in with a raise here. Queen 10 on the hijack. And that's going to take it down uncontested.
it's so slow.
You have small blind.
Back.
Pulls to Ignosio on the button. He's got the 9-6 suited. Decides to pass on this one. And Andreas in the small blind with 8-7. That's going to be worth a limp, I'd imagine. Goes limp check to the flop. Ilya with a nice hand, queen jack. This is not the type of hand you want to raise limps with. You don't want to reopen the action and potentially get limp re-raised off a very playable hand. Ilya content to check back second pair. He picks up a gut shot. And the ace might be a card Andreas wants to bluff. When Ilya checks back the big blind, he is much less likely to have a good ace in his hand. But unfortunately for Andreas, he's not going to get a fold out of Ilya here, at least not on the first street. He would have to bet twice to win this one. Ilya with a complete lock on the hand as long as he doesn't fold it. And if Andreas can come up with a large second bet here, he might have a shot at this pot. Otherwise, Ilya is going to take it. Andreas gives it up, and Ilya is going to win the hand. Perhaps thinking about going for thin value here. Seems like a check to me. But whatever he does, he's going to win, I think. Looks like he is going for very thin value with third pair on the river here. Shouldn't matter. I think Andreas is just going to fold. One small benefit of that for Ilya is he doesn't have to show his hand. I think he played the hand in a very standard fashion anyway, so it's not like he's giving away much information by showing. Andreas wins there with ace-jack offsuit. Blinds are going up to 40 and 80,000 now. We will have a redraw when we get to 16 players. But nobody seems to want to bust. We only lost 2 players that entire level. Ignosio considers opening, but thinks better of it. Folds over to Tobias in the small blind. He is going to take a flop with the ace-2, and Nikolai will check back the 8-7. These hands run very close in value, as you can see. Great flop for Tobias, though. He has the top pair. Quick hand. Nikolai folding before Tobias even committed to a bet there. Generally not good practice, but didn't really matter that time, I guess. You don't have to Hollywood a whole bunch or anything, but you don't want to make it too easy on your opponent and fold as soon as they start reaching for chips. There is a happy medium. Well, trash hands, quick folds there. Tobias on the button, king-9 offsuit. That should be plenty good enough. He is indeed reaching for his opening chips. Over to Ignosio in the big blind, who will quickly fold with the 10-6 off. Tobias having some good fortune the last few buttons here. Getting that 2-barrel through with queen-6, and now stealing here with the king-9. Folds over to Nikolai on the button here, who has the ace-jack of hearts, a very good hand. Ignosio in the small blind with technically the best hand, but suffering from a few disadvantages here. Being out of position, having worse visibility on flops. And the stacks are too deep for him to just jam, which is what you'd like to do with a hand like this. He makes the call, and Andreas, I assume, is going to be folding in the big blind with this hand. He does indeed fold. Or no, he doesn't yet. He put out a time chip. Perhaps thinking about a squeeze. Unfortunately for him, Nikolai has far too good of a hand to fold. This is a good spot to squeeze in general. I don't think I like doing it with a hand as weak as 9-6. You'd much rather have at least a king or an ace in your hand. You don't need a good hand per se, but you'd like to at least block something. 9-6 does not really fit the bill in that regard. But the bet is in. We'll see what Nikolai does with his ace-jack suited. He could 4-bet all in. He could call. I don't think he can fold. But I've been surprised before. Nikolai is reaching for chips. Looks like he's doing something. Running a bit low on the time chips here. This is a legitimately tough decision, though, with this hand. I think calling and 4-betting are both very good options. Looks like he is going to make the call. His hand plays very well with position, so hard to argue with that. 4-betting and simply winning the pot would have been nice as well, of course, but also riskier. So we go to the flop. Andreas has a very junky hand, and he's out of position against a very good hand, but there are certain flops that might be favorable for him. That is probably not one of them. Andreas does technically have the best hand with a pair, but Nikolai has many, many draws here and is not going anywhere. We'll see how this one plays out. Andreas is going to start with a check, and we'll see if Nikolai wants to put the pressure on or if he's content to check it back. Nikolai is going to reopen the action. He has a fantastic draw. And Andreas, although technically having the best hand, is going to be hard-pressed to continue here. He is thinking about it. Andreas will make the fold. A nice pickup for Nikolai there. Andreas trying to get a bit out of line with a pre-flop squeeze. It is going to work against a lot of the button's hands. Then the small blind is in a very difficult spot with most of their flatting range. So I don't hate the idea of squeezing there. I don't really like doing it with such a bad hand. As I said, I think you'd like to at least have an ace or a king in your hand to do that. We see our updated stacks here. Tobias is actually bringing up the rear, but he still has plenty of chips with 32 big blinds. All of these players with a lot of options and flexibility given their stack sizes. We have a long way to go to the final table here. Looks like we're doing the redraw now. So we'll be back in 15 minutes, folks, or maybe less than that. Might be only 5 or 7 minutes.
No limit hold'em, flash, PLO, short deck, or global spins. Every hand's a new adventure. Every game, a shot at glory. With top-notch design and non-stop thrills, you're always in for a great time. Join the party. Play your way at WPT Global. Now is the perfect time to discover WPT Global and take advantage of our best ever welcome offer. We're giving you back 100% of your first deposit as cash, from $10 all the way up to $3,000. The bigger your deposit, the bigger your reward. You could earn up to $480 in tournament and global spins tickets, plus $100 in other bonuses. Discover now and make WPT Global your new online poker home. This summer, the heat is on at WPT Global. The super giveaway is your shot at free tournament entries every single day. Deposit now and score WPT Global Tournament tickets. We're rewarding players with random entries, from the $530 Grand Slam PKO to the $100,000 Sunday Slam Mystery Bounty. Big buy-in or small, it's all free money in your account. So check in daily, claim your tickets, and hit the table. Plus, get a 100% deposit match bonus if you're new. Only at WPTglobal.com.
Benedict also has ace-jack. And he is quite short, so I suspect we're going to see an all-in and a call here. And a chop, most likely. I spoke too soon. Ignosio is woken up with a monster. Ace-queen suited. And he quickly goes all in over the top. Tobias now going to make the fold, and we're having all in. Benedict only has 2 outs. Tobias folded one of his jacks. So barring a disaster, Ignosio is going to continue his run up the standings here. I guess a disaster or a miracle, depending on which perspective you're using. No help for Benedict. He's going to need one of 2 jacks to stay alive here. The graphic says 3, but we know that Tobias folded the 3rd one. And that is not it. Ignosio continues his heater. And he is up to 3.6 now.
Okay. No problem. It's all good.
26 players remain. We're getting closer. Folds over to Ji Cheng on the hijack, who's got the ace-10 of spades. That one's going to be a raise. G right behind him with queens. I don't think he's going to find a way to fold this one. He 3-bets to 225,000. And Andur right behind him with 10s. This is kind of a tough spot for Andur. If there was ever a player to find a hero fold against, it's probably G. But even so, 10s is quite a good hand, so I'm not sure what Andur's going to wind up doing here. He does go all in. And if G finds a way to fold this one, I mean, I guess it's not totally out of the question, but he's got his opponent drawing to 1 out.
No casinos anymore. It closed a couple of months ago.
Yeah, why?
They didn't
Ji Cheng lamenting the fact that he has to fold such a pretty hand, but he does have to fold it. Now back to G with the third best hand in Hold'em. Will he find the call? It's an open question. He does indeed find the call. Okay, so G is in fantastic shape here, with a pair of queens against a pair of tens from Andur, and one of the tens was folded. So Andur is in a very rough spot here. Oh my goodness, he hit the case 10. Wow, that is extremely unfortunate for G. He doesn't even realize how unlucky he just got. Well, that gives G a few more outs. He's going to need a king, a queen, or an 8 to win this hand. That is an ace. So Andur is going to hold up and continue to be our lone surviving player from the initial table. Very unlucky ending for G. He made a few tight folds, finally found himself in one of the best spots you can be in, and lost anyway. That's extremely unfortunate.
Go ahead. With me and him, we gotta know.
Reminder, everyone, if you want to check out some of our classic WPT moments, you can download the Watch WPT app.
Small blind 40,000, big blind 80,000, and 80,000.
And we are back with our redrawn tables. 16 players remain here in the WPT Cyprus main event, vying for their shot at $400,000 and cementing their place in WPT history. And we are back in action with Ilya under the gun 1 and the Queen 10 offsuit. A bit light of an open, but he does have those high card blockers I keep talking about. So it is at least worth considering. Unfortunately for him, Alexei on the cutoff has the same hand, so he does have a few less outs if he does wind up having to go to a flop.
Can you dim the light a little bit? Ask her. Yeah, after that.
Over to Elena in the small blind with a pair of deuces. That is the best hand. And she is going to see a flop with it. And Nikolai will fold the big blind, so we're going heads up to the flop. Ilya is actually unlikely to improve. 2 of his outs were folded, but with position against deuces, he's quite likely to be able to push her out of the pot, depending on what the board is. No help for Ilya. I'm sorry, no help for Ilya. Elena still has a pair of deuces. If Ilya wants to put the pressure on here, the pot is likely his. This is the problem with flatting deuces in this spot, especially deep in the tournament. It's going to be quite difficult to win the hand, even when you do have the best of it on the flop. We've seen some people flat with hands like that against button opens. I think against an early position open, it's a little bit more dubious. And Elena pays the price there. She has to fold the best hand on the flop.
Maximum life there? It's maximum life of the puncher? Just dim her up a little bit.
Get a look at our new table here. 16 players remain. We are at the final 2 tables. And these situations can play out a little bit like a final table. Not quite as much ICM pressure, but there still is a great deal of pressure on all the players. As we see Ilya now with a pair of kings under the gun. Going to come in for back-to-back opens. A much stronger hand this time.
160. Plus.
Quickly folds around to Nikolai in the small blind, who is not going to play the king-9 offsuit. James in the big blind with queen 10. Might be taking a flyer on this one. A pretty good hand to defend the blind with, but unfortunately for him, he is in very bad shape against the queens of Ilya. We will see what the flop brings. 8 high, that's not really much help for James. He does have a backdoor flush draw, but even that is no good because Ilya has a higher heart. Ilya going for the sneaky check back and getting rewarded with the worst card in the deck, an ace. It's not going to cost him the pot this time, most likely, because James is also going to be unlikely to try to bluff on an ace. And Ilya will start betting on the turn and take it down. Not wanting to give a completely free card to his opponent. Although, as it turns out, it would not have mattered in that case. You see Andur is still in, our lone survivor from the initial table we were covering today. Quickly folds around to James in the small blind. He's got ace-10 offsuit, a pretty good hand for the situation. He's going to come in for a small raise. Ilya opting to just make the call, not wanting to reopen the action. This is something you'll see in these deeper spots. I think in the chip EV stages, the early stages of the tournament, 8s would probably want to put more money in there. But you don't want to take straight coin flips at this stage of the tournament. James going to bet the flop. Ilya will make the call with the best hand. James is looking for a ace or 10 to improve here. James is going to bet again, and I don't think that's going to be enough to get rid of Ilya just yet. James still needs an ace or 10 going into the river here. That's a 7. That's not going to do it. So unless James comes up with a large third barrel, I think Ilya is winning this hand. 2 quick checks, and Ilya will show the 8s and takes it down. Yeah, I think James put just the wrong amount of pressure on his opponent there, basically ensuring that he's only getting called by better hands. Ace-10 has some showdown value. The small raise and 2-barrel on that board does not seem like it accomplishes much to me. And Ilya is happy to win a medium pot with his 8s. Folds around to the button. James with 6s this time. Pretty good button hand. Gonna come in for a raise. Ilya with a suited king in the small blind. Unlikely we see him continue here, but he might decide to go for a 3-bet. He does have a king blocker. And he is up against a button raise, which is one of the wider spots. He decides against it, and I don't believe we're going to see Andur continue here with the 3-2 offsuit, so James will take that one down uncontested. Elena with ace-8 under the gun +2. This is the type of hand you can consider expanding your opening range with in the deep stages. Very borderline though, so she decides against it. And it's going to fold around to Andur in the small blind, who has Jack-2 suited. He only has about 12 bigs, so he decides to fold that one. And Tobias is going to win uncontested with the 8-2 offsuit. That is always a nice feeling deep in a tournament. Not only getting a walk, but getting a walk with a hand like that is a huge pickup at this stage. Holds around to Ilya on the cutoff. He's got Jack-8 offsuit, a pretty weak holding, but as long as you win the pot without showdown, it doesn't really matter too much. Unfortunately for him, he is not winning this pot without showdown or with showdown, as Andur behind him has woken up with 2 kings. That's a good hand, folks. Andur moves all in for his 12 big blinds, and that should quickly win the hand.
Russia. How you say Russia, Sweden? Huh? Rusland. Yeah, Rusland.
Ilya going through some fake calculations there to make it not too obvious that he's opening with that weak of a hand, but he was always folding, of course. And Nikolai has a nice one. He's got the ace-queen offsuit. And he takes it down without a fight.
You fold ace queen?
No, he had ace queen.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, did you see his hand?
No.
Ace queen. I had queen. Queen 10.
10 for blind.
Offsuit. Pass.
Holds over to Ilya with the queen jack. He is going to raise. Queen jack offsuit, not a great hand, but it does satisfy that high card blocker condition I've been talking about the whole time. And you can account for both a queen and a jack. It makes it that much less likely that the players behind are going to have hands to 3-bet you with. And that is your primary consideration at this stage of the tournament. You're not so much concerned about deeper stack post-flop playability, although that does come into play a little bit. So hands like Queen Jack offsuit are going up in value a bit relative to what they are in the Chippy V stages, where you'll get flatted in position much more and be faced with playing out of position pots for deeper streets. But Ilya takes that one down uncontested this time. Pressure is on now, folks. Only about half these players are going to make the final table of 9. Even fewer than that are going to make the true final table of 6. I'm not sure if we'll play all the way down there today, but we're going to play as deep as we can, and we'll see where we end up. Folds over to Alexi on the cutoff here. He's got 9-8 offsuit. I don't think that's going to be good enough. He agrees with me. And Elena in the small blind has one of the few hands you don't even want to limp with. 5-2. Nikolai had a much better hand in the big blind. Still not a monster or anything, but Queen 3 suited sure beats the hell out of 5-2 offsuit. We can see our updated chip stacks here. We got a few short stacks at this table, but all of the players have a decent amount of playability here. Even the shortest stack still has 12 big blinds. As the blinds increase, the pressure is going to keep going up. But for the moment, there's plenty of maneuverability. And a nice spread of stacks at this table. Ilya under the gun with the ace-10 offsuit. Is going to raise it. Another one of those high card blocker hands. And James in the big blind will make the call with a connector. We're going to the flop. Ilya not quite a 2-to-1 favorite. These are the sorts of hands that play reasonably well out of the big blind. James hits a monster here. He's got 3-of-a-kind sixes. Unfortunately for him, Ilya does not have much to continue with. I expect we'll see a c-bet and then a fold. And James should be check raising small on this texture with a pretty wide range, which we see him do here. In this case, of course, he has trips, so he can also do it with a variety of backdoor type hands. Ilya should be c-betting with a lot of his range and have a lot of weakish hands like this, ace-10. James throwing in the check. Getting sneaky here. The check raise check. And Ilya is going to bite. He's betting again. James playing this hand nicely so far. Now we'll see if he check raises again or if he's just going to call this time. I think if he check raises again, the jig is up. And it's going to be kind of obvious that he has a 6th.
600. Raise. 600.
Looks like he is going for the double check raise. I think at this point, Ilya is going to realize what's happening and give up on his hand. A play every player wants to pull off. The double check raise deep in a tournament. Oh, looks like he's not giving up. He's calling again. This is working out beautifully for James so far. Now, if he can pull off the holy grail, the triple check raise, I will be in awe. I don't think it's going to work out for him. I think he's going to have to bet some amount. He only has about 2/3 of the pot left. Ilya has gone a lot further with this hand than is advisable. And James has sold it well. He's gotten quite a bit out of his opponent so far with his flop trips. James does go for the all-in. And Ilya still doesn't seem to believe him. Ilya only beating a hand like 8-9 of spades at this point, 8-9 of hearts, something like that. It is technically possible that James could have a hand like that, but seems unlikely to say the least.
You're doing study all day.
Ilya is at least considering the hero call here, though. If he called here and was right somehow, it would be pretty epic, but he is not.
And they bring me back. And him too.
He's very much losing this hand if he calls. Ilya putting his opponent on a very heroic line of plays here to consider calling with this hand. And I must say, we haven't seen Ilya make really any missteps so far in the whole tournament. I'm kind of surprised to see him going so hard here. He's not particularly high in his range. He's going to have many better hands here than ace-10. He's going to have a lot of hands with a queen, a lot of overpair, a few overpairs. He's not going to have any sixes. So perhaps he thinks that James is punishing him for not having enough sixes in his range here, but that seems awfully thin to be considering calling off this deep in the tournament. I was thinking Ilya would just be folding the turn, if not the flop, but he seems to think he's picked up on something here. He does eventually make the fold. Not sure what he was thinking about there. I think after the second check raise, it seems, especially on that particular run out, there's no draws really. Not even a turn flush draw, but James makes a very nice pickup with the double check raise. Turning his big blind special into a monster pot there. Well played by James. Andur under the gun with the King 7 suited. Over to Nikolai on the button. King 9 offsuit. That's probably going to be good enough for him to open. James just calling the small blind with 9s. That's definitely a deep in a tournament sort of play. He doesn't want to reopen the action and risk getting himself in a lot of trouble. Ilya has a monster in the big blind, and he's going to 3-bet. We're going to see if James maybe decides to back raise here. The New York back raise, they call it. Very few people actually call it that. But James is at a pretty good position. His hand is very underrepresented. Ilya might be squeezing light out of the big blind. He does indeed go for the back shove, and I don't think Ilya is going to be folding this hand. It is too good. So we're going to be seeing a flip spot here, folks. A big, big flip. Whoever comes away the winner of this one is going to be in excellent position to reach the final table and eventually vie for their name on that trophy. And I can't imagine Ilya folding now that he's put all these chips in, especially when it's a blind versus blind spot. Very unlikely James will play ace-king this way. It's much more likely he has a lower pair like he does. Well, Ilya got the best of James earlier in that blind versus blind spot with 8s against ace-10. But since then, James has been his nemesis, taking him for that huge pot with the trip 6s, and now putting him in a tough spot for his tournament life with ace-queen suited. Ilya used a few of his time chips already on that other hand. He's got to make sure he doesn't run out of time on this one. This seems like a pretty clear call to me, but it's a lot easier to say that from the booth than when you're sitting there fighting for your life deep in this tournament. And Ilya winds up folding. I guess he must have put James on either ace-king or queens or better. Getting a fantastic price to call the rest off there with ace-queen suited. And after playing really well all day, Ilya's sort of had the wheels come off here the last couple of hands. Going way too far with that ace-10. And now folding when he was flipping with a ton of dead money in the middle. I'm not sure why you'd reopen the action with ace-queen suited there if you don't intend on calling. Ilya did have the option to just see a flop with his hand if he didn't think it was good enough to go all the way with. But once you've reopened the action with a hand that strong, I think you're sort of obligated to go with it. But another very nice pickup for James. He is in fantastic shape here after those two hands. And I love the way he played that hand. I love the first flat with 9s. I love the back shove. And I love the double check raise with the 6-5. James is crushing it here. Ilya now with ace-jack, 3-betting against Nikolai's cutoff open. I assume he does not intend on folding this one. Got to be a bit frustrated after this latest sequence of hands. That was very rough for him. And he will take that one down at least. Gets a few of his chips back.
First time whole tournament.
Tournaments are a marathon. You really have to make sure that you keep your A game all the way through. And the sick part is they get more and more high stakes as they go on. So you can play fantastic for 25 levels, but if the wheels come off in level 26, it can be all for naught. Well, Ilya is still very much alive and may make a comeback here. Certainly been a rough orbit for him. James on the cutoff now has a pair of 8s. He's going to come in for a raise. Up over 4 million after that last sequence of hands. I didn't love the way he played that ace-10 blind versus blind a few orbits ago, but since then, James has been playing fantastic. He's running into Tobias in the big blind with the queen-9. Both players have about half the equity here. So James has a few things on his side. He's got position, he's got the bigger stack. James checking back the flop. I think even with a hand like 8s, you want to bet here. It's not going to get any better for you. I understand that you can't really get action from too many worse hands, and you're going to mostly get called by better. But it's working out for him this time because he's going to wind up calling the river with his flush and winning a small pot against Tobias. I have to assume he's going to call this sizing. He's getting about 4-1. He doesn't have a fantastic flush, but any flush should be good here. Particularly when the ace and the jack are both on the board, that's going to dramatically cut down on the number of potential flushes that James can have. So I think he is obligated to call with whatever flushes he does wind up here with. And he does indeed make the call. Another nice pop for James. I would have just small c-bet the flop, I think, but I think if you are going to check there, having a hand like queens or jacks, you don't have to worry about as many overcards, makes a little bit more sense, but the way he played it made more money. So James continues his hot streak. And he is sitting in a very nice position here. Ilya still has just under 3 million, so he's not out of it by any means. He's still in very good position to make a run at this thing. Andur on the button, king-jack suited, that is going to be good enough for the all-in. Tobias in the small blind has the same hand in the offsuit variety. Might be a little harder for him to make the call than it was for Andur to make the all-in, though. It is going to be close. He does stand to be in pretty decent shape against a button shove of this size. Tobias is going to make the call. Unless Alexi wakes up with a monster behind, this is likely going to be a chop. Ooh, Alexi has sixes. If he does make the call here, he's going to be in fantastic shape against two hands with the same outs and a chance to triple up, but it's not an easy call to make by any means. If he's up against a higher pair, he is crushed. And he can't really know that he's up against two of the same hand here. Sort of the dream scenario for sixes in this spot. I think the feed may have cut out for a second here, folks, but we have a flop already. I'm not sure if Alexi overcalled. I think we will find out soon. Well, we have a frozen video, but we have a flop and a turn. So we know that nobody made a flush at least. I assume we'll get this back to functioning soon enough. There we go, okay. Looks like Alexi did make the fold. I can't really blame him, but he would have been in fantastic shape if he had called. Hard to know that. Looks like we're back up and running here. Sorry about that momentary technical issue. We're to Andur on the cutoff with the 10-8 suited. He's got about 15 big blinds now. This is an interesting one. Looks like he's going for the non-all-in open. Tobias right behind him with threes. Might just be passing on this one. If he could more gracefully move all in against the open, he might consider that. But the not all in open from Andur should be somewhat polarized here. He's going to have more strong hands. For example, if he has something like a higher pair than threes, you would expect to see him use this size. Whereas his all in should be a little bit more linear. And that's going to work for him. He took that one down. Worked out very nicely for him there. We're going to have another break, and I think a blind increase coming up before too long. As it folds to James, and he opens with the ace-queen suited, and Tobias with a pretty playable hand on the cutoff, king-jack suited. That is not too shabby. Looks like he's going to go for the non-all-in 3-bet. Certainly an option here. And it's going to be on James to decide whether he wants to call or 4-bet. Tobias choosing a somewhat large sizing for this stage of the tournament. I think I'd like to see slightly smaller from him. This is a good sizing for the early stages, but for the late stages, you don't need to go quite so big to put pressure on your opponent's opening range. And the blinds are going to get out of the way, back over to James, and now it's on him. Is he going to just call and see a flop, or is he going to go all in?
Little discount.
Both are good options, but if he does just call, he's going to give Tobias a chance to improve on the flop. Looks like he's calling. So Tobias is going to get to realize his equity, and he has position. Pot's already quite big, though. Over $1 million in the pot. No help for either player. So now if Tobias can get James to fold post-flop, he's going to emerge victorious here, but James did flop a backdoor flush draw, so I don't think he's folding to 1-bet. Tobias is probably going to have to bet twice to win this one. Here's the first bet. And it's a small one, 275. So I would imagine we see James call the flop and then potentially fold the turn, depending on what it is. No, he folded the flop. Nice play by Tobias. Very surprising fold on the flop from James. I think if you don't have the backdoor flush draw, you can maybe consider folding there, but with the backdoor flush draw in such a small sizing, it seems like you're giving up too easily. Tobias coming out nicely on that one. Taking it down with the worst hand and chipping up another 500K or so, even more with the blinds. Closer to 700.
Yeah, but this is my square, not that one.
Okay.
That's okay.
Yeah. Raise 175.
James under the gun with Jack-9 suited. I didn't see if he opened or folded. I think you can go either way with that one. Looks like he did indeed open. Tobias quickly folding sixes on the hijack. As I was saying, the low pairs go down in value at this stage of the tournament. Are we on break after this hand? See a couple players walking away. I thought we had a few more minutes, but we'll see. We go to the flop. No help for either player. Nikolai does have a backdoor flush draw, but James, as the under the gun player, is going to be able to put some pressure on here. In fact, we'll see a small c-bet from James here. And we do indeed. Well, Nikolai does not have horrible equity or anything, but it's very hard to continue against the under-the-gun player there. So he will make the fold. James going to win that one uncontested post-flop. And we get a look at our updated chip stacks and another glimpse at our trophy. James now the chip leader with 57 big blinds. Nikolai and Tobias are right behind him, though. Ilya's still very much in it. And we have Edine and Andur bringing up the rear with the short stacks. But this deep in the tournament, it's anyone's game. A quick heater can rapidly take you from last to first. Tobias with a nice hand now, a pair of queens. Up against the queen-king suited of Alexi. And he is just going to make the call. I think this is the spot you want to go all in with the king-queen suited. For 20 big blinds, it's a pretty textbook hand to go all in with over an open. Of course, he would have been in pretty bad shape this time. So by just calling, he is giving himself a chance to escape post-flop. But as I've been saying, just calling opens goes down in value a lot this deep in the tournament. You'd much rather be putting your opponent to the tough decision pre-flop. Well, we have an action flop here. Alexi has a flush draw, and Tobias has an overpair. Alexi also has a live overcard with the king, so this could go either way. We're going to see some action here, folks. Tobias is going to c-bet small. And Alexi can decide to either call or raise here. He has position, but he also has quite a bit of equity. He does just make the call. We're going to go to the turn. And that is going to slow everything down. Looks like a horrible turn for Tobias. He still has the best hand. But both players are going to view that as a pretty bad turn, I think. So we're more likely to see the hand get checked through here. And Tobias is still betting. Getting some value. And Alexi is presumably going to make the call again. Still has quite a few outs. He might not think that his king is still an out, but it is. He is in a call. We go to the river. Alexi looking for a heart or a king. Preferably a heart from his perspective. But either one should do the trick. River doesn't change anything. Tobias goes for a third barrel. Very small sizing here. And unless Alexi goes for a bluff shove, I think Tobias is going to take this one down. Kind of surprised to see Tobias continue betting here. He does have the best hand, and he's betting very small. Perhaps thinking his opponent is straightforward and will not bluff shove this sizing. Maybe pay him off with a hand like tens. Alexi does fold the river. And he actually saved himself quite a bit there. I think he should have just gone all in pre, but he would be out of the tournament now if he'd done that. Failing that, the money could have easily gotten in on the flop, but Alexi does escape with still about 1 million chips remaining. We're going to have the blinds going up pretty soon here after our break. And it looks like this might be the last hand. If so, we are going to have a 15-minute break, and then we'll be coming back to 100K big blind with 15 players remaining. assuming we don't lose one in this hand. James in the small blind with king queen suited. A very nice holding. He's coming in for just a call against Ilya, who will check back ace-4. Both of these players with pretty good hands for the situation. Content to play a limped pot. James has a little bit more equity on this flop, but he will check fold. The 3 diamonds scaring him away. But Ilya did not have a diamond. All he had was ace high. He was still in the lead, but all of James's outs were live. All right, folks, break time. We can see our updated stacks. These will be the number of big ones they have when we return to our new blind level. Thank you all for watching. This is the World Poker Tour Cyprus main event. I'm your host, Brian Paris, and we'll see you in 15.
Welcome to WPT Global. Let's turn up the fun. Pick your game. MTT, No Limit Hold'em, Flash, PLO, Short Deck, or Global Spins. Every hand's a new adventure. Every game, a shot at glory. With top-notch design and non-stop thrills, you're always in for a great time. Join the party. Play your way at WPT Global. Now is the perfect time to discover WPT Global and take advantage of our best ever welcome offer. We're giving you back 100% of your first deposit as cash, from $10 all the way up to $3,000. The bigger your deposit, the bigger your reward. You could earn up to $480 in tournament and global spins tickets, plus $100 in other bonuses. Discover now and make WPT Global your new online poker home. This summer, the heat is on at WPT Global. The super giveaway is your shot at free tournament entries every single day. Deposit now and score WPT Global Tournament tickets. We're rewarding players with random entries, from the $530 Grand Slam PKO to the $100,000 Sunday Slam Mystery Bounty. Big buy-in or small, it's all free money in your account. So check in daily, claim your tickets, and hit the table. Plus, get a 100% deposit match bonus if you're new. Only at WPTglobal.com.
Main event. As you see Corey open the cutoff with Queen 10 suited. Now after getting pushed around by Tobias, he's right back for more, and Tobias has a pretty good hand behind him, King 10 suited. Now that he's on the button and has a much more playable post-flop hand, we may see him just call with this one. Looks like he's 3-betting. Also an option, I suppose. Back over to Corey, and both players have pretty nice, playable, suited 10 or higher hands. Tobias has both position and the best hand, though. Gonna make it tough for Corey here. He is gonna make the call, I believe. We go heads up to the flop. That's a bad flop for Corey. He has top pair, but Tobias has a better top pair. Bias is going to come out for a C-bet of about 20% pot. I can't imagine Corey's going anywhere just yet. We go to the turn. The turn is a jack. That gives Corey a few more outs. It also might have the effect of slowing down the action a bit. We shall see. River's a king. That's certainly not going to make Tobias go anywhere. So unless Corey wants to turn his hand into a bluff, he is not winning here. Tobias betting the river for all in. And I can't imagine Corey calling this one. He is using a time bank extension. So he's got to at least think about it, but a 3-betting range is going to hit a lot of these cards. It's possible Tobias is going all in with like Ace-X as a bluff, Ace-9 suited or something like this. But it's pretty narrow relative to all the good hands he can have. Corey does make the fold. And Tobias with another big pickup. He's up to 2.1 million after that hand. This one's a lot better. Sevens. I would imagine he opens this one if he's opening the deuces. Unfortunately for Nikolai, he has run into the tens of Surtak. And I would imagine we just see an all-in from him. With about 15 big blinds, it's hard to have too many other options besides all-in here with tens. He does indeed go for the all-in.
$735.
Unfortunately for Surtak, Andreas has woken up behind him with queens. And Andreas has just under 40 big blinds. I think the queens are going to be going in here.
All in.
And Nikolai will quickly get out of the way with his sevens. And we're going to have Surtak all in, drawing to 2 outs here.
Can you please put your chips closer? Thank you.
A tough spot for him, but not much else you can do with the tens.
He did fold it, yeah. He went to like
1.4, 1.5, 6, 7.
Nickel asking for a count before he decides to fold, I assume. But he does seem to be thinking about it.
Thank you very much.
This is a blind room. This set.
And Sertak's going to see the bad news. He is drawing the 2 outs here against the queens of Andreas. No help on the flop. Sertak's going to need one of 2 remaining 10s in the deck to survive this hand. Turn is an ace. 1 card left. That is not a 10. Sertak is going to hit the rail in 24th place. A nice run, but took a very standard shove spot and ran to a better hand behind. Sometimes that is simply unavoidable. And Andreas is going to chip up to nearly 3 million. WPT Watch app if you want to check out some old classic moments from the World Poker Tour. We have over 2 decades of history at this point. And these players will be contending to add their names to that history. As Darren wakes up with a pair of jacks here on the hijack. He's going to move all in for 13 big blinds. I think I'd like to see a non-all-in raise here from a hand as strong as jacks. But he's going to get action either way because Andreas is woken up with 10s right behind him. It's an unfortunate spot that Andreas finds himself in here, but there's not a whole lot you can do with 10s other than just call.
660. Go. Pass. Go.
And Andreas is going to see the bad news here. He is up against a hand that he only has 2 outs against. Not what he was hoping to see. And this is not what Darren was hoping to see. Andreas has made top set, but Darren did turn a flush draw. Gives him quite a few outs here going into the river. Darren was looking for a club or a jack, but he failed to improve, and he is going to hit the rail in 20th place. A nice showing, but certainly not the outcome you're hoping for when you see jacks all in against 10s. That's going to take us down to 19 players here. And a very unfortunate but unavoidable ending for Darren. Bias with Queen 10 on the hijack. Looks like we're getting back to the action here, folks. The blinds are going up to 100,000. We started the day at 15,000. We're all the way up to 100,000 as we close in on the final table. 2 tables remain. We are watching one of them. You can see the stacks here. A big stack with 43 big blinds, a small stack with 8 big blinds. All of them will be vying for the first place prize of 400,000 USD. and their name on the trophy. And a seat to the championship event. Many riches await the winner. But all these players have locked up some amount of money. We are quite deep in the tournament at this point. 775 entries. 15 remain. Dean's been quite quiet here. He is raising with the ace-10, basically going all in, but doing it in stages. He only starts a hand with about 8 big blinds. And he raises to 4 of them, but that is enough to win the pot. A much-needed pickup for him. He's been short all day, but he's still alive. Chip in a chair, as the saying goes. And he still has both of those things. He is our short stack here, though. And with the blinds increasing, we are going to see increasing pressure on these short stacks. So you see Ilya raising the button with a pretty weak hand, the king-2 offsuit. Unfortunately for him, Andur has ace-queen suited in the small blind, and that is plenty good enough to go all in, which he will rapidly do. And he is going to get a much-needed pickup there. Our short stack's chipping up a bit as we enter this 100K blind level. A tournament is a marathon, not a sprint. Keeping yourself alive this long can result in a hot streak at the right time and a big comeback. But it also leaves you susceptible to the ever-shifting winds of the all-ins. As we see Adine here with ace-queen offsuit and 10 big blinds. I expect we will see him go all in or raise to some large amount with this hand. He raises to 3.25 big blinds. That is one of the potential options. Unfortunately for him, he's run into the kings of Nikolai immediately behind. So unless he somehow finds a way to fold this hand, he is going to need an ace to survive, most likely. Nikolai makes a 3-bet. Andur in the button with jacks. Ooh. This is a tough spot for him. He is going to go all in, and Adine might actually be able to get away from this one now. With this much action behind, he may have actually given himself the option to get out of this. Of course, he also has 3 live outs to potentially more than quadruple up his remaining chips, so it's going to be a close decision either way. He does put the rest in. So we're going to have a 3-way all-in here, folks. Jacks, kings, and ace queen. Nikolai well in the lead here. If he can hold up, he can knock out 2 players on this hand. Andur is in the worst shape. Adin has a chance to hit an ace. Andur has to hit one of his 2 jacks. Adin has 3 aces to hit. But neither player in a great spot. Nikolai with a king in the window. He is still going to lose to a queen or a jack, though. That actually gives Andur more outs. He's got 3 outs. Adin with 2 outs. Nikolai looking for a pair here to lock this up. There it is. Adin can still win with an ace, though.
I'm not looking for us.
That is not an ace, so Nikolai is going to eliminate 2 players here, bringing us down to 13. That is good news for him and bad news for our 2 eliminated players. They made a good run of things, but as I mentioned, when you're short, you do have to win those all-ins. There's not really another option. And they both were unfortunate to run into the kings of Nikolai there. So our last surviving player from our initial feature table hits the rail. We are down to 6 players at this table now. Ilya on the cutoff with king queen offsuit. He's got 25 big blinds here. Gonna come in for a raise. Tobias 3-betting with 5s. A bit of an unorthodox play here. Perhaps trying to commit Ilya to flipping. But normally with 5s, I think you would just see a fold here. Tobias is putting quite a bit of his stack at risk. And if he's just bluffing with this hand, then he doesn't have any high card blockers. But it worked out very well for him, as he takes that one down uncontested. A very good outcome with 5s, and Tobias goes up to 4 million. So we look at our trophy and our updated chip stacks. Alexei still way behind with only 8 big blinds. Everyone else has a decent amount of chips to play with here, though. Nikolai well in the lead now with 63 big blinds, over 6 million. Not sure if he's chip leading the whole tournament, but he's got to be close. And the stakes are quite high at this point. One of the 13 remaining players is going to be etching their name on that trophy. James with 8s under the gun, going to come in for the raise. Alexi on the button, ace-jack offsuit. Not sure he's going to find a better spot than this. If he does go with this, he will be flipping against the 8s of James. Using his last time bank here. He's up against an under the gun open, but ace-jack offsuit should be in pretty good shape against this range, especially for 8 big blinds. Probably not going to find a much better spot than this. He does indeed pull the trigger, and we're going to have an all-in flipping situation. I would assume James is coming along for the ride on this one. He's getting a fantastic price, and he has a pocket pair.
I thought it was a race. Good luck, man.
Fair fight. One fight.
Yeah, 8 months. Plays itself.
James is going to be slightly in the lead as we go to the flop here. 55-45. Alexi has turned quite a few outs here.
No 8s.
Ace, king, or 8. And he will have it. That is a 3. James is going to take it down, and we are down to 12 players. Alexi hits the rail in 13th. He made it pretty far, but not far enough. Finishing just shy of the final table. And our 3 short stacks have been eliminated in quick order. We are down to 12 players now as we approach the final table of this Cyprus event. See our remaining players here. I expect we'll even out the tables unless they lost a player at the other table, which is entirely possible. Nikolai still in the lead. The short stacks are now more in the range of 25 big blinds. Lots of play here among the top stacks. I don't know what the distribution looks like at the other table, but we might be here for a while before we make the final table. Blinds will not be going up again for a few more minutes. As we have a new player moved into the table. So I think we're still at 12 players remaining. 6 and 6. Rafal, our new player on the hijack with Queen 5 suited. We have Tobias opening the cutoff. Elena just calling the button with ace-jack offsuit. I think you could go all in there. Calling is defensible, though.
About 2.5 total with this.
And we go heads up to the flop in a coin flip situation. That's a pretty good flop for Elena, actually. She's got overcards and a gut shot. Tobias still in the lead with the 7s. But it's anyone's game. Turn is an 8. That gives Elena even more outs. She now has a double gut shot. And the board is looking worse and worse for Tobias. Elena is opting to bet here. That may chase Tobias away. This is a very scary board for his 7s. Somewhat risky for her to bet and reopen the action when she has this much equity, but in this case, it's not going to matter. I don't think he's going to be even calling, let alone raising. Tobias does indeed make the fold, and Elena's going to take it down with slightly the worst hand, but lots of potential there. That's a nice pickup for her. Every pot means quite a bit at this stage of the tournament, folks. Even the min-raised pots that get check-folded are still worth something like 12 starting stacks at this point. Getting down to the wire here. A couple of quick folds from Rafal and Tobias over to Elena on the cutoff with a nice hand, a pair of 10s. A very nice hand for this stage of the tournament. And Elena picks that one up with the 10s. Not going to play the 6-2 offsuit on the hijack, though. James on the button, ace 9-0. That's going to be good enough. And Ilya with 5s in the small blind. I would imagine we see him go all in here. He does indeed. Back over to James. He is flipping, but this hand is pretty hard to call this big of an all-in with.
How much is it?
2,075,000.
Perhaps ace-9 suited could consider calling. I think ace-9 offsuit is just going to have to fold, though. He does indeed make the fold, and a nice pickup for Ilya there with the fives. That's what you want to see when you have a hand like fives. You want to see a button open and you be able to jam for roughly 20 big blinds. It makes it easy. It's a big pickup. You don't have to see any flops or anything, and if you do get called, you're often flipping. That's the primary function of those low pairs this deep in tournaments. Is jamming them over opens. We saw a textbook example of that there with Ilya. Looking to win back some of his earlier losses against James. Folds to Ilya on the button pretty quickly. He has Queen 7 offsuit, a pretty bad hand, but when you're on the button, you can consider a lot of things. We'll see if he considers this one. Looks like he does, but Tobias in the big blind has woken up with a nice one, Ace-Jack offsuit. And this is a spot I think he could just jam if he wanted to. And he does indeed jam. And that's going to get through. Tobias picking up a hand with no showdown. Exactly what you want to be doing this deep in the tournament. And I guess what you really want to be doing is doubling up, but picking up hands without showdown and not having to risk the all-in is quite good as well. Tobias has been slowly but surely making his way up the rankings since we've been watching him. He's played very well today. We'll see if he gets rewarded with the final table finish. Holds over to Ilya on the cutoff. He's got a nice one this time. He's got a pair of queens. That is a good hand, folks. You heard it here first. So he's going to come in for the min raise. Elena does have an overcard, but it's a pretty weak offsuit hand. For this stage of the tournament, I don't know if it's worth a defend. We'll see if she agrees. Looks like she's thinking about it. Oh, she's going for the 3-bet. This is actually a pretty good hand to 3-bet bluff with. Unfortunately for her, she has run into a very good hand. But I like the choice of hands for 3-bet bluffing. I think having an offsuit king that defends poorly is an excellent candidate for a 3-bet bluff. She has picked the wrong spot and run into queens, unfortunately for her, but...
2,325,000.
The theory behind this one is sound. I definitely like a 3-bet more than a call. Ilya picks up a nice pot there. And Elena applying the right principles, but picking the wrong spot. Ilya's opening range on the cutoff should include plenty of weak hands that just have to fold to that 3-bet. But not that time. That time he had queens. And that is part of the equation. We got an action spot here. James raises under the gun with queen jack suited. Nikolai just calls the big blind with 8s. The stacks are too deep for him to consider 3-betting and getting it in. Unfortunately for Nikolai, James has flopped top pair. But fortunately for Nikolai, the board is also quite bad for him, so I can't imagine him losing too much here. He's going to call the flop at least. Nikolai picks up a flush draw to go with his pair of 8s. Gives him many more outs. But he's still behind. Turn goes check, check. And now I think Nikolai is going to have to turn his hand into a very large bluff to win this one. More likely this goes check, check again. And James takes it down. Both players keeping the pot small there, as is appropriate for a big stack on big stack confrontation. Both of them had solid hands, but not hands you want to play for stacks with at this stage of the tournament. Tobias on the cutoff with a playable holding, the 10-8 of clubs. He's going to come in for a raise. James in the big blind, though, has ace-king suited. That is a monster. I expect we're going to see a 3-bet followed by a fold from Tobias. Tobias is getting a decent price to see a flop here with position, but it's not the sort of thing you want to be doing at this point in the tournament. And he does indeed make the fold. Tobias continues to play a disciplined game. Impressive run for him, and he's well positioned to continue it. Elena on the cutoff with a nice hand here, ace-jack of hearts. And that's certainly going to be worth an open. And Ilya in the big blind has a reasonable hand as well, ace-4 of diamonds. This is a hand he could consider jamming with. He can also call. The hand actually plays reasonably well as a jam because you can fold out better offsuit aces from your cutoff opponent's open, but in this case he's lucky he didn't because I think Elena would have had to call with the ace-jack suited. So we go to the flop. Elena with a few different things here, and Ilya with not much. And her c-bet is going to take it down. Waiting on the hijack this time. This one is not going to be playable. James folding his button with king 6. A hand he could consider opening with, but it's certainly not mandatory or anything. It's quite a weak hand, but he does have that king blocker. Ilya in the small blind, ace-4. Both players have about 30 big blinds. It's too much to shove. Raising could get awkward. And Rafal has a nice hand in the big blind as well. King-jack suited. Rafal's going to come in for a raise here. He's got a good hand. King-jack suited is quite good for this position. But he is risking reopening the action. Ilya just calls, we're going to go to the flop. And that's a great flop for king-jack. Fall going to follow through with a c-bet. He does have a backdoor flush draw to go with his ace high. He also has a backdoor straight draw. I'm going to check call. 8 on the turn, that is no help for Ilya. Rafal also doesn't really need to worry about trips too much because it's a deuce. Unlikely that Ilya would limp call with too many hands containing a deuce. Rafal's got to feel pretty good about this hand here. So unless Ilya gets stubborn like we saw him do with the ace-10 earlier, I'd imagine this will be the extent of it. Ilya is still beating some hands like queen 10, queen 9, 10, 9. I don't know if any of those are even raising pre, so I guess Rafal could also have a total airball that's 2-barreling. Ilya is considering it. We saw him get stubborn with that ace-10 earlier against James when James had trips. He's in a similar spot here. At least here he is a little bit live, but he's in very bad shape if he decides to continue in this hand. He does wisely make the fold, and Rafal is going to take that one down with the king-jack of diamonds. Nice pickup for him there, a 1.7 chip million pot. I got those words slightly out of order, but you get what I mean. pressure is immense at this stage of the tournament. Any misstep can cost you a crucial pot, and all the pots are worth quite a bit. This is what we play tournaments for, is this stage. This is where heroes are made. Where champions are made. Well, we won't be crowning a champion until tomorrow. We're going to have the final table tomorrow with Tony Dunst and Mass Savage. We're following the small blind with a suited hand. Going to be good enough to see a flop, or at least attempt to see a flop. It looks like he's actually coming in for a raise here. That is also an option. And that's going to be good enough. Rafal takes it down with no showdown, which is exactly what you want to do there, blind versus blind, with a hand like that. This is not your everyday casual game, folks. These players are contending for over 400,000 USD and a WPT title. The winner will also get a seat to the Tournament of Champions, as well as their name engraved on the Mike Sexton Trophy. High stakes. Nikolai under the gun with a pair of jacks. That is quite a good hand. Rafal is going to come along on the button with 6-5 suited. I think this is a reasonable flat in the early stages of the tournament. I don't know if I endorse it this deep, but we'll see how it works out for him. Elena wisely folds the big blind. Most of the time you're going to want to defend suited hands in the big blind, but this deep in the tournament especially... Whoa! Okay, that's why you call 6-5 suited, I guess. That is an incredible flop for Rafal, and Nikolai is in a good deal of trouble here. Rafal just calls a flop. He doesn't have to worry about much. He already has a full house. He's hoping that Nikolai's on one of the draws and will improve even further. But Nikolai merely has an overpair, which looks quite good against a button flat. He's going to keep betting. I expect we'll see Rafal just call again. And then Nikolai's going to have a hard time on this river, depending on what it is. If one of the flushes or straight possibilities completes, it might be easier for him to get away from this with minimal damage. But on a brick river, Nikolai is going to lose a chunk of his chips. That's a 3. So that might help him a little bit. Rafal could have something like pocket 4s, ace 4 suited that made it straight here. But both of the obvious flush draws missed. So I expect we'll see Nikolai check call. And from there, it's just a matter of how much he's going to lose. He does check. Now Rafal has to decide how much he wants to try to make off him here. That's about half pot, and I cannot see Nikolai folding for this amount. Too many draws missed. Hard to put your opponent on a 6, let alone a 5 and a 6. If Nikolai manages to get away from this one, He will have slipped out of a real trap, but I think we're going to see him call and muck the river. Nikolai is thinking about it. I think he is obligated to call with this hand. Looks like he made the fold. That's an incredible fold. Perhaps picked up some strength on Rafal there. I did not think he'd be able to get away from it on the river, but he did. Nice river outcome for Nikolai, considering how bad of a situation that was. I thought for sure he'd have to check call the river, but he got away with minimal damage. It's the second time Nikolai has slipped out of a cooler spot. Earlier he folded 10s against a 3-bet from Ilya when Ilya had either kings or aces. I forget which one it was. In a spot I thought he'd have to at least see the flop. Nikolai has been dodging bullets all day. Let's see if he can keep it up. He's still in great shape with 47 big blinds. Folds over to Tobias on the button. He's got the ace-5 offsuit. Not a great hand, but he has that also important ace blocker. Elena in the small blind, though. Queen-10 suited. This is a good one. We may see her just move all in with this. We may see her just call. She does opt to just call. I think for 20, going all in would be clearly superior, but at 25, calling might be an option. Subtle differences, but they matter a great deal, especially this deep in the tournament. Good flop for Elena, but also a good flop for Nikolai. Nikolai has flopped a monster draw. Elena has flopped top pair. And Tobias has nothing but ace high. Nikolai turns a better pair. That may enable Elena to lose a little bit less here. She still has middle pair and a gut shot, but Nikolai has all of this board. He's got top pair, a flush draw, and a gut shot of his own, although he doesn't actually need it. Tobias is actually going to take a stab at this one, and this is a bad spot for him to be stabbing because both of his opponents have him crushed here. Perhaps thinking the overcard was favorable for him in terms of his range. And Elena gets out of the way. She had middle pair and a gut shot, which looks pretty decent, but once you get to 3 ways, you need a little bit more than that to continue, especially in a situation with this much ICM pressure on everyone. Nikolai's just going to make the call. Nikolai is way ahead in this hand. Tobias is going to need to fire another big second barrel to get Nikolai off this one. And I'm not sure he has it in him. We'll see. If Tobias wants to bet some truly enormous amount, it's possible he could still get a fold out of Nikolai. Nikolai does have top pair, but it's a weak top pair, and he also blocks diamonds. One of the more likely busted draws that Tobias would be multi-barreling with here. Tobias is going to bet big again. And we just saw Nikolai fold jacks on the river. He might find the fold here with the king six. Tobias might actually win this hand after all, against all odds. We know that Tobias is running a bluff with absolutely nothing, but from Nikolai's perspective, it certainly looks like he's beat. Tobias could have queen jack, he could have two pair, he could have a better king. Nikolai's hand looked really good on the turn, but by the river, he makes the fold. What an incredible play from Tobias. He went from having zero equity on the turn against two people with pretty strong hands, and he found a way to win the pot. A very well-earned pot there from Tobias. Very nice play from him. I was not expecting him to wind up the winner after that flop and turn situation, but if you put enough chips in the middle, you can win with any hand. And he just showed that. Very well done by him. Not easy to pull the trigger on something like that this deep in the tournament. If he'd been wrong there, he would have been left without much. Very impressive move from Tobias. A well-earned pot. I don't think many players would have found a way to win that pot. And we're heads up in a blind versus blind spot here. James with the nut flush draw, Nikolai with a gut shot, and a chance at making a pair or two. James is going to win with ace high. Nikolai's been dodging bullets all day, but he did make the incorrect fold there on the river with his king six. Finally caught up to him. Tobias raising the hijack this time with the 9-7 of clubs. Elena on the cutoff thinking about doing something. She decides against it. James in the small blind with sixes. He's going to make the call. And Ilya is also going to call on the big blind with deuces. So we got a couple of pocket pairs against the 9-7 suited. Ilya makes a set. So if Tobias is tempted to run another big bluff on this hand, he might be running into it, as he is up against a strong one this time. Checks around to him again on the turn, and ace is a good card for him to start representing. He is going to have quite a few ace-x's in his pre-flop range. He does not bet it this time, though. And now he's up against quads. And if Ilya checks a third time, he has a chance to induce a bluff. If he bets, he's just going to win the pot, I think. Tobias getting away for there without betting any streets. Investing 0 chips. And wisely so, as it turns out. Ilya flops quads, but does not get paid. Or he flopped a set and rivered quads, rather. But either way, he did not get paid. It's a problem with quads sometimes. You have all the good cards, so it's hard to actually get paid on them. Looks like we're moving one of our players to the other table, which might mean that we lost somebody over there.
Big end.
Hand for hand now? Or hand for hand?
Could have been ugly.
No, hand for hand. It must be.
6 final table. 6 final table.
You can pay me to use this.
No, I don't need, thank you. Oh, pass. Not yet, I still have some.
Nikolai now with aces on the cutoff.
Pass. But why not? Which one you...
6 final table.
You know my card, bro. You know my card.
He's going to take it down uncontested.
Final table.
Not what you want with aces this deep in the tournament. Beats losing, but you definitely want to get some action with your aces.
That's theirs.
Then king
So we either play down to 6 today,
on
or
river.
It's one of the few hands you unequivocally want action with this deep in a
we lose 4.
tournament.
I see you in camera. No
Yeah,
problem.
but still we have to come back to final table 9-handed.
Most other hands you're content to just win pots without showdown, but aces you want to get some action.
I promise. I'm 100%.
Okay.
I fold very strong hand.
100%.
Okay, I'm gonna ask again.
Yeah, it's 6 final
I don't
table,
believe
yeah?
that.
Is it?
Play 9 hand.
Yes, yes.
But final table is 6, I mean.
When I asked, they didn't know if we play down to 9 or
No,
6.
6. We play down to 6, right? Final table is 6.
No, we play down to 9 or
The final table.
basically final table is a 9 and
Oh, they told me 6.
official one on
They told me 6, right?
give it time to us.
Yeah, can you... Alright, they said to be 6. That's why I thought it was weird.
Ilya opening the button here with the king 10 offsuit.
I'll fly 5 in the
Elena thinking about doing something. Decides to just make the call.
But you can cancel it. You can cancel it.
Yeah, but
And she does outflop him slightly. Ilya has a flush draw.
I'll take the flag.
Elena has bottom pair.
125.
Ilya's going to go for the small c-bet here. Elena's slightly in the lead, but her hand is worse at reaching showdowns. She will call the flop. Turn goes check, check. Elena still has the best hand, but is she going to be able to actually show it down? That is the question. She also has the option to turn her hand into a bluff. She doesn't actually need to. That'd be one way to ensure that she wins at showdown. Is to win without showdown. And she does win without showdown. Ilya does not pull the trigger on the river bluff. A nice small pickup for Elena there, but they all mean quite a bit this deep. I'm sure she will certainly take that.
It's always been 6 seconds. Whatever, doesn't bother me.
I will listen to him. I understand now. We play until end of level 28, or if we go on 6, but final table is on 9. So if we busted one player now, we final table on 9. But we continue to play until 6 players or until end of level 28.
One more question. Why there is no hand for hand now? We are 10 left.
I don't know these things. I can ask her because I'm sorry, I don't know.
Please ask.
Players discussing how deep we are playing tonight, if we're going to go all the way to the final table or not quite. I guess we'll find out. As Tobias raises the button here with the 10-7 of diamonds. Elena thinking about this one in the small blind. She is going to make the fold, and wisely so, I believe.
We just say we don't play bubble before final table. We play bubble only before bubble.
I understand what you mean. Okay, I understand.
Don't worry. We play and for end before bubble.
Nikolai's ahead here with ace-7. He does have the ace of clubs, which may enable him to continue for at least one street.
I don't know. I don't want to say something.
Okay.
Bias going to put on the pressure, though. Check raising this sort of hand is always an option. Blocking the ace of clubs does cut down on the number of combos your opponent can continue with. Nikolai opting to just call this time. I think that's reasonable as well. Ace high stands to be good pretty often against the button. Turn does not help Nikolai much. We've already seen him make some big folds, so if Tobias wants to keep up the pressure here, he can probably win this pot. He does not do it this time. That's a bad river for Tobias. He's going to have to pay off a bet now. Good river for Nikolai. He's going for a small bet, and Tobias, I assume, will just make the call here. Seems hard to want to do anything else with this hand. And Nikolai wins the hand.
Blinds up, 75, 125, 125.
I believe the blinds are going up after this hand. $125,000 big blind. Price of poker is going up, folks. These pots are already tremendously large. They're about to get 25% larger. As it folds to Elena here on the button, she's going to fold the Jack-2 offsuit. This is probably the highest intensity part of the tournament, other than maybe something like three-handed. You're playing short-handed. You're vying to become one of the people who does not bubble the final table. Every pot counts, but it's also very important to mitigate your risk and make sure that you don't finish 11th. It's a balancing act, and this is the part of the tournament where heroes are made.
Yeah, of course. I was learning
Someone running a bluff like the one Tobias did a few hands ago can be the difference between making a final table and finishing 10th, and that can be orders of magnitude more money. These are the spots that will make or break your career playing tournaments. Folds over to Nikolai on the button. He's not going to play the 4-7 offsuit, and who can blame him? James will play the king-9 in the small blind, and it looks like he's going to come in for a call. Certainly a hand he could also raise with. Ilya's going to do the raising for him. Ilya's got one of those trash hands in the big blind. And that's going to do the job. James quickly folds the best hand. That's why that raising strategy out of the big blind can be so powerful. It is much better to simply win the hand pre-flop than it is to go to the streets with 10-5 offsuit against king-9. Ilya has picked up a pair of kings against Nikolai's ace-7 in the cutoff. Problem again for Ilya here is that he's probably not going to get too much action out of ace-7. Need your opponent to have a slightly better hand than that if you want to get paid with your kings. Ilya is going to put in a reasonably sized 3-bet here. A little bit too big, I think. You can achieve the same thing with a smaller sizing at this stage of the tournament. Not that it would have mattered there against ace-7 offsuit, but he might have got more action from a few worse hands if he'd sized a bit smaller. In any event, he's won the hand. And Nikolai got away, only losing the raise there. Folds to Ilya on the button. He has 6 high. He's going to fold Tobias in the small blind with 4s. He is going to come in for a non-all-in raise. I think I'd prefer to see him just jam there, even for 20 big blinds. It's difficult to put yourself in a position where you have to raise and then fold to a jam. It's also difficult to really want to go post-flop with this hand. I think just jamming for 20 makes a lot of sense here. He did achieve the same result there, though. He got a fold. And I'm sure he'll take that. And we see our 5 remaining players at this table here. I think that means we are quite close. There must be either 6 or 5 at the other table, so we have 11 or fewer. Doesn't display the number of remaining players in a minute, so I don't know exactly, but I'm sure we'll see it soon. James folding the deuces on the hijack. I like the fold there. Not the type of hand you want to be getting involved with this deep in the tournament. Ilya on the cutoff with ace-king. That is the type of hand you want to be getting involved with. And he is going to get involved by raising. Elena with an unplayable hand in the small blind will make the fold. And over to Nikolai in the big blind. He's up against a cutoff open, so he's going to have to at least call here. Unfortunately for him, he has done more than that. He has re-raised. And I don't think this is quite the type of hand you want to be doing this with. I think you'd rather have either a little bit worse or a little bit better of a hand. Ace-10 offsuit plays well enough post-flop. And if you do this, you're basically allowing your opponent to force you off your equity. Well, in this case, he's in quite bad shape anyway. Ilya moves all in. Not much else to do there with ace-king in position for this stack depth. Ace-king offsuit at least. And Nikolai is presumably going to have to fold this one. Well, he does seem to be thinking about it. I don't think you can 3-bet with the intention of calling here, which is kind of why I prefer flatting. I think if you want to 3-bet fold, I think you'd rather have a hand like the king-4 that Elena tried to do it with a few orbits ago. Or even something like ace-4 would be fine, but I think ace-10 flops a little bit too well for you to want to turn it into a 3-bet fold. He does wisely get away from the hand. Ilya with a nice big pickup there.
Я так и понял, что кикер твой лучше.
But now we do table online.
So now it's a redraw, right?
Сейчас этот финальный стол будет, да?
Поздравляю.
У вас тоже. Ace-10. I make. He raise me. I played one time raise him.
showed you, didn't he? He showed you.
Yes, I can.
We're down to 9, folks. We are down to 9.
So are we going to redraw for him?
Yes, of course.
Well played. Congratulations.
On the rack, please.
So you finish, yes?
No.
Welcome to WPT Global. Let's turn up the fun. Pick your game. MTT, No Limit Hold'em, Flash, PLO, Short Deck, or Global Spins. Every hand's a new adventure. Every game, a shot at glory. With top-notch design and non-stop thrills, you're always in for a great time. Join the party. Play your way at WPT Global. Now is the perfect time to discover WPT Global and take advantage of our best ever welcome offer. We're giving you back 100% of your first deposit as cash, from $10 all the way up to $3,000. The bigger your deposit, the bigger your reward. You could earn up to $480 in tournament and global spins tickets, plus $100 in other bonuses. Discover now and make WPT Global your new online poker home. This summer, the heat is on at WPT Global. The super giveaway is your shot at free tournament entries every single day. Deposit now and score WPT Global Tournament tickets. We're rewarding players with random entries, from the $530 Grand Slam PKO to the $100,000 Sunday Slam Mystery Bounty. Big buy-in or small, it's all free money in your account. So check in daily, claim your tickets, and hit the table. Plus, get a 100% deposit match bonus if you're new. Only at WPTglobal.com. Welcome to WPT Global. Let's turn up the fun. Pick your game. MTT, No Limit Hold'em, Flash, PLO, Short Deck, or Global Spins. Every hand's a new adventure. Every game, a shot at glory. With top-notch design and non-stop thrills, you're always in for a great time. Join the party. Play your way at WPT Global. Now is the perfect time to discover WPT Global and take advantage of our best ever welcome offer. We're giving you back 100% of your first deposit as cash, from $10 all the way up to $3,000. The bigger your deposit, the bigger your reward. You could earn up to $480 in tournament and global spins tickets, plus $100 in other bonuses. Discover now and make WPT Global your new online poker home. This summer, the heat is on at WPT Global. The super giveaway is your shot at free tournament entries every single day. Deposit now and score WPT Global Tournament tickets. We're rewarding players with random entries, from the $530 Grand Slam PKO to the $100,000 Sunday Slam Mystery Bounty. Big buy-in or small, it's all free money in your account. So check in daily, claim your tickets, and hit the table. Plus, get a 100% deposit match bonus if you're new. Only at WPTglobal.com. Welcome to WPT Global. Let's turn up the fun. Pick your game. MTT, No Limit Hold'em, Flash, PLO, Short Deck, or Global Spins. Every hand's a new adventure. Every game, a shot at glory. With top-notch design and non-stop thrills, you're always in for a great time. Join the party. Play your way at WPT Global. Now is the perfect time to discover WPT Global and take advantage of our best ever welcome offer. we're giving you back 100% of your first deposit as cash, from $10 all the way up to $3,000. The bigger your deposit, the bigger your reward. You could earn up to $480 in tournament and global spins tickets, plus $100 in other bonuses. Discover now and make WPT Global your new online poker home.
Call. Fold.
He decides to just call this time. And Tobias with a pair in the big blind, I expect we'll see him make the call as well.
Fold.
We go 3 ways to the flop. Nikolai with top 2 pair, but Andreas has the nut flush draw and a gut shot, as well as an overcard, although the overcard is not good, as it turns out. At least not by itself.
150 bets. Fold.
Andreas is going to call this bet from Nikolai here.
Bet 250. 250.
The turn gives Andreas a couple more outs. He can now hit an ace to make a better 2 pair. But he's still really looking for that club or that queen.
Call.
We got a bet 250,000 in call, and Andreas makes his flush on the river.
Check.
And Nikolai checks. Andreas deciding how much he wants to bet. Nikolai does have the option to check raise all in. He does block full houses, but it's a very risky play. Unlikely. It is technically an option, though.
Bet 550.
Nikolai considering his options here. He does appear to have already given up on the potential to check raise bluff. I think he's deciding between calling and folding. Sort of broken composure a bit already. It's actually something interesting I saw in a high-level coaching video lately about on the river. When you're weighing your options, you don't want to break composure immediately because you do want to have the option to check raise bluff if you decide that's the best option. A lot of people, when they're facing the river bet and they immediately think that their options are calling or folding, they'll sort of make that clear right away. But sometimes you think a little bit longer and you can consider that raising all in is also an option. I'm not saying he should have done that here, but if he hadn't made it a Ilya under the gun with the ace-10 offsuit. He's going to raise it. Another one of those high card blocker hands. And James in the big blind will make the call with a connector. We're going to the flop. Ilya not quite a 2-to-1 favorite. These are the sorts of hands that play reasonably well out of the big blind. James hits a monster here. He's got 3-of-a-kind sixes. Unfortunately for him, Ilya does not have much to continue with. I expect we'll see a c-bet and then a fold. And James should be check raising small on this texture with a pretty wide range, which we see him do here. In this case, of course, he has trips, so he can also do it with a variety of backdoor type hands. Ilya should be c-betting with a lot of his range and have a lot of weakish hands like this, ace-10. James throwing in the check. Getting sneaky here. The check raise check. And Ilya is going to bite. He's betting again. James playing this hand nicely so far. Now we'll see if he check raises again or if he's just going to call this time. I think if he check raises again, the jig is up. And it's going to be kind of obvious that he has a sixth.
600. Raise. 600.
Looks like he is going for the double check raise. I think at this point, Ilya is going to realize what's happening and give up on his hand. A play every player wants to pull off. The double check raise deep in a tournament. Oh, looks like he's not giving up. He's calling again. This is working out beautifully for James so far. Now, if he can pull off the holy grail, the triple check raise, I will be in awe. I don't think it's going to work out for him. I think he's going to have to bet some amount. He only has about 2/3 of the pot left. Ilya has gone a lot further with this hand than is advisable. And James has sold it well. He's gotten quite a bit out of his opponent so far with his flop trips.
Поэтому он плотно и ставил, так что вообще нет. Он когда добирает меньше.
Alright guys, we are either going to finish this level or if for some reason we got down to 6, we would stop whenever we got to 6, okay? That's the plan for the night. We got 48 minutes and 47 seconds left at this level. Or if for some reason we got to 6, we would stop then. We are still playing 75, 125. Congratulations everybody on making the final 9. Good luck with the rest of your tournament. Go ahead, shovel up and deal.
I believe that was our illustrious tournament director, Matt Savage, who's going to be on with Tony Dunst doing the commentary here tomorrow. For today, you are with me, Brian Paris, and we are going to either play out the rest of this level or to the final table of 9, whichever comes first. I'm sorry, the final table of 6. We're already at the final table of 9. But official WPT final tables are 6-handed. So we're going to see if we can make it to 6 by the end of the level, which seems unlikely. So more likely we're going to the end of this level, and then we are calling it for the night, and then we will be back tomorrow with Tony and Matt doing the commentary for the rest of it. It's been a pleasure, though. It's been a very interesting tournament. We saw a lot of cool plays, some of which you just saw on the highlight reel. And hopefully there are a few cool plays left to be made before we're done for the night. I guess we shall see. I've certainly been surprised a few times today. The most surprising hand was that double check raise from James and Ilya going all the way to the river with the ace-10, which you just saw in the highlight reel if you were watching. But now we're at the final table of 9. Nikolai is going to raise with the king-queen. The pay jump pressure gets intense at this stage of the game. Pay jumps are the name of the game. Chip accumulation is nice, but only insofar as it helps you make pay jumps. Of course, the winner and the person who gets the $400,000 prize plus their name on the trophy is going to be the one who ends up with all the chips. But everyone is looking to make pay jumps on the way there. That is how you make money in these things. And we're off to a nice start here with Ignosio with the overcard, backdoor flush draw, and gut shot against the 2 pair of Nikolai. Certainly a hand that Ignosio is going to be interested in seeing a turn with. And if he can hit one of his cards, we might have an early bust out here at this final table. He is going to see a turn. The turn is a jack. That is not going to do it. It does give Ignosio a few more outs to make 2 pair. And Nikolai is going to take that one down on the turn. We see our final table contestants here, most of whom we've already spent some time with, but there's a few new faces. All of them vying for the chance to be our next WPT champion. Good club to be a member of. We see one of our new faces. I'm not sure how to pronounce his name, so I'm not even going to try, but he is opening to a little bit more than min with ace-queen suited. Ignosio in the small blind with ace-9 suited. Going to make the 3-bet.
$8.75?
And we might have a big pot brewing here, folks. He's going to make the call. We're going heads up to the flop. Ignosio is way behind, but he does have the betting lead, so on a brick flop, he might be able to steal it away. That is probably not going to do it. Ignacio's got a backdoor flush draw and a shot to make a gut shot for a chop. But his opponent has middle pair, also has a backdoor flush draw, and has the same shot to make the nut straight. the Broadway straight. Check, check on the flop. Ignosio is going to start betting on the turn. And I don't know if this is going to work out for him. I can't imagine him getting a fold on this street. He might get a fold on the river if he bets again. But at that point, he's going to be committing quite a few chips to the pot. We have a bet and a call. We're going to the river. River's an 8 of diamonds, no hull for either player. If Ignosio wants to put a huge bet out there, he might be able to steal this one. Barring that, it would appear that Ignosio has gotten himself into a bit of a pickle here. And it goes check, check. And the ace-queen is going to win a nice pot here to start off our final table of 9. Corey is pretty short here with only 1,000,000 chips at this final table. James on the cutoff has the ace-queen of spades. That's a nice looking hand. Ignosio right behind with king-10 offsuit. Let's see if Ignosio wants to get out of line again. He does not this time. We go heads up to the flop. Rafal defends a big blind with king-6 off. Against a cutoff open, that might make it in. But generally, these types of hands make for poor defends when you get to final tables. It's very difficult to get deep into the hand with something this raggedy. In that case, James just hit the flop very hard, so he's going to win easily. Quick folds around to Ignosio on the cutoff. This hand is certainly playable, and it looks like he is going to play it. Nikolai defends with the ace-4 offsuit. Neither player makes anything, so I would imagine Ignosio is able to steal it here. But we will see how it develops. Looks like he fully intends on stealing it. Continue for a small c-bet. Nikolai will make the fold, and Ignosio is able to win with a slightly worse hand there. All these players vying for 400,000 US dollars and a WPT title. We're going to be playing to the end of this level, or down to 6, whichever comes first. So I think that just means the end of this level. Ignosio on the hijack now with 3s. This is the type of hand that loses some value at final tables. I don't know the exact stack distribution behind him, but if everyone behind him is shorter, he might be able to get away with opening this. And we'll see how it works for him. Looks like it did work out for him. And here's our updated chip counts. Corey is way in last. Other than that, it's a fairly close call. Even Elena is only a double away from being third. Our two chip leaders are quite close to one another. This could be anyone's game. Folds to Rafal, and the cutoff is going to raise with Queen 10, but Nikolai is right behind him with 9s. Both players have about 30 big blinds. We may see Nikolai just call here. We may see him re-raise. Corey working behind with Ace-King. Nikolai did just make the call, which I think is probably the best course of action at a final table. 9s is a very good hand, cutoff versus button, but you don't really want to be reopening the action and putting yourself in a position to potentially bust before some of the other shorter stacks. Rafal is going to make the call here. And Nikolai is just going to call behind. So everyone's going to get to realize their equity. If Corey hits an ace or a king, he should be in pretty good shape. And there's the king. Rafal makes a 10, which might get him in a little bit of trouble here. Although he is still beating Nikolai, so I guess it's hard for him to get in too much trouble. That is the gin card for Nikolai. He has a set of 9s. Rafal with a pair and a gut shot. May feel compelled to pay off a street here. He does not. And Nikolai is yeah, he's going to win this hand. There's no probably about it. He is going to win this hand. Now that Rafal has folded, he is a lock. And Corey seeing his bad luck there. He had a great flop, but unfortunately he got 2-outed on the turn, although there were a few other bad turns for him. And Corey's going to be our 9th place finisher. So we have lost 1 player. Unfortunate ending for Corey there, but he did have to beat a pair of 9s with ace-king, which is far from a guarantee, even when you flop a king, apparently. Nikolai picks up a nice pot, including the extra chips pre-flop from Rafal. Pulls over to Ignosio from early to mid position, but he is one of the chip leaders now, so he's going to be expanding his ranges a bit, and we see that here as he opens with the king 5 suited. Not a great hand by any means, but he does have a king blocker, one of those all-important king blockers. And that's going to be good enough to win him the pot. James under the gun with 10-8 suited. A little bit too loose with the big stacks lurking behind him. Rafal raising the hijack with a nice one. Ace jack of clubs. A very solid holding. Unfortunately for him, Tobias has queens in the big blind. And this could turn into a big one, folks.
800.
This has the potential to turn into a big pot. Tobias is going to 3-bet. And Rafal has not shown much propensity to fold so far. And he shouldn't fold with this hand. It's quite good. Unfortunately for him, he's found himself in a tough spot here facing queens. I would imagine we will see a call from Rafal here. Perhaps debating the merits of 4-betting rather than calling. I don't think folding is entering the equation for him here. Rafal announces all in, and Tobias is going to call with the queens, and we might have our second elimination here. Tobias is slightly covered. So if Rafal improves, he is going to knock out Tobias in 8th. If Tobias holds up with the queens, he will be well positioned. Rafal about a 2-1 underdog as we go into the flop here. There's an ace. That's terrible news for Tobias. Great news for Rafal. And Rafal has knocked out Tobias in 8th place. Very unfortunate for Tobias. If Rafal had just called pre-flop, Tobias would have been able to get away from it without losing very much. But ace-jack suited, a pretty strong hand there. Tobias certainly a player capable of finding some light 3-bets in that spot, so I don't think 4-betting is an unreasonable option. But that's not going to make Tobias feel any better as he walks away with 8th place after really an excellent performance all day. I think he deserved better, but the cards did not agree. And ultimately, it is up to the cards. A very tough finish for Tobias there. Got it in 2-1 favorite and got outflopped. So now we're down to 7 players. If we can lose one more, we will finish for the night or until the end of this level. Whichever comes first.
Тут такой ICM, что это суицид чисто.
Folds over to Elena on the cutoff. She's got the ace-8 suited. That's going to be good for a raise. Fortunately for her, she's got one of the big stacks right behind with a pair of 7s. And he's going to put in a large 3-bet trying to commit Elena to going all in or folding pre-flop. And she has a nice hand, but it's probably not quite good enough to play for stacks. Especially because she wants to outlast some of the other short stacks. She does indeed make the fold.
Ну, пытался вам намекнуть, что, ну, как бы я не выкину на лом.
Намек поняла. У меня красивый песня.
Nobody wants to finish 7th, but it's got to be somebody. Elena on the cutoff now with ace-queen. This is a nice one. I don't think she'll be folding this one. She is going to come in for the raise again.
We raised 800 Fold, fold. 8-5.
She's up against the same hand, facing the same size big stack, the same size 3-bet from the same big stack. And the money's going in this time, but they both have the same hand, so overwhelmingly likely we just get a chop here. But we'll see what the cards say. And that looks like a chop, folks. So lots of all-ins. The chips are flying. Apparently I was wrong about us not having a chance to get to 6 before we got to the end of the level. But that time the hands were the same hand, and we get a chop. So Elena lives to fight another day.
Так, а я тут при чем вообще? Я просто в карты смотрю и все. Тут за столом нету пола. Нету мужчин, женщин.
Понятно, я шучу. Ну, понятно, что по карте.
деться от этого пола. Он везде есть.
Raise to 5.
Her fall raising under the gun with King 10 offsuit here.
Fold. Fold.
And he is going to run right into the queens from James.
We raise. Fold, fold.
James with a 3-bet to 700,000. And Rafal quickly going to fold the King 10 offsuit there. Easy decision for him, at least. Not much risk of losing a bunch to queens. Not going to try to crack queens twice. He already did it once. Content with that. Ace-Jack suited is a much better hand to crack queens with than King 10 off. Pulls over to James on the cutoff. He's got the King Jack suited. That is plenty good for the cutoff. He's going to raise. And he'll take it down uncontested. Always nice to win pots uncontested at a final table. Even nicer to double, of course, but that can be a bit heart attack inducing. Winning the pots without showdown is a lot easier. And we have an open from Queen 8 offsuit under the gun 1. Very aggressive raise. Putting some pressure on at this final table. And James is just going to flat with the ace-queen offsuit on the hijack. James certainly has the best hand here. And I don't think he's going anywhere after that flop. And he's going to take it down. Vladimir continuing his aggressive ways with Queen Jack under the gun. I'm assuming that's how you pronounce it. I'm going to go with that. Queen Jack a little bit better than Queen 8. Still not a mix. And over to Elena in the big blind. She's got King 6. She is slightly ahead here, but this is the exact type of hand that's very difficult to realize equity with. And she agrees with that assessment and passes on it.
Да, сегодня тяжелый день. I'm a big blind. Oh.
Ilya on the hijack. He's one of the shorter stacks, but he does have a nice hand to play here. Ace-2 suited. Any suited ace is usually good at a final table. That's the exact sort of hand you want to be playing pots with. You got that ace blocker, and you have some post-flop potential. And he is going to come in for the raise here.
Fold. $250. Fold.
Vladimir defends with the 8-6 offsuit. As one of the bigger stacks, he can afford to take a few more speculative hands like this. Not going to work out for him this time, though. Maybe it is going to work out for him. He's turned a pair. Ilya checks back the flop. And unless Ilya bluffs the river, he is not going to win this hand. It's a reasonable river from to bluff, though. And it looks like he's going to go for it.
125 red.
Vladimir is basically only beating a hand like this. All of the other hands in Ilya's range are going to have improved on this river. King, queen, ace, king, ace, queen, queen 10. And a nice river bluff by Ilya saves the pot after he got outturned. It was looking dicey for him there for a minute, but he managed to take the pot anyway. And we continue with 7 players here. All these players have already locked up a decent chunk of change, but first place is a whopping 400,000 US dollars. A nice payday for a poker tournament in Cyprus. Second year in a row the WPT has had this event after a hiatus since 2012. Nice to see it back. Ignosio picks up a nice one here, the ace-queen offsuit. Vladimir has the king-jack offsuit, but he's up against an under-the-gun raise. It looks like he's going to do something here, though.
675 for a raise.
That appears to be a 3-bet versus an under-the-gun raise. These guys are not scared. They're going hard. And Ignosio now with a nice hand, but he is under the gun. Facing a 3-bet from the small blind. This should be pretty strong. Turns out it's not. But you'd think it would be. Ignasio's got to try to puzzle his way through this one. Looks like he is going to make the call, and correctly so. We're going to go to a flop. Vladimir has flopped top pair. Ignosio still has overcards. And a decent ace high. We have a very small c-bet from Vladimir here. I don't think this is going to be enough to get Ignosio off his hand. We'll go to the turn. Turn is a 7. Good card for Vladimir. This full house is looking pretty strong here. He's going to switch into check mode and see if he can get Ignosio to bluff at it. Ignosio does not oblige him. River's a 3. Vladimir betting about half pot on the river here. At this point, Ignosio only beats a total bluff. But those might exist, especially with how aggressive Vladimir's been playing at this final table. In this case, though, he is up against a full house. Ignosio putting his time chips out there. Ignosio does block aces and queens, which are two of Vladimir's value hands. He also blocks ace-jack. Vladimir would have to be bluffing with a hand like king-queen. Ignosio makes a call. And that's not going to work out for him. He's going to see the bad news here. Vladimir wins a nice pot with king-jack. A boldly played king-jack. Pays off. And he is now the chip leader of this final table, I believe. Vladimir playing for the win here. No fear, going right after the other chip leader. With a pretty weak holding and getting there and getting paid off. Excellent outcome for him. Ignosio suspected that something was afoot, but unfortunately, it did not work out for him. We see our chip counts here. Vladimir is now pulling away from the pack a little bit. Ignosio knocked down to 5th after that hand. Tough one for him. Elena opening the cutoff here with the Jack 10. Manages to fade the 3-bet from Vladimir that time. James is going to make the call from the small blind. Ignosio in the big blind with the best hand, King 9 suited. Looks like he is also going to come along. We have 3 players to the flop here. Not much help for anybody. If Elena is willing to bluff at it, she might just take this one down. Looks like she's willing to at least fire the first bullet. James thinking about doing something. He will decide against it, and Elena is going to take that one down with no showdown. Nice pickup for her as the short stack. Fearlessly bluffing at it with Jack high and getting rewarded. Our final table of 7 continues. And we have a confrontation potentially brewing here, folks. We got Nikolai 3-betting against Rafal. They are both in quite early position, though. So I would imagine Rafal should be able to just get away from this one. If the positions were later, it might be difficult for him, but he opened under the gun. He got 3-bet by one of the tighter players at the table. And he has ace-jack offsuit, which is a fine hand, but not the sort of hand you really want to go to war with. And Rafal quickly makes the fold. And correctly so. All right, everyone, I believe that is the end of the level, so I think that's the end of our broadcast for the day. We had an incredible battle here to get down from 70 players to 7. And the 7 remaining players will be returning tomorrow. You can take a look at the chip stacks here. Tobias got 49,000 for his 8th place finish. Not a bad payday, but I'm sure he would have liked a little better given that he got it in with queens. But here are our 7 remaining players who will be coming back tomorrow and battling for the $400,000 first place prize. Thank you all for watching with us today, folks. I'm Brian Parrish for the World Poker Tour. Tomorrow you'll have Tony Dunst and Matt Savage doing commentary for the final table. So make sure you tune in for that. Players are filling out their forms and bagging up their chips for the day. That's going to be it for us.
This day, one time, breathe.
You never know when your time is going to come. To rise above the rest. To seize the opportunity. To be crowned a champion. Is it time for your story to be told? The World Poker Tour.